righty. Testing. Are we live? I think we are. Chattadonia. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hard chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. If you ever miss anything, we got you, bro. Okay, we got you. But good morning, and I'm glad you're here. Today is a historical day. We are beginning quantitative tightening. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. So, we have a lot to talk about. I'm sure we're going to go over a lot of theories. I'm sure we're going to talk about all sorts of things related to it. It is QT, and you are a QT, okay? You are a QT. Don't forget it. All right? I love you. God bless the chat. But besides that, though, there really wasn't much. We might get I think we're getting a couple of Fed speakers today. People are talking about banks and whether or not this is a rally, upgrades, downgrades. There was a couple of earnings or people raising revenue outlook like Delta, and then you also had CRM killing it. But surprisingly, not too much news. Again, everything related to inflation and all that. Yesterday, it may come up here and may be important. Oil is already climbing up, but really, I think a lot of people are looking at what happens to the bonds, and they're going up. They're going up. It's actually very good. Today was bullish so far. Let's see it open, but it's going to be a wild one. We are glad you're here. Chattadonia, I hope you guys are ready. I hope you're having a wonderful morning, and on that note, good morning. Oh, yes, how are you? Good morning. Oh, let's get this. Yes. Oh, good morning. How you living, Battleborn? What's up, Ryan? Mr. Silverio, baby. How you living in New York? God bless you. Carissa in the morning. Oh, Mr. Malone. Hey, so smart Connor. Oh, there it is, baby. What's up, Jesse? How you living, Jack? Oh, we got the Twitch. You got new cat. What's up, new cat? Dystopian, amateur genius, Charlie in the tree. Amen. JM, good morning. Oh, good morning. How am I? I'm feeling great. I'm excited, bro. Quantitative tightening. Last time I saw this, I was just a young boy from 2018. I didn't know what an NFT was. There was a lot of things. I didn't know what work from home was. There was a lot of things at that moment, man. It's crazy how much life has changed. If you realize, I was just a young, little did I know that the balance, last time I saw quantitative tightening, little did I know the next time I would see it would be less than 5 years, and the balance sheet would be more than doubled from all time. Yeah, It's crazy, baby. It's crazy. So good morning. I still don't know what an NFT is. I feel you. Honestly, nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Hey, man, blessings. How you living, Rai? Good morning, baby. Oh, shout out everybody on West Coast. You know what I'm saying? Y'all woke up early. East Coast, y'all better be feeling good, okay? Y'all should have got, maybe you got breakfast in there, get your poop in, all that. You know what I'm saying? Amen. Wake up. Good morning. All right. Oh, you're here now. That's what we need. So, good morning. What do we have here? Yeah, the news is not that crazy. So tech caution, Morgan Stanley, they lowered their outlook for big names, including Alphabet and Snap. Their model now shows the probability of a U.S. recession has risen to 35% from 5% at the start of 2022. Estimates for online advertising and e-commerce growth were slashed by 1 to 4%, as were the outlooks for the 2023 EBITDA for Alphabet, Meta, and Amazon. Forecasts for Snap and Pinterest, they were also cut further. The pain may not be over for global equities as the prospect for more downward revisions to earnings becomes the latest headwind. That's what Citi says. We are sellers of rallies rather than buyers of dips. The market wasn't listening. Futures rose and European stocks were flat. Latest drop in the treasuries pushed 10 years closer to 2.9 as traders raised bets on Fed rate hikes. The dollar advanced against major peers. Oil advanced as OPEC prepared to meet tomorrow, and Bloomberg taker tracking indicating there was a drop in global production in May. I forgot. Bro, today is Wednesday. Oh, yeah. Don't forget about that. Tomorrow's Thursday. The week is almost over, Chad. Also getting whacked are the private tech companies. Fidelity recently marked down stakes in Reddit, Stripe, ByteDance, and Instacart with changes to tracking broad declines for public equity markets. The fallout may bode ill for other firms to hold positions, including Anderson Horowitz, Sequoia Capital, and Tiger Global. Some parts of the PE market are beginning to resemble a Ponzi scheme, according to Mundi CIO Vincent Mortier, and the volume of money raised in recent years has driven up valuations and incentivized firms to buy assets from one another at inflated prices, calling it a big bubble in the private markets. Deutsche Bank replaced DWS head Asoka Warman after police raided the asset managers. Again, happens way too often. Way too often. Oh, it is ramp up day, baby. Shout out Cole Real Estate. If you know, you know. Amen. Amen. Again, but as you see, the news so far right now, it's just people talking about, is it a bull market rally or not? Surprisingly less quantitative tightening. We need more on that. Delta, they rose pre-market after raising revenue outlook. Forbes, they will scrap a deal to go public through Hong Kong-based SPAC Magnus Opus acquisition. Salesforce rose pre-market after raising guidance, signaling demand for business software is holding up. HP also beat, though consumer spending on PCs. Where was it? Consumer spending on PCs and printers fell. Weibo reported adjusted EPS that beat. I forgot about HP. That's why I need that one on my list. On tap, GameStop's NFT plan and cash burn will be focused post-market. They report today. HP Enterprise analysts expect strong demand trends will be offset by supply chain disruptions. Chip lead times are pretty much flat in May, albeit a record level, underscoring the muted impact of disruptions from China lockdowns and the war in Ukraine. The gap between ordering a semiconductor and receiving it averaged about 27.1 weeks versus 27 weeks in April. Suskiana said, even so, Apple plans to move some iPad production to Vietnam from China due to the impact of COVID and COVID curbs in Shanghai, the Nikkei reported. Elon Musk weighed in on the RTO debate by elaborating on an email he apparently sent to Tesla's executive staff. Under the subject line, remote work is no longer acceptable, Musk wrote, anyone who wishes to do remote work must be in the office for a minimum, and I mean a minimum of 40 hours per week or depart Tesla. He went on to write that the office must be a main Tesla office, not a remote branch office unrelated to job duties. He said he said working from home is pretending to work. Elon said he don't like it. He said get back to the office. He's a billionaire. They're gonna hate billionaires for making you go to the office, even though we were all in the office forever. Anyway, Fed officially starts the process of shrinking the $8.9 trillion balance sheet today, aiming for a pace twice as fast after the global financial crisis and potentially sending jitters through markets. Officials have little clarity on how effective the policy will be and will be the first Treasury securities, with the only first Treasury security set to run off on June 15th when $15 billion matures. They'll have to wait. Oh, that's why. So today's the beginning, but really up until the 15th, you won't see a rollover effect. Boo. The U.S. will provide Ukraine with more advanced rocket systems and munitions, Joe Biden wrote the New York Times. Germany and Greece will also send more heavy military equipment. The EU is working to coordinate a G7 ban on providing insurance services needed to ship Russian oil anywhere in the world. The world is paying for Putin's war. EV sales are set to more than triple to 20.6 million in 2025, but governments and manufacturers still need to focus more on eliminating emissions by mid-century. Looking at the projections, replacing 1.2 billion cars that run on internal combustion engines will take time. Just over two-thirds of the global fleet will be zero emission by 2050 if no new policies are enacted, but heavier commercial vehicles will trail behind at 29%. So they're okay. Shout out to ESG. 9:45, you're getting U.S. May manufacturing PMI. 10 a.m. ISM manufacturing and April job openings. 10 a.m. Bank of Canada rate decision. ECB at 11:15. Fed Williams at 11:30. Bullard at 1 p.m. Fed Beige Book at 2 p.m. And then Biden meets virtually with baby formula manufacturers. And then U.S. May light vehicle sales. Then you have NetApp, HPE, and GameStop earnings today. Yeah, bro. Shout out ESG. I don't know what to say. I just shout out ESG, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Bank of Canada is set to hike by 50 basis points to 1.5 today, extending the tightening cycle to tame inflation. Janet Yellen said she was wrong last year when predicting inflation wouldn't continue. I didn't fully understand the circumstances of the unanticipated and large shocks to the economy. Oh, yeah, Janet? Right, Janet. Okay, what about everything else? What about your tax plan, Janet? Huh? Were you right on that? 100%? There's no doubt in that one still? Okay. The White House will announce $2.1 billion in new funding to bolster food supply chains, including initiatives to expand small and mid-sized processing plants. Funds will also be used for new infrastructure such as cold storage facilities and to assist farmers shift into organic production. UK food and drink exports in the EU fell 17% in the first quarter compared with pre-pandemic levels as the Brexit trade rules and supply chain snarls dented demand. Rate hawk Robert Holzman reiterated 50 basis points is needed in July. Danes head to the polls today to vote on joining the EU's defense pact. Most polls suggest the nation will approve ending an opt-out that has excluded it from defense partnerships since 1993. China's Caixin manufacturing PMI rose to 48.1 in May from 46, missing estimates and logging its third month of contraction. Investors will be looking for more stimulus measures as data shows second quarter may drag down 2022 growth. Australia's economy grew 0.8 in the first quarter. China told policy banks to add $120 billion in credit lines for infrastructure projects, CCTV reported. Russia said Saudi Arabia halted their oil market cooperation in OPEC as Sergei Lavrov visited the kingdom. The trip comes after reports that OPEC is contemplating suspending Russia from the quota system as sanctions prevent it from boosting output. Oil marched higher as investors assessed OPEC's unity before tomorrow. OPEC's research department pared estimates for the 2022 oil surplus to 1.4 million barrels a day from the estimate of 1.9. Natural gas climbed with drought and heat persisting across western and southern states, driving up power demand. Base metals mixed, platinum climbed in precious metal space, and wheat finally rose. Redbird is in a deal to buy AC Milan for 1.2 billion euros. Wood agreed to sell its built environment consulting business to WSP for 1.9. GSK moves closer to spinning off consumer business Helicon. Tullow Oil to acquire Capricorn Energy. Rimac Group raised another $537 million to build future Porsches, Bugattis, and Koenigsegg's. SoftBank Vision Fund 2 and Goldman led the latest round of funding. Pre-market movers, Capri, the owner of Versace and Michael Kors, rose after raising its earnings forecast and authorizing a new share buyback program. Cut revenue guidance, Victoria's Secret gained, with analysts positive on results, and S&P Global slumped after it suspended 2022 guidance, citing macro conditions. Binance Labs launched a $500 million trust to invest in digital asset projects and other crypto news. Riot Blockchain hired Nomura M&A banker Jason Chung as head of corporate development. TPC Group filed for bankruptcy in Delaware after battling the fallout from a series of disasters at its plants. It's been working with creditors to address more than $1 billion of debt. Klarna CEO LinkedIn post hailing fired staff divides opinion. Synopsis says it's cooperating with U.S. on China's sanction probe. Remember, we saw that a couple weeks ago, and it was crazy. The world needs $3.3 trillion a year in energy-related investments through the rest of the decade to reach net zero emissions by 2050, the IMF said. Shout out to ESG, baby. Shout out to ESG. IBM has to pay BMC $1.6 billion for poaching AT&T account. Apple to shift some production to Vietnam, Nikki says. JP Morgan shakes up senior ranks of debt advisory team. Black market blooms for Merck's COVID antiviral. Hey, man, you got any of that COVID antiviral? I'll pay good money for it, bro. Boeing's in-house oversight gets shorter extension from US FAA. Salesforce price target cut to 250 from 300 at Raymond James. Procter Gamble price target cut to 170 from 180 at Wells Fargo. Salesforce price target cut 350 from 375 at Credit Suisse. And then Salesforce price target cut 260 from 300 at Deutsche Bank. It's not now, it's never. The king will no longer play at Las Vegas weddings. Authentic Brands, which controls Elvis Presley's names, is ordering chapel operations in the city to stop using him in theme ceremonies, the AP reported. What are they protecting by taking away Elvis from the public? Asked Kent Ripley of Elvis Weddings. Good question. Wow. So you are no longer licensed for an Elvis-themed wedding in Vegas. That's cold, bro. Why are they doing them like that? For what? What's the reason? That's crazy. That's crazy. Rich nations' toxic habits are heating up the earth and bringing African refugees to their doors. The number trying to make it into the U.S. southern border may hit a record this year. The continent, which has done the least to harm the global climate, is being wrecked by storms, floods, and droughts. By 2050, 60 million Africans will be displaced because of climate events, the World Bank says. Crypto hypercharged NBA sponsorships this season, spending more than $130 million versus less than $2 million in 2021. Sportico reported Crypto.com, Coinbase, FTX, Webull, Socio spent 92% of the amount. Total sponsorship revenue rose 12% to a record $1.6 billion. The biggest individual spenders are all official league partners like Nike, Microsoft, AB InBev, Pepsi, and AT&T. Inflation has gate crashed the party and spoiled the fun for top earners as well, particularly millennials. More than a third of U.S. households earning at least $250 a year said they are living paycheck to paycheck, including over half of the top earning millennials, a survey showed. Of course, they're more likely to put expenses on credit cards to finance their lifestyles. Is that crazy? Bro, they said more than a third of households making $250,000 a year are living paycheck to paycheck. They said 250,000, 30%. And then half of the top earning millennials. So any of the millennials that make more than 250%, half of that, or 250,000, half of them, paycheck to paycheck. Wow. Hey, wow, that's good. Get a long term. That's why you need long term. 10%, save the money. Amen, amen. One night in Paris, Rafael Nadal beat Novak Djokovic in a French Open quarterfinal that stretched more than 4 hours to finish at 1:15 local time. And then Lizzie Bourdain, on this day in history, died of pneumonia in Fall River, Massachusetts in 1927. At age 66, 3 decades earlier, she was tried and acquitted in the 1892 axe murderers of her father and stepmother. No one else was ever charged, and she spent the rest of her life in Fall River, having an estimated net worth of $5.2 million in today's money at the time of death. The Borden murderers in trial depicted in films and 40 wax of fulcrum. I've never heard of this in my life. That's crazy, but you got any of that antiviral? Okay. The Fall River Kid. I've never seen this. How come I don't even know what this means. Good stuff. I did not even know. I did not know. So, got a couple of pre-market movers here. Digital Turbine apps, they fell 6% after a mobile service platform. Fourth quarter results were beating, I believe. They also got upgraded there. E-commerce stock face headwinds. Consumer dollars shifting from online to offline. Inflationary pressures and potential for recession. JMP Securities, Nicholas Jones writes in a note. Etsy shares are up 1.7. He labeled them as outperforms regardless. GRCL initiated as a recommendation overweight. Shares are up 3%. MP Materials rises 1.3. BMO initiates market coverage and upgrades them. Morgan Stanley slashes targets for a number of U.S. tech companies, again, including Amazon. That was the bad tech news there that we had. Salesforce jumped 9% after the software company raised full-year forecast for adjusted earnings. SPGI, they tumbled more than 8% after suspending financial guidance for the full year. Oh, that's not good. I did not see that one. Victoria's Secret as well. Analysts were positive on the Lingerie company, with Wells Fargo saying that its turnaround is on track despite a tough macro environment. Shares are gaining 9%. View shares surged 15% after the glass manufacturing firm reported full-year results late Tuesday, with the company saying it expects to file its delinquent 10K and 10Q before June 30th. XYL shares continue to look expensive, but operational risks are well known and have now largely passed Cohen rights. Oh, I thought we had a little bit more time. But we have enough, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you're ready to do some amazing things, and I hope you know you got a future. Don't forget I told you. Yeah, don't forget, baby. But Here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, baby. So on behalf of the Cult, we want to just give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who have served this country. God bless you and thank you for your service and thank you for doing what you have done. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public servants out there as well too, baby. God bless you and thank you for your service. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senators! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no, let's go. Shout out to Chad. Shout out to Chad. Let's go, Chadadonia. Oh, let's go. Good morning. Wow. Chad, the Jets have been sent. Quantitative tightening begins today, but it doesn't really begin till the 15th. But still, you're in the game. God bless America. Oh, that's it. The daily, dude, the daily pledge is in. Oh, that's how you know the day is about to start. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, my bad. Lingerie, lingerie, you know what it is. Either way, VSCO, though, I would take a look at them. You know what I'm saying? That could be a good one. You know, again, they had good earnings. And I would even look at any other software plays, too. Again, there's going to be a lot of those. So, pretty simple today. We'll see how things play out. Big focus on financials. They're already doing good, and we'll see if anything with materials or energy does good. Again, oil's already moving ahead of OPEC here. So we will watch how all of that plays out. But we got what? Less than 10 seconds, baby. Post your plays. Say what's up. Have some fun. And I hope you know you're blessed, baby. Okay? Let's make it a good day. Let's make 4 days. Kind of ripping, bro. I feel like they haven't moved in a while. Yeah, Serum's killing it. Round 1. Fight. So see if the banks. Honestly, I'd watch to see if bonds even flip by the end of the day. But like we said, the real maturity taper runoff date is going to be February 15th. Or it's not February. June 15th. Let's see. HP is also another one. Again, CRM is up 10. HP's not up that much. Or no, it's HPQ. I was like, HPQ should be up a lot. They're up 2%. That one could be a decent post-earnings if that one continues. Airbnb tanking, APA up 3, oil. And then again, VSCO, and then SPGI, S&P Global. They got rid of guidance for the year. So we're going to come back to CRM, Coinbase, ChargePoint. But yeah, they're down 8% right now, 9%. SPGI. KMI Pop, USO 1.4. Tesla Pop. But you can't stop. I know you got this. Tesla Pop. This must be now. Okay. HP. S&P, the options aren't loading. I'd look at SPGI. If that one goes live, that one could be good. Again, on the option chain, we'll see. Net pop in, AMD, the pop. How much was HP up yesterday? I guess they went to 40-ish bucks. How are Chinese stocks? They're doing good today. And even then, whole market, there's only 3 industries that are red right now. Consumer staples are break even. Real estate's down 0.02 and utilities down 0.09. Everything actually is a majority green right now. Kind of weird. SPY's coming up. You're at 416.07. Watch 417, 418. Those would be good levels. And then the good old 420 test. Snap up 2. Oracle's up. BA, German government picks CH-47 helicopter program. Those seem expensive. All right, I made a small play. I kind of like it. I don't know. Again, I remember the Buffett stuff too. And I like the earnings. I made a play on HP. But it just moves really slow. That's the thing. This thing doesn't move a couple dollars at a time. So you have to see Jimmy Buffett. Jimmy. And then Victoria's Secret still up 8%. See what happens. And then SPG, is that open? So don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I went with June 17th. So I didn't go for the weekly. I got a little bit more time. But I thought it'd be decent. But I grabbed a $150 call on HPQ. JP Morgan going up. SPGI, the option chain is just whack, I guess. That's crazy. AMD going down. Yeah, bro. Dude, the SPGI chain is just literally just showing all 480s. So it's pretty wild out there. Puts or call. I mean, I would probably want to go on the share strategy to the downside. I mean, they just got rid of full year guidance. It's doing the little, run up right there at open, but it was bad. I know HPQ is HP. And I grabbed a $50 play, not a $150 call. I spent $50 on the contract, is what I meant by that. Netflix, 5 green candles. CO pop. Netflix is up 1.3. CRM's going again. They're up 12% now. Back to 180. Is it a bear market rally or market change? Not for the most part. I mean, everybody is still has that paranoia. Again, I mean, some of you guys are a little bit more bullish or less bullish than others, but like I said, I think we're going to wait till we get to like 430, and that will be like a test of a level more or less. It may very well even just kind of top out there, but we will see. And then CRM's actually really doing good. Very, very surprised. There's Pinduoduo. Facebook's on the high. Facebook's up 2%. They're ripping up. China stocks. Baba's down. Pinduoduo is up. Mulan is up 15%. Let's see. Did the oil shit come back, bro? Yeah, remember Conoco dropped $7 in the last like 10 minutes yesterday? Dow says they do not have a pilot shortage. And didn't they increase revenue today too? They're still kind of clobbered. Amazon, Airbnb's on the low. AMD's on the high, so is CRM. Amazon, another high right there too. Excuse me. Utilities have gone positive. Consumer staples barely negative. Utilities barely negative. Same thing with materials. And then financials are actually doing the worst here so far. Oh. Tesla, big candle. Amazon is, I'd watch Amazon. Again, discretionaries are still, what? They're number 5 today. Energy's outpacing, and so is communication. But you saw that flip yesterday. So just keep that in mind. But if those go up, I think Amazon was a big, big leader there. How's oil? Oil is killing it. Oil's back at 117. I think 120 is the level, but it's now recovering the little OPEC drop that we had to deal with yesterday. Why is Airbnb? I think it's general travel stocks. Again, their travel is consumer discretionary, more or less. Amazon is saving the market. A lot of people are getting excited. Again, I think it takes place June 6th, is what it is. Even like E-Trade gave out a little warning there. Mulan still. How's the volume? We'll see, honestly, because yesterday, like, volume's a little low. It's only been 8 million or 8 minutes. But just like kind of yesterday, like yesterday had really good volume in the first hour, and then it dropped off throughout the rest of the day. So I think we'll judge it by the first couple of hours, more or less. But I don't know if it'll go too crazy. VWAP's coming up. I mean, we are at 416. We'll just see what levels this pretty much chills at. Yesterday, after hours volume was nice too. Yeah, manufacturing PMI in 7 minutes. Where's the first day? We're gonna have a bunch. It's right, like it's like every like 15 minutes here for the first hour, up until 10, up until like in the next 30 minutes, pretty much, or 22 minutes, we're gonna get a bunch. So 9:45, 7 minutes global manufacturing, and then after that, it's gonna be all the construction and all the other ISMs. HPQ going up. KMI's up 1.4. JP Morgan. Banks are surprisingly down right now. Nvidia's up 1.5. Bad news is positive. SPY's chilling out. That candle just kind of brought us down a little bit more. Let's see. BA flipped. They're down 2. That helicopter news didn't help. Market wants one of those green to red aggressive days. Nah, man, we just trying to chill, bro. Trying to chill. Bonds are going. I think people are expecting it. I was expecting bonds to go a little bit down today and see, but remember, first rollover begins on the 15th. Wheat dump, SPY, those 2 candles just brought us to a low of the day, but you've still got a lot of cushion. NASDAQ is up 1, SPY up 0.5%, Dow up 0.4. So we will see. Oil futures extend gains. We'll see. Hopefully that holds. Like, yeah, hopefully and hopefully not. We'll see. Uber going the wrong way. GM is on the high. Is Ford still going? Ford is still up. They're getting a candle, but GM is like 2% going. Tesla's still kind of chilling out there. GM has EV news. And then Boeing still selling off. UAL, dude, Delta even upped their guidance there a little bit. I thought they would have done a little better. And then there's Costco. Cisco on the high. Scammers. New Silverado 2023 electric. And there's Apple. Facebook was up 2 again, and they got big. All big tech got downgraded by Morgan Stanley, and they are all up 2-3%. That's pretty funny. And Nava to buy 2.1 billion Brazil power project NFE. They're down. Baba getting smashed. It's Pinduoduo. They're holding up, but that is interesting. The A shares just went 0.1 down. Let's see, KWeb. KWeb's still up. Roblo's on the high. SPGI. SPGI just bounced 5%. Again, they removed that yearly guidance. You want to acquire Singer families in Florida? Of course. Of course. Beacon buys complete supply. BECN. Beacon Roofing. I don't know. It says they bought somebody. Quantitative. Relating to, measuring, or measured by the quantity of something rather than the quality. Exactly. Arbitrarily just cutting 15 billion. You know it'll be at 90 billion in 3 months? That's the crazy part. So it's small now. And again, as we're finding out here, the real big the change is going to happen on June 15th. Right before the Fed, that is actually when one of the bonds matures, and then they won't be rolling it over. ISM is not out. 3 minutes, you're going to get manufacturing data. You play TLT, TBT. Well, that's what I wanted to see today. I wanted to watch what happened with the bonds, and that's why I think as we get closer, June 15th-ish, I think that might be the time, maybe like a couple days before, and that ironically will be a couple days before the Fed as well, too. Quantitative tightening in place, too. Hey, man, tell them, baby. Tell them. Why post earning? They dropped 7%. Was it Weibo? People were saying Weibo did good, I think. They're still up 2, but yeah, why down 7. Little mini bounce. Tesla's kind of starting to come down. Again, automaker's been kind of decent today. He said Paul Pelosi did this. Why? Bro, Paul's just living his best life, man. He's like 80-something. You know what I'm saying? Let the man live. Let the man live. Okay, he was driving like a golf cart or something. No, he wasn't. I don't know. Just fucking Paul. Come on. No CRM plays. I mean, they were cheap yesterday. Big surpriser, and it's kind of just rocketed from there. It's not a cheap one to play. HPQ flipped. Valet's on the high. Actually, 12 months. I love you guys. Not sure how I get through every day without y'all. Hey, man, baby. Shout out to Cult. And let's keep going. We still got the rest of the year. So God bless you for your 12 months. Don't let them play you like that. Horn. Let's get a little horn in here, Oh, look at that. Even Twitch. Even Stacy getting involved. Amen. How do I do this? How do I? Boom, baby. Oh, good morning. Wake up. It's a good day, huh? It's a good Wednesday. Does it not already feel like Wednesday? Isn't that crazy when I say that out loud? It's Wednesday. You're middle of the week. AMC going down 1.5, but hitting the top. SEC video on retail. No, I did not. S&P Global Manufacturing, 57 versus 59.2. But I'm seeing, I think 59.2 was last month. Expectation was 57.5. So it's lower than last month, but it's only 0.5 versus expectations. So it's not too big of a miss, meaning you could argue it was priced in a little bit, but it slowed down from last month for sure. But it wasn't huge surprise. Chart still looks kind of ugly. So we'll see. That's the first data release now, 15 minutes. You're going to get ISM manufacturing, construction spending, prices paid, new orders, employment, and then Jolt jobs openings. TXMD. PBR, Conoco. The oil companies are doing good. GameStop, again, GameStop has earnings. I'm in the gym right now. Good, baby. Get a good workout. I had a great workout yesterday. I loved it. I'm very excited. It's very exciting. Getting the body moving. That blood flow. I want to start working out in the mornings, but I think I'll be dead by middle of the day if I did, though. Glad to be heard. You're home from work? Oh, man. But your boss took away the ability to wear the headphones after 2 years of listening. It's okay, man. It happens. At least you're here, bro. But we pray for you, man. I don't want you hurt, but that's good. You could at least take some pleasure in it. But come on, man. That's good. We're going to pray for you. Hey, man. It's good to see you, though. Of course, we know that name, Big Puddle. Delta CEO trying to get deal done with Boeing for 737 MAX. I think wheat is down. A lot of corridor. They're creating corridors, plans for the ports, all of that. But, again, it could move based off of the news, and it's going to move based off the cosmic calendar and pretty much whatever happens with weather and harvest. So right now there's been a lot of negative news after a lot of news brought it up. And now we're pretty much going to wait till we get crop numbers, and that will be the deciding level there for wheat. Amazon just popped there at the high. CRM again, Bro, CRM at 14% is huge. Pinduoduo's running now. That's at 50 to hit 52 the other day. Yeah, Pinduoduo is actually about to break out. That's doing pretty good. 4%. Spy Shargan, MDB, and Snow on CRM. Even ASON. Yeah, Snow, I think, is getting a lot more. And again, I forgot. Snow's earnings was like good and bad. Mainly bad, but they're definitely going to benefit off of that. Spy lagging hard. Spy's going down. So honestly, you have a lot of names going up. Every single company I'm bringing up right now looks like it looks like we would be going up, but we're not. Let's see what flipped. Industrials are negative. Materials, utilities, financials, consumer staples flipped almost 1%. And then real estate and healthcare down 1%. Surprisingly, the more defensive names are down right now. And then consumer discretionary is up 1%. Tech is up 1.2%. Communication 1.4%. And then energy another 2%. 414. So a lot of growth names. Again, more defensive names are not doing too well right now. Yeah, every single value name except oil is getting clobbered. Sounds like risk on. It might, I mean, you're at least getting a bond day. Good day for bonds. That's chilled us out from the other day, especially after bond. Remember, TLT was almost 3% yesterday. It was wild. Bank of Canada by 7. People are expecting 0.5, but, you know, if they came in at 0.7, it would surprise everybody. Yeah, value down, growth up so far. It's decent. We'll see how it ends by the end of the day. Like, even after yesterday, the flips that we saw, I mean, with energy and everything else. So, and like I'm even saying with volume, we got to give it a little bit more time. You know, maybe by second hour, we'll really see. And, 10 more minutes, you're going to get 4 more data sets right now. So we will see. Yeah, Microsoft Tech. And again, Morgan Stanley, that was the first big piece of news we read was the tech downgrades. But these don't do nothing. You know, they all go up. Father, I'm back. I know you missed me. We love you. We miss you, man. Let's go. But again, there's quantitative tightening. So make thy speech gracious or get thy ass clapped is what they say. Your wife just passed the real estate exam. Let's go, baby. You just saved 3% on every house you're going to buy. Minimum. Amen. Amen. Let's get it. Let's get it. Pause. Don't play with me. Tell me you heard me. You heard what I said. Look, I gave you a taste. Just a little timeout. You see, we ain't playing around, bro. We ain't playing around. How many 50s have been priced in? A lot more than what we have now. I think like 2 more. But I got something better for you. By the time the Fed hits, let's say in 3 months, if the Fed hits KOD activist chatter, someone in chat posted that, verify it. Yeah, I'm not seeing it on the wire just yet, but I think probably on Twitter, KOD getting some movement. But here it is. So let's say by the time the quantitative tightening is like it reached, you know, like they said, they're going to scale into it every month. It's starting with 15 billion, then they're going to go to like 30 billion, and then they're going to go to 90 billion. And by the time we reach the 90 billion, some people have argued that would have an equivalent. That's equivalent to 3/4 to 1.5% of rate hikes. Does that make sense? So by simply tapering the bonds and kind of the intended effect by pulling money out the system and not reinvesting it, it will have a effect of raising rates more or less. So that's something to keep in mind even in the next 3 months as we get into August, September, especially after Powell said he was going to pause and all that. But if we get to the full tapering, we see the effects in a weird way. It's like an indirect rate cut is more or less how you could view it. God forbid, or God knows whatever else it will do, and that's the big key about it. A lot of people, even to today, no matter what, everybody is just still kind of uneasy. Obviously, we're able to trade today, and the markets are doing their thing, all of that. But at the end of the day, people still don't know what will happen here from the quantitative tightening. And again, begins today. That's the official window. But the first bond maturity and lack of rollover will occur on June 15th. My neighbors are moving their houses on the market. What's the best way to approach them? I mean, talk to them. It's your neighbor. I don't know if you've talked to them before, but you could always let them know. You got to say you have an uncle who would like to move next door to you. Would that be weird if we were neighbors? Would you hang out with me? I thought Josh was high. I had my playback speed on 0.75. That would do it. What's up, guys? So the quantitative tightening is today. CRM is on the high. CRM is crazy, though, man. Damn. I remember, bro, they had like $50 contracts yesterday. When do we hold? I think if you hold it now, you're good. At this point, E-Trade had a little warning today. They said that they might cancel, what's it called? The CRMs only went up 100% on some of those, though. Whack. Some $50 ones went up like 300. But they might cancel orders prior. But you would have to, pretty much, I think if you buy it in the next couple days, but I think if you get like closer to June 5th, June 6th, I don't know how your broker will do it, but I'm pretty sure you could buy up until any moment and get it. That's what the chat has said. KOD. There's that pop. So again, I've not confirmed that yet. Chad was posting it. They said deal reporter. It reminds me of J. Cole. This is what you call a flip. Kodak likely targeted by activist investor, Elliott mentioned. That's what it says on Twitter. So it hasn't hit the wire yet. We'll see, but that one's getting a move. It's already up 10%. I thought it was happening on the 3rd. I just read the 6th on E-Trade today. So E-Trade said depending on your orders, they might cancel it. VIX 24 to 22 come in. We're up 0.5%. Well, hopefully we could get a little bit higher than here. Again, a lot of momentum from the bottom. So I don't know why it would stop here rather than getting to 420, 430. But we got some time. Again, 4 minutes here till some data. And we'll see. As long as there's no major surprises, I think it'll be chill. Banks selling off right now. JP Morgan on the low after leading. It could be kind of the reaction there to bonds, but hard to say this early. Microsoft, Facebook, Apple all at highs. $1.2 trillion companies up 25% in 1 week. Yeah, they returned. I think Amazon had a positive May, even though the market did. I think Amazon's nuts, actually. Disney low key. Someone called that out earlier, actually. Yeah, Disney's going up 2% at 112. Man, Disney almost broke 100. Banks, JP Morgan still on the low. Starbucks. Neo. What's the other one? Disney. There's one. Baba. They're barely holding on. Pinduoduo is doing decent. Ford. They're doing good. Oh, not anymore. The auto companies were doing good. I think we get auto sales. I don't know if they already came out, but they should be possibly by the end of the day. So we will see. Why would Kodak Black be targeted by investors? It's a different one. It's a different Kodak or Kodiak Science. If you were my neighbor, I'd be at your house every day. Let's go, man. If I meet one of your neighbors' houses for sale, I'm down. I'll be there. That's it. You'd be like, hey, my uncle trying to move in. The FBI reportedly linked a 300 million super yacht in Fiji to sanction Russian oligarch. Last 4 earnings, MDB moved more than 10%. I like a cheap put here. Dang, they're already up 10% right now at $200. Mongob. That's actually an interesting one, even looking at their levels there. It looks like they repeated 2020 twice. I thought this was 2020. That's 2021. That's an interesting one. Do they have earnings today? Or is it just moving? Probably on CRM. Earnings are today, tonight, and if it's reacting to CRM, that could be an interesting one. Did you do shoulders? Nah, man. I did chest tries. Bro, I've been going crazy. These new chest workouts, I'm excited. It's good, and I haven't been eating like a fat boy. You should have seen what I was eating when my stomach would die. I'm excited. Bank of Canada hikes by 50. So that's as expected. Bank of Canada warns it could be even more forceful if needed. U.S. May factory rises to 56 from 55. Estimate was 54. ISM employment, that missed expectations. New orders beat. ISM prices paid beat, but that's not good. You don't want that one higher. And then ISM manufacturing did better. Construction spending month over month declined by half of the expectation. So not too bad. I don't know if we're racked in a bank of, what's it called? I don't know if we're racked in a Bank of Canada. And then jobs openings, they revised last one to 300,000 higher. Job openings came in a little bit higher. So people aren't liking that one. Bonds reacting. I didn't think it was too bad. I mean, the employment gauge is the only thing that missed pretty big. They revised construction spending to 0.3. And then prices paid, new orders, and employment. Maybe prices paid going up is the thing tripping people out. But right now, data and Canada banking news, you got a little bit of a candle there. Spice smelted. Watch though. It could get involved. There's just a lot of data that came out there. That's 5 different sets. I think it's mixed. I didn't see anything that was like really bad. So that candle's a little surprising. It's like half of it was good or 3/4 of it was good. The rest was kind of, and if it was bad, I think it was borderline. April construction spending rose 0.5. And then again, Bank of Canada warns it could be more forceful if needed. That's something we got to take into consideration here. Like we said, if you start to see New Zealand and other people take a more aggressive stance, then there'll be a lot. Yeah, it's a lot to digest at once. But again, I mean, we could go down the construction spending, bad, but I don't know how big of an impact that is. Manufacturing did good. Prices paid did bad. New orders did good. ISM employment did bad. And then Jolt's jobs opening was just barely off by 50,000. So it's like half of it was good, half of it was neutral. Apple's hitting a new high. Amazon could be a safe haven, but again, Amazon's been up just in the last 2 days alone. It's up like 8 to 9%. So keep that in mind. TLT reacted to that one pretty big. Apple's on the high. WTI, not oil, but the stock. Nothing is good. I know. I've been having this talk. I think it was Lending Tips he was trying to tell me, he was like, how is it? He's like, this is worse than 2008. All the data. Because I'm like, it's still relatively chill, even though a lot of data points aren't there. But it's like, I mean, a lot of data isn't good if you look at this straight data. I could definitely agree with that. Just a matter of them. It's how the market is taking it. To a degree, it's like I was like, I think it would have to get a lot worse for you to actually get people to like react. My mind until the JPEGs and the Bitcoin, unless that goes to zero, I don't think people are going to react a certain way to some of the data. And as long as people, as long as the job situation, because I remember back in the day, a minimum wage job was highly coveted when you were going through a hiring crunch. So, but we'll see. But I mean, for the most part, a lot of the data is very near contraction. So like ISM employment is 4 points away from a technical contraction. So again, you look at the Richmond Fed, the Dallas Fed that we got yesterday, a lot of the manufacturing activity is abysmal. So, and that's worse since '08. A lot of the hard data is actually worse since then, but it's just playing out a little different, more or less. Watching tech if it gives up. Yeah, so we'll see again. Big data dump, Bank of Canada right there. And we'll see what happens. Tech is still leading 1.5. Energy's only up 1.4. Discretionary's up 0.8. And industrials, utilities, financials all went red still. I was in your dream. I hope it was a good dream and not a nightmare. Next Fed hike is going to be June 16th. We're the meme of that dog in the burning house saying everything is fine. I think borderline, but it's just, I don't know how to explain it. It's like people are still comfortable. That's what I'm trying to like explain about it, where it's like, we're comfortable with a lot too. So it's like, I feel like you would have to really watch some abysmal shit to happen, more or less. Higher jobs market. There was only 50,000 more. It wasn't too bad. But the ISM employment gauge, that one's not good. So ISM employment was actually contracting or almost to full. That one actually missed pretty big. Pretty much the ISM employment is now lower than where it was in August 2021. So there it is. You're selling off there from the data. Diamond, best downturn preparation is conservative balance sheet. Amen. I don't know, Biden. We're going to get Bullard and a couple other Fed speakers today. That's about it. Next stop, 3,600.
We believe by the end of the year, it'll be up 11.
All right, they're talking about the gauges. I'm going to go pee.
That we're at the peak of growth.
Follow me on Instagram.
We'll have
I love you.
Slow come down, not even 100 basis points here, but we'll come down slightly as we close on the year, which means that we're moving more towards equilibrium. I think it's I think this is a really strong month at this point in our 24-month manufacturing expansion cycle. It's really positive. As I've mentioned before, our typical cycles are about 34 months. I feel that this one will be longer if the Fed doesn't do something on the interest rate side next year that could slow it down faster. But I think we're in a great trajectory here. There's still a lot of demand out there. Supply chain is getting better, and you can see it with some of the sub-indexes. We're still struggling with conversion, and that's primarily due to labor issues on the factory floor, which is driven really by the quits area.
Hey, Tim, maybe an unfair question, but if the Fed looks at this number, is this the kind of number where they're like, okay, great, economy's good enough, but demand's too strong still. We're going to have to hike a lot more than just 250 basis point hikes over the next few months.
Well, I can't speak for them, but sitting at 1% federal funds rate is still really low. I mean, it's a long way to go towards what is equilibrium. So I don't think that they would be disappointed in this number. It doesn't feel like it's an overheating number, and it doesn't feel like it's collapsing towards the 50 level. So, I mean, if we ran 55 to 58 for the next 6 to 9 months, that would be really good. I mean, every 2.5 points here in the PMI is approximately 8 to 10% improvement month over month. So, we're doing, much better than April.
Timothy, thanks very much for joining us. Good to speak to you. Timothy Fiore, Chair for the ISM Manufacturing Business Survey Committee. Let's get to some other breaking news we've had just in the last few minutes, and that comes to us from Bank of Canada. Of course, we're monitoring rate hikes across the globe, as that seems to be the dominant narrative, not in China, of course, but many other places. Bank of Canada hikes key policy rates by 50 basis points to 1.5%. They're warning, another red headline tells me that the bank...
Hike it, Tesla selling. Who's shooting at Tesla? I mean, everything right there since the data in Canada has been going down. I didn't think it was too bad. I think we'll give it a little bit more time here and find out. But again, any data, we have just been very, very sensitive towards it. JP Morgan, negative rates was a huge mistake. Fiscal stimulation is still in the pocketbook of consumers. Come on, JP, Diamond. Bro, Morgan, was it Morgan? No, it was Morgan Stanley that went crazy today on all the downgrades. JP Morgan selling off too. The Qs are going up. TLT has now hit the low. So again, if TLT goes negative, remember the day that it had yesterday. Even oil dropped about $1 from the highs right there. Disney flipped on that news. The speeches. There's a schedule. You could even go to Trading Economics, and there's a nice calendar with all the economic data and Fed speeches and everything else. Trading Economics, we use it very good for, what's it called? We use it a lot for just everything. You could even get good economic data. It's very, very good. Currency, just go to calendar and you'll see everything. Speeches, again, JOLTS jobs opening, everything else we've been looking at. And it should even tell you the expectation to consensus. That's the expectation. You got some imposters trying to get your social and shit. Yeah, man, watch out for the fakes, bro. They're crazy. Glad you didn't fall for it. Report them. That's the best way. We get most of them taken down, but I'm telling you, they have like 100 of them. They got operations. Diamond on the economy. You better brace yourself. Come on, Jamie. The hell, Jamie? This guy, look at, we should have gave him his bonus or something. This guy, oh, chill, bro. Yeah, everyone got that headline. That was a crazy headline. You better brace yourself, son. Okay, I don't know. Okta earnings. They have earnings. Who else was there today? I like that MDB one, the Mondingo. What is it? Mondagob? Cat. That could be good. Oh, RH is today too. Mongob. Sounds like, is that like a new religion? Mongob. Yeah, MongoDB, that's what it is. That one could move big. I think that one's going to be interesting. I wonder the pricing, though. That will be the issue. Yeah, Caterpillar's going to be decent. But, they will be relative to economic data. Manufacturing, all of that stuff. That's where it gets interesting. And then China, too. HPQ, that ended up flipping. Let's see, CRM. CRM still holding up nice, 13%. Microsoft, Tesla, all the tech flipped now. Tech is only up 0.3, but SPY and Dow are now red on the day. Yeah, tech is only up 0.86. Consumer discretionary is about to flip there. So if Amazon turns around, that's it. Amazon's still up 2%, though. That's crazy. We can't even bounce. So we'll wait till you get some of the Fed speakers today. Again, John Williams is going to come on here in, I think, like 45 minutes. And then an hour and a half after that, it'll be Bullard. So we'll see. But right now, this is reacting to the data. I mean, 2 data points weren't bad. The other 2 were good, and then 1 was kind of neutral, but we're reacting. And then Bank of Canada, they said they'll be more aggressive. I think that's bigger than the actual rate hike because, again, that's kind of been the messaging of other central banks besides the U.S., so we will see. I'd watch. I think Amazon will determine a lot of the consumer stocks, even if they're not already down. Again, airlines, even after good guidance, they're already clapped. Let's see. Yeah, Macy's, Nordstrom's, Walmart's even down. Bonds are now red again after a day like yesterday. That's crazy. John Williams, the composer. Nah, the Fed, one of the Fed members. I don't know. John Williams, I don't think he's Dallas. Is he? He might be New York. Good guy. John Williams, good guy. TLT down 0.06. SPY down a quarter. NASDAQ still up a quarter. Banks selling off even more. Again, I don't know if JP Morgan's comments are helping. JP Diamond. Chip makers might flip. 409 is going daily. Chip makers are kind of holding. AMD still positive. NVIDIA is going down, but it's still up by a quarter. SPY at 412. We just had economic data. I mean, it looks like we're selling off, but just keep in mind, I mean, you are no lower than yesterday, and you pull this out. So, I mean, any downside until we start breaking levels and it starts looking really ugly, I would just chalk this up to normal movement. Again, you're reacting to the data, but you're not reacting too hard. Again, the candle it was like what, 2-point candle maybe? Kind of looks crazy, but then you see how it's played out. It's not too much. Microsoft, and they're all still up 1% though. They still got good cushion. 409. I think we need a break 408, 407 for this to kind of be worrisome. But that's like what at this point? What 4 or 5 points? Yeah, Yellen said she was wrong today. Just on inflation, though. You know what I'm saying? So shout out the global tax plan. It's good. It's good. Yellen. It sucks. We didn't, technically speaking, we haven't got any updates from what came out of the meeting besides what you heard from the White House yesterday, like with Brian Deese. That was the only other thing we got. SPY going down 411.44. To give you context, the low of the day yesterday was 410. So we'll see what happens. That's like the first warning level, and we'll go from there. And then if big tech goes negative, again, Apple is only 0.5%. I think Amazon has a lot of strength, and if that goes red, that is going to hurt a lot of the discretionary stocks. And is oil still clapped? It's up, but it got clapped from the earlier run up. It got clapped with the market. ISM wasn't bad. 2 data points were good. 2 were bad. 1 was neutral. That's my interpretation. And then the Canada stuff. So there's a lot to digest here. I would give it a little bit more time, but that's why it's like I don't think this is too fast. However, we are down about 3.7 points since the news came out about 15 minutes ago. I love y'all. Everyone gets blessed today. Man, only the meek. God bless you, man. Hope you've been doing good. Apple. Tesla's already going down. I'm just going to keep Amazon up here. Bonds are finally bouncing. That's good. Again, bonds going a little bit lower, especially with the official open window of QE or QT. Could get a little bit worrisome. 410.80. So, again, 410.10. Thinking it's more Canada than... Well, I think the data is important. I mean, some of them went down. Like, there's some that... Like, prices paid went up. So, that's not good. And then the other one that went down was employment. So, like... 2 of the things, like we've had really bad manufacturing data over the last week and yesterday, and that wasn't good. And then now on the other side of the coin is like the prices paid that went higher than expected. That means higher inflation. And then employment is gone down by like 3 points, and that missed too. So it's kind of, those 2 points now, we didn't really get bad data sets. So that could probably be causing more. And then just this overall global outlook on rates, that's where Canada steps in. But then again, the other stuff wasn't too bad. Like manufacturing beat, and so did the new orders, which was great. But we'll see how it holds. But I think it was negative neutral or neutral leaning negative more or less. Rally on QT. The thing is, quantitative tightening. Again, that the window is open today, but the first bond rollover now is going to be June 15th. Everything did just go red. NASDAQ is now red, down by 0.10. The tech as an industry still up 0.34. Communications are still up a third, and then energy is only up 0.83. So little mini bounce again. We never 410.10 was the low of yesterday. We were like just above a point or under a point from there. Yeah, Baba, I think China stocks are selling out here right now. K-Web on the low, UVXY on the high. Mongoob. What due to ISM? A lot of ISM manufacturing, and then Canada announced a 50 basis point rate hike and said that they may even be more aggressive. So it's good they didn't go 0.75, but as we get into the next Fed meetings, if we like we said yesterday with like even New Zealand, if we start watching the rest of the world get more aggressive, I mean that's just showing that global inflation is a problem just as much as it is domestically here. So we're going down again. That bounce is not lasting. 410.80 or 410.70 right now. Oh wow, MGB is expensive. CPI is going to be next week. Yellen to speak at June 8th Biden budget proposal. Wow. JP Diamond next year NII will be a nice kicker for US. What does that mean? I don't know. Is he going to start speaking cryptic like what if JP Diamond keep talking like Michael Burry, bro? Yesterday started, we hit 410 and bounced. Yeah, pretty much. For you, we just sold off a lot quicker in the morning, I'd say. But yeah, this one looks a little different, but you could kind of see it playing out. We'll find out. If that happens, it'll turn to a slow day. Otherwise, we'll see. I mean, give it a couple of Fed speakers. We'll see what happens. I wish we could get more updates, and hopefully we do. Maybe they slip up and say something about it, but of what happened yesterday. TNXP on the high. TNXP, Tonic Pharmaceuticals. Uh, 10:17, 3 minutes ago. CEO on the pursuit of new monkeypox and COVID vaccines. So I think they're trying to get into monkeypox. But it was already up 30% before that. They got a patent on the company, and it covers the main component of a vaccine. The shot may be able to protect people from monkeypox. Yeah, so they have a patent. TNXP. And buyback, they may be able to. No options. Could go for shares, but it's interesting. What's wrong with job data? The ISM employment gauge came in low, and that's the lowest since August 2021. And then that starts getting you into the August 2021 levels, starts, looking low compared to 2020. So the employment gauge isn't good and then prices paid went up. So if there's anything like if you really want to be bearish about the data, and again, the market may just be paranoid and that could happen, is that literally prices paid is going up and prices paid are still higher. While now the thing about employment, I mean, you got to realize, you listened to the White House yesterday. What was that dude saying the whole time? It's a unique situation. We have a historically strong employment. If prices go high, employment goes down, we're going to have a problem there. So that could be the real negative read on the data. And then again, you throw the cherry on top with Canada. But for the most part, that would be the worst of all of today. But then some of the other stuff like manufacturing came in good, but a lot of the other manufacturing data we got over the last few weeks was negative. So, how much weight are you going to give to a positive print on that? And then the new orders, same logic. Say we're doing everything we can without saying what they're doing. Well, that's the thing. You're not the only person who noticed that. And I was pretty surprised. But a lot of people, like I'm telling you, a lot of financial commentary yesterday, they were saying that whole Powell meeting was so Biden can blame it all on Powell. That's it. If you really look at the rhetoric and all of that, and they're saying, even the op-ed, the whole, the last 48 hours, Biden is making it a very big point that he's not interfering with the Fed. He's going to let the Fed do whatever they want. They're doing all of this, but a lot of people are saying it gives the impression that if anything messes up, they're just going to blame it on Powell, more or less. They do keep saying he's independent, yes, and they're contrasting it with the predecessor. But it's like, again, there's been a lot of even from Nixon all the way down. There's an interesting history of the Fed, of how the governments have pressured the Fed. But in this case, I was surprised though. I didn't think it's like you could have assumed that, but a lot of people picked up on that, where they're just saying it's all Powell. This is all just blaming Powell. At the end of the day, this puts Powell in the position to have all of the blame fall on him. Almost, yeah. Yesterday's low is 410.10. So we're at 411. Will we see 3,000, 3,500? That depends what happens by September, as we get towards the end of summer. I mean, I agree with it. I could definitely think I could agree with it. I thought more people would be a little hesitant, but, we live in an environment. I mean, you'll get fired if you say ESG is a hoax. So it's, more or less, I was surprised the broader media picked up on that, and I could agree with it. Negative weekend bound. We're breaking a little bit of that low here. We didn't break so far. So watch how this turns around. And then TNXP, if you're going to go for that, they got the patent FDA stuff. How gold reacted, I don't remember actually. I think gold went up for a little bit, but gold it has its limitations in these moments. Usually it happens afterwards. Can I even get a 15-year chart? So SPY going down, 410.30 again. 410.10 is the low. Yeah, 2018. Yeah, it reacted, but it dropped the year before. So leading into it was up, and then it dropped, and then it just came back up. So like that's the sad part, is that that's probably what will happen, is that it might just if let's say the rest of the year gets awful and 2018 plays out, I wouldn't be surprised to see gold hit the top, come back down a little bit, and then maybe into the next year, like in another quarter of things getting bad, then gold could continue to hit a high. GOPers want Janet Yellen gone after admission she was wrong on inflation. But then, I mean, Powell admitted the same thing, to be fair, but but Powell didn't make a lot of other claims. That's the only difference. There was a lot more. Yellen has had a lot of ideas. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It's like, if she was wrong on that one, I know it's a logical fallacy to assume, but I'm just saying, she had a lot of ideas, bro. She had a lot of ideas. Yellen was crazy, bro. She's ambitious. But we like, she got, y'all don't remember the unrealized capital gains. Unrealized capital gains. Like that one, I think I could start and end with unrealized capital gains, and then we'll just stop there. Y'all really forgot about that. Y'all really forgot about that. Oh man. It's okay. That's what I'm saying. I think everything. That was my argument there with lending tips on it, where I was like, dude, that's why people, we haven't hit a real point of like max fear, just because we just I don't know. It's like we brush things off so very quickly in today's society. I don't know, like there's things haven't been bad enough to call for any level of accountability, more or less. When it comes down to it, it's like we just go to the next thing, and that's why there's not as much fear as you would think. And then again, apparently today, that was the statistics: 50% of millennials making $250,000 a year are said to be living paycheck to paycheck, and then a third of Americans at any age making $250,000 a year are living paycheck to paycheck. So that's already a bad number, but I still don't think it's I think that's kind of the start, but it's still not that bad. You got to save? You didn't save 10%. Save 10%. That's how we do it. And prices are up. I mean, prices are up, and if you want a certain lifestyle, you guys could act surprised, but is that not what happened in the richest man of Babylon? 4-10-10 and bounce. So we'll see if this ends up working. Y'all don't remember richest man of Babylon? Again, as the income would rise, so would thy expenditures. What did he say? You must put a knife to the throat of your spending, get a budget. It happens. This has always happened. Again, you could be a doctor and you get out of med school, you start making $250,000. Some people are like, okay, I need to get a nice car, I need to get an office, I need to live here. It happens all the time. So it's, as much as it sounds a certain way, I mean, this is literally in the book we recommend every single day. So that's why, control thy expenditures. Control thy expenditures. I save every week. Amen. If you're a Chad, you should be saving minimum every month. If you're really in that long term, you should be saving 10. And then if you want to gamble with options, maybe 20%. You know what I'm saying? So it's good. It's good. If you could live on 10 coins, how hard would it be to live on 9? The phenomena, you will see that you have just been able to manage with the same amount, even with less. One side hustle goes straight to the long term. Amen. And honestly, I hope you guys see, regardless, you still got your long term. You still own assets regardless of how the market looks. But just keep that in mind. You will really separate yourself in your wealth, especially to your peers, simply by saving and making sure that you are controlling how you are spending and all of that. it goes a very, very long way as far as building wealth is. Because again, if somebody says they're living paycheck to paycheck, that slows down the amount of time to build wealth, to save, to put it towards assets, to put it towards real estate, so on and so forth. So keep it up, you guys. Keep it up and keep saving, especially at these markets. Control your budget. Outside of life in the markets, I mean, it will give you a lot of staying power and stamina. Mm-mm. 410.18. So that bounce at 410.10 didn't last. Amazon now is flushing through. It's still up 1.5, but I would use Amazon as a very good leading indicator here. Or if you're going to see any more weakness, tech is still up as an industry, but once tech is only up 0.15, so is communications. After that, only energy will be green. Real estate's down 1.9 and financials. So in a weird way, interest rate sensitive is down today the worst. And then consumer staples are actually getting clapped. And then discretionaries are now down 0.5%. I'm just going based off the lows of yesterday. We're just going off of the ranges that we're based off of. I'm using a simple gap up point where we are, like I said, 408, 407. If we break below there, then we get worried. Otherwise, I mean, we still got a ton of cushion. I don't know. A ton is probably a hyperbole. I'm not using hyperbole. I mean it. It's just a cushion. I mean it when I say it's not hyperbole. It's there. But if we go below there, probably wouldn't be good. And we'll see what happens. I'm surprised. I thought we had a little bit more juice to get us to maybe like 420. So we'll see. But again, data, and then we'll see if the Fed could turn anything around. Don't realize Ramsey. Read his book, and it doesn't make people realize their expenses, but it doesn't teach you how to become wealthy. Oh, it's just like Richest Man in Babylon. When he teaches them just simply about saving and expenses, he says, I cheat you not. You know, again, don't be cheated by the advice. You may, if you only view it like that, you may think that, it was that you're getting cheated and that you're not really learning something, but you are. Again, just being able to save and control expenditures, that was enough to turn the farmer into a banker. I'm telling, it's the same thing, but it may not sound like it, but literally, you can build wealth by saving money and controlling your expenditures. Promise you, without a doubt. Even if I did not get into Bitcoin and stocks and other things and real estate, by doing that with every dollar I've touched over my lifetime, especially if I did it from day one and I really controlled what I was spending, controlled my desires, and bought certain things and managed to save, you will build wealth. And again, even if you did that and then put it into one thing that could get you a small amount of money, you'd be surprised. But I feel you. But a lot of people will think that, and that's why I'm saying, don't underestimate the power of it. Don't underestimate the power of compounding. Again, even the long term, with a couple of dividend stocks, you would be surprised what could happen over enough time. Again, every dollar you touch, you save it and you set some aside, it will go a long, long way. 409.47. So now we got a point of cushion. Just watch out if we break 408 flat. That's really the level going into the 407s. And those things which we exerted our best endeavors, we succeeded. Amen. How much the Fed is going to start with, I believe, 15 billion. Then they're going to go to 30 billion. Then I think they're going to go to 90 billion. I don't know if they're going to stop at 60 or something, but that's the plan for the tapering. But even though it begins today, tomorrow, June 15th, that is the first big maturity. And then Amazon is selling off a little bit. Abivai, positive results from phase 3 on Rinvoq. So we talked about that the other day. It's supposed to come out, and that's it. But I don't think we're getting a reaction yet. Diamond on Apple's financial products. That's a bank. Unrealized capital gains. He said, Chad, are you reducing your balance sheet? Because you're looking like a QT. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Musk deal is still in the works with Twitter. That it looks like it's going as planned. That was a Twitch comment. It's a good one. I like it. Like, what's the play? Biden's gone after every industry. Well, I don't think it matters about that. It's more or less. I mean, it's a humbling moment. Everything got clapped. No matter what asset class you were in, unless you full ported oil at the beginning of the year, and even before that, you got absolutely destroyed. Or in the sense that everything got a haircut. So right now, this is what a bear market is. This is volatility, market breadth. A majority of names are trading below their highs. They're trading below certain levels. So it's everything is getting hit by it. And that's why until we get, data or the macro or even micro environment to smooth things out, you're gonna watch reactions like this more or less. Should just rip the Band-Aid off. In a weird way, I think the Band-Aid was I think we've ripped off one Band-Aid. I think that's the problem. When you really think about it, like, I know everyone's like, just get it over with. Why is the market doing this? But I'm like, I don't know. It feels like they did rip off a Band-Aid. I just think there's more than one. There's inflation, and there's the general economic activity and all of that going on. And I think those two things alone have a big effect. And then you got to rip off the debt one. And there's just so many different things. So a little bit, we dropped right below the 410, hit 409. Kind of went below a point. We got to cast on. There's layers to the injury. I agree. I just don't think it's. I think we've dealt with a lot, bro. The last 5-6 months have been insane. Again, if this week ends negative, we've only had one positive week since March. Let me show you the pretty picture again. I don't think y'all feel me on this. This is one of the craziest charts. I showed it the other day on the watch list. This chart blows my mind. Do you see this chart? That's March. So this is all the indexes, the Dow, the SPY, everything just going positive, right? You haven't had a positive week since March. So every other week, like these ones here, but most of them, you had at least one index after the next just started slipping. Even if one did good, it's like, bro, that's a drought. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't even talking wheat and corn and agriculture. Like, this is a drought. So it's been, again, if this week doesn't end up positive, it's still looking pretty abysmal. Again, even China's stocks. China's stocks had their first positive month since October. So just factor that one in. At least we got robbed in October because they still let things hit highs like Coinbase. But just think about that. October. Volume, what time is 7:41, hour 15. Volume's same pace as yesterday, a little lower. So we'll see. But that's what's been happening. Volume's been coming in and then it slows down. TNXP is up another 20%. They said we would allow Russia exports of wheat. They've been saying that, and even with Russia, the kind of prevailing narrative there is that they don't know if they believe it or not. But even like the EU and other people, they have been doing a lot of stuff to get the wheat out of there and get the wheat out of Ukraine and all that. Pay the like ratio. What about the love ratio? You could like the video, but are you happy for me? SIGA are good for day trading, but look at the daily. It's a scam. They do press releases. Yeah, I mean, they've been doing that since like 2005, bro. Even like 1990. It's something, but sometimes it hits again, and sometimes they could hold up a little bit better. And then in this day and age, it's always a great day trading opportunity if you're willing to go for it. That's why most of the time I don't really go for them. It's not really my game. But sometimes, I mean, it depends. It's like a casino. It's like if you wanted to play this one, you could do it. ABC Amateurs Borgen or Amateurs Bergen. They're down what, 5%? ECB negative rates expected to end in third quarter. Amerisource. Nothing's coming up. SIGA is monkeypox too. SIGA and then also TNX MP or whatever. The market dropped because ISM numbers are bullish. Two numbers were good, but like we said, if you were really wanted, especially if you're more paranoid than not about the economy and there's still more lingering fear, the two bad things was employment and prices paid on the ISM. So the employment gauge dropped while the ISM prices paid is going up. So those were the bad things, and that could be that could be more worse than not if you wanted to view it. And then the things that did good for manufacturing, we've had bad manufacturing data sets, so it's not really as hot, or it's harder to read it as positive when the other sets have been bad. So U.S. stocks decline amid inflation focus. Bonds extend losses amid rate hike wagers. Oil adds to rising price pressures of OPEC. U.S. equities started month off with modest losses, following a turbulent May for the market was marked by debate over how much monetary policy tightening may be needed to fight inflation. S&P fell 0.5, led lower by real estate a day after the benchmark ended last month. Where it started, the yield on the 10-year spiked higher as traders raised bets on the Federal Reserve. Meanwhile, oil rose ahead of OPEC. Concerned central bank hikes may include a recession are keeping investors guessing on the outlook for the economy. Citi gave a down group. They're not even talking about the ISM so far. If anything, Canada. Maybe we'll let me get an update on that one. That could be just from the morning. So Canada not only raised benchmark by half, but delivered a very hawkish statement that indicates they're prepared to go faster and move rates higher than what policymakers have been hinting at up until now. SIGA going. TNXP still rocketing too. Yeah, SIGA's back up there, 3%. SPY even coming down a little bit. Price a barrel of oil. So you could check on trading economics, because this is one thing I think some people have been getting confused. I've been looking at the futures, right? So when I pull up the futures, it's going to actually show you a different price than not, but you could check it. Well, let's see. Canada, dollar spike hurt in the euro. U.S. data suggests economy could handle a hawkish Fed. Factory gauge was better than expected and it could handle less liquidity and higher rates. So a lot of people are focusing on the positive ISM on the manufacturing. So in a weird way, I would say it was the data, but a lot of people are kind of chalking this up to Canada. They're saying because Canada that was new, pretty much, a new outlook that was very, very hawkish. High gas prices have always crashed the market. They do correlate. What do they say? They say that high like oil doesn't necessarily mean the market will crash, but there's always been a crash that was preceded with high oil, if that makes sense. So it's not as if it's the cause, but usually, it's definitely a feature prior to any big decline. Atlantic hurricane season. Hurricane Alice, 60% chance of forming and hitting Florida. You think we'll see gas shortages? It really just depends on how crazy it gets until it really actually gets bad. I mean, that's, again, even with my debate, like the fact that people have been able to even weather the current gas prices, I think it says something to the extent of pain that could be endured. But I don't know. I think the price would go extremely high. It just depends on policy and everything else. And then not to mention supply of how it gets. There's both supply of the oil and then the refiners as that relates to, and that relates even down to employment. It could get a little bit wonky. But, I mean, do you want me to say it? I'll say it. Well, this is kind of tinfoil. Not really. I don't think so. I mean, remember last time I told you I said it was going to make you guys mad if I said $10 a gallon gas. But it's like at this point, I don't even know. I think gas would have to even go to like $15, even $20 a gallon for people to react. I don't know if that's even possible. But I feel at this level, that's where it's like it would be a slow burn up, or you keep these high prices for a very, very long time. But no, I like even $15-$20 would be some. But that's where to the point, like if we did have shortages or people reacting. But at that point, I think they would implement controls that would probably, lead it to a certain level. It's already affecting people. I agree with that, but you're not getting total, like, to the point where, like, motherfuckers stop lying. $20 a gallon will bring the truth out, more or less. $20 a gallon will now, it will be a lot harder to justify it. Like, and that's what I'm saying. It's like you would have to have a lot more economic pain before things actually get, like, a real change in reaction, more or less. New York diesel to 653. I've seen some crazy ones. 1970s odd even days, yeah. But that again, they had price controls, so we'll see how that ends up factoring into it all. Yeah, even though oil's been doing a lot, the gasoline futures have still been climbing. Oh my gosh, and Bradley Frizzle and the peach is still climbing. Oh man, it doesn't matter. Oh my gosh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, halfway through the week. Oh, and you've been filled with the peach every single day. Oh my gosh, this is a blessing. This is glorious. Oh, no, my Bradley, thank you. Oh, you've been peached. You've been peached. Are you ready for this, though? Are you ready for this one? Okay, it gets pretty crazy. Okay, it would get pretty crazy. This is already crazy. In the UK, parents are protesting against the peach emoji because they say the meaning has turned sexual. Okay, so we've never had a sexual meaning about it here. I hope you know that, Chad. But apparently the peach is being fought in other countries. Yes, they are fighting it. Yeah, just sad. They're trying to stop Bradley Frizzle's legacy. They need to know that the peach has brought joy to many. That's it. It's crazy. It's a real protest. Go look it up. They don't feel you, Frizzle. Yeah, they don't feel you. I know, right? It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, everybody, you guys have astutely noted the eggplant is next. 100%. 100%. Stock index goes up when WTI goes up. Well, again, I think the real showdown is going to probably happen around September. We're going to find out what happens through the next rate hikes and then now, again, quantitative tightening. But that's it. And really, my whole thing I'm trying to say, I had this discussion yesterday, and I think a lot of you could probably relate to it. It's like, in a weird way, with like all of this stuff going, it's like there seems to be so many things going on. But if you look at it, it's like things are still, quote unquote, relatively normal. I mean, my point I'm saying with it is that until like things would just have to really, really get bad. We need a bankruptcy. You would need a whole nother level of pain that spreads throughout the whole entire economy before you even get like a change. Because that's why everyone's like, how come it hasn't crashed yet? How come people aren't reacting? We're dealing with this and people are still like this. And it's like, how come? And I just think that the pain is somewhat bearable, more or less. Levi's halted. Why is Levi's halted? Ford says Ford EVs better be at 8% EBITDA margin. We would have to go back to 08 to see the difference. But some people would argue this is worse than 08. That's why some people are confused. That's why some people are like, this makes no sense. Like, there's like literally in 2008, the price of food wasn't this expensive. The price of a lot of things were, granted, the job market is way better, and that's what my point is to a lot of it. Again, like you didn't have, literally in the last 2 years, you've had people dying. You've had diseases, you've had food shortages, global conflict. Like, you could go down the list of all the stuff people have dealt with and then go compare that to 08 and some of the other stuff. But it's a different, again, that's where it's just like all there is what? More paper dollars printed. We are new ground, we adapt. I mean, I agree. I personally just don't think, even though we could look at some numbers compared to 08, I think it would just have to get a lot worse to get a 08 reaction. Yes, and meanwhile the markets are, this is fine. That's the point. That's the argument more or less that people are having. They're like, it doesn't make sense to some people, where I'm just saying the scope of pain, I don't think it's been felt, and I just don't think it's there yet. We haven't hit max pain as far as an economy and consumer is concerned. It's like it's more like the 70s, I think, is the best way to put it. And even then, 70s was crazy if you think about it. Like, it was just, I think it's similar social too. Mulan. Again, that one's been called out all day. %. It's going. It's hitting another high. We bounced there off that 409. We didn't go below the 408, which would have been bad. Yeah, exactly. You hear the complaints, but people are still living normal. People are, the weekends are packed. People still have fun. People still go to shows. A lot of things are just still relatively, and that's a small anecdote, but yeah, and that's why let's see by August, September. And again, as things develop, depending on the time, even 12 months from now, What if we get range bound for 400s? Not, I don't think for the next 6 months. Again, with 400's a wide range, right? You know, the high was 480. So, like, I don't know what size it would be, but I doubt we would stay between 430 and 400 for 6 months. That'd be crazy. We'll find out, though. Again, by August, September, you're going to get a big reaction. Simply, like, that's literally after the last Fed meeting. That's what Powell said. You know, Powell is foul. Powell has really primed the market for that in the future. You know, that, hey, we're going to front load, see what happens from here. By that point, you'll be full-fledged quantitative tightening. And then from there, you know, that maybe we see the fireworks, but who knows? Yeah, and you're going to have earnings, too, in July. But even, I mean, August, September, by that point, we'll even see China. We'll see the Fed. We'll see the rest of the global economies. And then we'll have an idea. And then we'll see if anybody even goes bankrupt by then. JP Diamond's stormy comments offer quite the contrast. What a difference a few days makes. Last week, JP Morgan said the U.S. most prominent banker offered bullish remarks on the economy. He even said credit looks really good. We've never seen it this good. He called the economy strong. Today, they shed as much as 1.9 after a series of warnings from Diamond in which he compared the economy to a hurricane. Last week, JP Diamond said it was a storm. I think I have a screenshot of that. That is funny, actually. Yeah. Remember they gave the guidance and then the banks did good and where's the quote? Right here. He says storm clouds may dissipate. This is on May 23rd. And then 1 week later, this guy, he literally just dipped out to the Hamptons. And then he's like, yeah, bro, it's a hurricane. It's crazy. Russia and failure to pay credit event, swap panel says. That could be big news. See how any bonds react to that. I said it may dissipate, but it ain't it's just hurricane today, did. Russia and failure to pay credit event, swap panel says. Not yet. I don't think they've even had a technical default just yet. But I'm sure that means they're close to it rather than not. Oh, we have a video. You guys want to hear it? I think this is today. Spoke Wednesday on the Outlook. Yeah, here. You guys want to listen? 23 seconds.
It's a hurricane. Right now it's kind of sunny. Things are doing fine. You know, everyone thinks the Fed can handle this. That hurricane is right out there down the road coming our way. We just don't know if it's a minor one or Superstorm Sandy or Sandy or Andrew or something like that. And it's you better brace yourself.
Okay. I guess it didn't sound as bad. I feel like the headline sounded worse. He did say it could be a small one, but he did say it's a hurricane. Brace yourself. Hurricane Andrew was in 1993. So there it is. We're coming back down. Didn't even make it back up to VWAP. Apple's coming down too. Let's take a look at Amazonian. That TNXP is still up a decent amount. Still 20% since we saw it last. Put Tesla. I'm trading. I think a lot of you guys are trading Tesla today. I did not add to SNAP. Not quite yet. We have our deposit, but I'm not using it. I'm going to give it a little bit more time. Let's let some quantitative tightening factor in. I probably will make my purchase around the 15th, maybe after the Fed meeting. Will probably be the best time to make the long term. Or if some things come down, again, because right now a lot of things are like give or take within a couple of percentage points since the May 9th purchase that we made. I do like Starbucks, though, but again, it's still up a little bit considering. Levi aims to expand direct-to-consumer to 55% of total revenue, e-commerce tripling by 2027. Tell Uncle stop ducking you. I don't know what that means, but we love you. But you'll still get clapped with quantitative tightening. So please be respectful and positive. Yes, we do have merchandise. Amen. Oh, dude, it's crazy. We got great merchandise. PHILO today, if you could handle it. If you could handle it. If the market's out, I got a good PHILO, actually. I got an excited PHILO. I got a PHILO. I was really excited about it. You want to shoot the fade with Uncle? Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. I'm going to ban you, though. Okay, that's why I said we're not beefing with anybody anymore. We're just going to ignore you. Okay, you could find beef on Reddit. If you're looking for the drama, you can find it on other places on YouTube. You can find it anywhere on the internet. But here, unfortunately, we're just gonna have to ignore it and continue on with the long term. Amen. Amen. Beef and Beyond. Beyond's great. It's good. It's great. We had a great talk about it. I was craving Beyond Meat all day. I want to try it. Every time I talk about it, I'm like, I forgot how the fake one tastes. I want to try it. I'm going to give you a warning. Bad financial decisions. I'm going to time those out too. So, I just, no room for it. The Chattadonian beef shortage. Honestly, that's just what it is right now. We are just, we are at a beef shortage. I think it makes a lot of sense. Supply chain, all of that. We have no room for beef anymore. I'll let you know when it's back in stock for sure. I'll let you know when it's back in stock. Added some to the long term. Amen. I was listening. There's a guy this morning, and they were talking about it, about how, best idea is to stay fully invested. That was their fund strategy. That's what they were talking about, and they were just going over the fact of, always allocating in the sense that if you think it's cheap now, buy it. If it gets cheap, and then if it gets even cheaper, buy again. And it's just more along the lines of not trying to time the market too much. So, I mean, at this point, the long term, like I said, I'm quite optimistic for it, more or less, believe it or not. I'm more optimistic in a weird way. I think in the next year or two, you're probably going to get more upside on stocks now than real estate, and simply because real estate is still at the highs, whereas stocks are now, they're discounted. PEs are coming back to a normal level again. This is like a good and bad sign, bittersweet. I put this on the watch list yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw it, but this is comparing 2001, the return of like the forward PEs, till now. So even though the PEs in the trailing 12-month PE is still pretty high, like it's still, it's getting back to those levels. It's higher than the historical, 16 level. But look how fast this was. Do you guys realize this is April? Y'all don't feel me. Even here, this is like April 2022. It's pretty crazy. We did this in like 3 months, 4 months, or maybe that last 6 that we've dealt with. Whereas 2001, to go from 30 PEs all the way back down to 15, 16, it took about a year and a half. So technically, the bubble, like the PE bubble, or like, again, overvalued bubble, it collapsed faster in the last 6 months than it did in 2001. That this chart is showing you it right off of just, again, price to earnings with a lot of these companies. At one point, .com, they were valuing everything 30 times over. They didn't give a shit if it had .com, all of that. Whereas, and again, that's what we were dealing with, but we've collapsed back to the normal level 3 times faster than what happened in 2001. We did butter. The velocity was just unreal. Lots of Fed. John Williams and Bullard. Biden and Stoltenberg hold news conference. Then Biden joins U.S. Coast Guard change of command. And then Bullard is going to be at 12:50 Eastern. So Bullard's going to be in like an hour, I think.
A global food insecurity challenge and even crisis. Pre-existing conditions.
Does Biden come on?
Who wonders?
It's not even Biden. So I think it was supposed to be Biden. It ended up being, I forgot his name. Who came up? Yeah, you got the Fed beige book today as well, too. Is this a growth company bubble? Well, arguably, a lot of the price to earnings, I mean, they've came down lower now. I mean, things are chilling a little bit. So it's like it's an interesting dynamic. It doesn't mean that it's over. That's the one thing we should say about that. Like, even then, in 2001, like, it wasn't over, and you had a bounce, and then it still got pretty worse leading into 08, 09. But the whole idea is, like, once you start getting back to these levels, you could calm down. So last time it dropped below 20 in 2001, you hit that twice, and it bounced and popped and bounced and popped. So, but it's a good sign, if anything, and it's showing you that a lot of excess has quickly been removed, more or less. But it does not mean it's all out there. Like, you still got diarrhea, if that makes sense. You just don't have a cough, right? Or the temperature, your fever is dropping, but you still have diarrhea. I know, I'm sorry with the poop comments. I think you guys could understand it a little better. And then tech and consumer discretionaries have gone red now. Or no, tech is balancing back and forth. Consumer communications and discretionaries. Only energy and tech are up right now. But tech is just going back and forth. Yeah, P came down. They could still spike. Exactly. So you're gonna get the pops and drops, but it's a good sign though that a lot of valuations have came down, but it just does not mean it's not the end of the line here, unfortunately. ACRA, ACRS, HNP. What's the other one? Amazon, dude. Amazon's been killing it. Fed will struggle to achieve soft landing. Bro, all these bankers today. JP, and then this guy is crazy. See Michael Burry's comments. Which ones? He made a lot, but we've been looking at a lot. Euro markets, not too sure. Let's check. Euro's down about 0.5%. 0.5% on the FTSE. Euro stocks 0.35 negative. Canada down, and then Germany's up, and then China's kind of a mixed bag as well too. Honestly, it didn't move much. JP Morgan is Moody's and S&P in the Big Short. I think Moody's and S&P are still Moody's and S&P. If you zoom out, we're still trending down. Yeah, when you look, this is our 100. This is our year. This is 2022. It honestly looks like the approval rating, to be honest with you. And then it's hanging around there. We bounced up, so we'll see. Yeah, Facebook to Meta on June 9th or whatever. It's going to be so weird. I don't know if I could. I still don't accept it. Does that make sense? Like, you know how weird it's going to be typing in Meta when I should just be typing in Facebook? Yeah, Facebook ticker will no longer be FB. Looks like the Fed raising rates. We raised rates from 2015. So the first rate raise was in 2015, and we didn't do the first rate cut until 2019 or 2018. Market can still go up during rate hikes. Again, I don't know if you remember me saying it. Usually you buy the first rate hike, believe it or not. In this case, buying the first rate hike it did not work out this time around historically. But, you know, Janet Yellen, our girl, this was your first rate hikes around here. So the market was able to actually go up substantially. And then you didn't have your first rate cuts till around, I think it was like 2018, 2019. Is it possible to get to pre-COVID levels? It depends where that. A lot of people have different. Some people think that's 300, 320. I mean, for us to get back to, I don't know if we get back to 210, but maybe again in the 300s. I probably think around there. It's definitely possible. But I do like what's it called? I still like that 380, 360. I mean, hell, we've talked about it for a while. Yellen tried to hike it on Trump. No, I think Yellen, Yellen was just waited. Bro, they did. Remember, they kept rates at zero for about 5 or 6 years. So imagine how we were like, oh, Powell's too late. Imagine if they kept it at zero for 5 or 6 years following a decline. You know, it was amazing that we didn't get inflation back then. But again, the amount of money they issued was just nothing close to what we have now. Levi's resumed. AMD. SPY just dancing at the bottom here. Oh, Levi, remember they said they're going to triple revenue with e-commerce, and they're doing direct-to-consumer sales. Brent's been dancing. Did oil end up coming back up? 409.13. We're slipping, so Levi's did that. Oil's kind of staying pinned, though. I'd watch out for that. Because, again, if energy starts to go down, we're going to be a lot more negative. I mean, tech's already down 0.6. SPY says 0.9. But, again, if energy gets bad, that won't be good. Dolly not forecasting beyond July because more data is needed. There's a little mini flush, and then it's bouncing. Yeah, Levi resumes trading. Dolly will look to see what more needs doing once at neutral. Levi's 750 million buyback also. That's great. we'll see if that holds. I mean, again, any of the consumer stocks with good guidance after being beat down, they've reacted good. But the last couple days, like Nordstrom's and a couple of others, they went down. And those credit default swaps have been rising. O'Neill, we aren't seeing any cracks in U.S. consumer health. Bank of America. I think it's the Bank of America head. Retail banking president, Holly O'Neill. She said credit and debit card spending up 11% so far in May. Customers' unsecured credit is 13% lower than 2019 levels. B of A to offer recurring Zelle payment options soon. And then Dolly wants supply to recover, demand to come down. So Bank of America's own, all the bankers are making comments. Wells Fargo was kind of negative. Bank of America, they sound kind of positive. It's weird. I think the Jamie Dimon comment's the funniest. Literally, on May 23rd, he was like, it's a storm cloud that may dissipate. And then today, he's like, it's a hurricane. Could be a small one, a Hurricane Andrew. Daily sounding hawkish. It seems in line though with everything. Again, it seems like they're all gonna try to front load and say we can't make a decision until we see more data. Again, that August, September, that's gonna be the point, and that's why every data point matters so much from here till then. Because depending on what we see, depending on the Fed, they're probably gonna do 50 basis points all the way until then, and then we're gonna find out what happens there. Dolly says, don't see signs of wage price spiral. She says she hopes inflation is peaked but doesn't want to declare victory. Then she says, may need restrictive territory of supply-demand imbalance. Again, don't underestimate how hawkish the Fed has been lately. Even the last Fed meeting, even last Powell, it was very, very hawkish. So it puts us in an interesting spot. But remember, there was a fig leaf that was offered through that little September pause note. Biden joins U.S. Coast Guard change of command ceremony. SPY hitting a low, 409. Again, one more point now. That's where it starts to get a little bit more dangerous. So literally, once we start getting below 408, then today starts getting a little bit more ugly. I think you could get to 408 and be calm. It'll just literally range us out for the next 3 days. But if we do break below there and it gets worse, that's not going to be pretty. Maybe some of that sell the rally paranoia may come back here today. So watch out for that. Nightscope gets signed contract. I feel like we saw another one on there. Nightscope pushing commercial ads. Where's the China rally? China stocks are up like 8% in the last 3 days. So they've been kind of holding. We're going to see. When does Channing Tatum easing begin? Is that quantitative Channing Tatum? Okay. I feel 408.89 or 91. Fed must remove accommodation, but is also open to data.
for me. Does this mean that Russia is technically now in a default and that
I'm gonna
credit
go pee.
default spreads?
Follow me on Instagram at the Trading
need to be
Fraternity.
paid out.
I
Yes
love
and
you.
no, right? Because basically, I'll tell you what happened. We basically had about 41 billion of CDS notional outstanding by the CDS Determinations Committee ruling this way on a mere $1.9 million in missed coupon just last month. What it means is that you might have a net $3.2 billion payout on the derivatives, on the CDS only. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have a cross default where the country is going to be in default. So they may not have defaulted necessarily, but they kind of defaulted on their CDS obligations. And so that's a pretty big deal, because when $3.2 billion changes hands, Alex, that's a meaningful amount of money, and creditors are not going to long forget that. It's going to be very difficult for Russia to kind of overcome this, and certainly for a lot of the corporates like Severstal, Childpipe, a lot of the corporates which are basic, VTB, for example, which are nearing default as well.
Okay, Damien, just to go through that a little more slowly. So if we were looking for that moment where the CDDC, the Credit Derivatives Determinations Committee, says, yep, that's it, Russia is now in default, we haven't necessarily got there, because what you're saying is that they just haven't included $1.9 million of extra interest in a late bond payment last month. So they did make the payment, but it wasn't enough. Is that what we take away from this?
Again, it's early days, but you're absolutely right. That's my read on it, that they just missed a little bit of accrued interest on that last payment. And so technically they are in default. That triggers the event from the CDS Determinations Committee perspective. So anybody who's holding that, I guess it was at 1.40 billion in notional of Russian sovereign CDS, yeah, they're going to see, once they net that down at the auction, it's going to be about a $3.2 billion payout. At least that's my read into it right now. I mean, again, it's early days.
Yeah.
It just hit the headlines.
Is Russia going to be okay with this? Like, are they going to admit that this was a default of such? And I'm asking because there's been other issues of whether or not they think that they're in default if they haven't paid.
Well, I mean, look, I think the market has long basically been pricing in a default. If you look at CDS, I mean, it was the implied probability of default was something like 98, 99%.
Yeah.
So the market really thought that something like this was happening. They were going to be placed into technical default, either because the U.S. government is forcing them in that direction, which is obviously what everyone is saying, or they just don't want to pay anymore. Their willingness to pay erodes. And so in this instance, yes, I think what's going to really...
Interesting. WTI little pop. Sounds like he's about to cry. He's just passionate, bro. He's passionate. About forcing Russia to default. Again, it's all, the whole idea is to add pressure. I mean, but I mean, you could do it the best with energy, but it's just not there. I mean, again, we haven't seen the Russia headlines really affect things in a couple months. I mean, I think most participants are more worried about, like, obviously it would have an effect if they defaulted, but given the circumstance, I mean, it just seems like the market really cares more about the Fed and this whole global inflation rather than anything else. Market's going to help jobs. People going to go back to work. Well, the employment gauge didn't come in too hot, but we'll see. And that employment data, again, we have non-farms on Friday, and that will be a big one. But we'll pretty much see by then, because depending on the jobs data, that could be some of that data-dependent stuff the Fed is looking at to determine whether or not they need to speed up or slow down. So 408.24. All right, Chad, here it is. If it goes a little bit below here, I mean, it might bounce a little bit, but then this would give up the Friday bounces more or less. So this is what we got to watch out for. Again, you can see it here. This is where we had the Friday gap up. Thursday, we had a really massive rally, and you have a lot more cushion than 409, but then it puts you in that 8-point range all the way down to the low 400s. So just be cautious with that. Midwest finest realty, baby. Always showing love. Super effective. Oh, tell them. Hard, my guy. I hope you've been living good, baby. God bless you and thank you for everything and being an inspiration. Shout out real estate, baby. Shout out real estate. Call real estate tonight. I don't know if you know. Fed Williams is going to be speaking soon, yes. Where is it? Calendar. Today is what? The 1st? Where is it? I wonder if John Williams, I don't know if we'll get it live. We might get a statement. We just had Fed Dolly. Love your content. I love you, my friend. God bless you. I appreciate it. Biden says there are no doors closed to women. Biden speaks at Coast Guard ceremony. Kanye amusement parks has filed new trademark for Yeezus, signaling intent to launch amusement, blockchain currencies, campaign buttons, cosmetics, metaverse experiences, production of TV and radio programs, and retail stores. Wow. Amusement. Yeezus, I don't know what that would be like, bro. A Kanye amusement park, it just locks you in like a room of mirrors with Kanye just yelling a bunch of shit at you. I feel like I'm trying to be Walt Disney, Walt Kanye. That'd be crazy. Kanye World. Welcome to Yeezus Land. It would just be a giant fun house. That's it. With just Kanye quotes and there's Kanye yelling at you. I don't know. Maybe ticket would be $5,000 for 10 minutes. There's a time limit. It's exclusive. Come on, man. Costco 460. Already got. I want to see Amazon. How are the earnings? HPQ went down, but still holding positive. CRM 11%, still very solid. Snowflake went down. Mongob. That was up 8% and already flipped. Objection, speculation, hearsay. Ulta. Yeah, discretionaries gave up a lot of the rally. See, some of them are starting to give back up now. See, that will be the key. Not all of them, but if some of those names that got clapped came back up and then they start going backwards, it's not going to be good. Yay, Verlander. Oh, my gosh. Oh, Neo Bank of America says money on call centers by reducing overdraft. Again, more of these bank comments from the CEOs. And then JJ, I'm sorry to hear about the loss, bro. We could definitely do something with it. I mean, I could get you a valuation for it. Just if you just need any information. I don't know what she'd be willing to do. I mean, if depending on her age, she could probably do something with that a little bit better than selling. Or either way, though, it looks like a beautiful property. So I think you'll get a lot of money for it. It's a good location. So I mean, I think it just really comes down to if it needs work, what she wants to do with it, how long, any of that stuff. Pretty much, the more flexibility, the better. But you could definitely do a lot of things with it. I think it's just the property's big. The valuation will be hard in this market. Some of the more expensive ones have been weird, but she should get around that price, maybe a little bit lower, but it's definitely there. Zealand Pharma, directed issue, private placement, U.S. awards, 119-day bills. Watch the bonds. Again, TLT's even down today. Remember, it was up. And then it shot back down, but yesterday was down 2-something. So that's a pretty big deal. The first day of QT, even though it hasn't really begun. Huron Consulting named COO, new COO. Another mini bounce. The velocity, I don't know. I wonder, I'll check the UVXY and some of the put plays. I wonder how these played today. Because it's a big move. I mean, it's almost, 7 points or so, top to bottom. And then it's only 8:30. How do you see the earnings priced in? It usually shows up in yellow once you put the ticker in. So like right here, you'll have like the market maker expectation, and then right next to the option chain, it'll say plus or minus, and that will do it. Otherwise, you could do it manually and just take the at the monies. Euro close, yes. AXL. I'm still holding this one. This thing's actually up a decent amount. Remember, this one had the takeover stuff, but we haven't heard anything else from it. Chad, we forgot to do something very important. Oh, do you know? Oh, do you know? It's very important. It's good for you. It'll get the blood moving. Are you ready, Chad? Y'all ready for this? Dun 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 dun. Everybody push ups. Bow, bow, bow. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We love you all. We're glad you're here, okay? Hit that thumbs up button. But we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. It is push-up time, or just move your body time. That's it. Again, the market gets volatile. Market gets crazy. There's so much to digest. I just want to make sure the blood is flowing to your brain. Get the body moving. It's good for you. It's going to make you happy. It's going to make you feel good. So just get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups, okay? If you can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Bling, 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 bling. Bling, 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 bling. Oh, wow. I love it. It's good. You see that? Boom. Now drop your shoulders. Relax the shoulders. Fix the nerd neck. Nobody is attacking you. Oh, just relax. Be calm. Oh, wow. It's beautiful. Legs in front of you. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Boom, baby. Everybody chat now. Bump, 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 bump. Come on, doesn't that make you want to move a little bit? Come on, Chad. I can tell you how you look good today, but I don't know. It looks like you just want to party. You know what I'm saying? Just move a little bit. Just go bounce, 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 bounce. Just do it. Just come on. Just go bounce, 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 bounce. Everybody, Chad. You're gonna start moving naturally. Trust me. Trust me. And you do look good. I ain't gonna lie about it. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to play it cool, but I'm just saying. Yeah, I don't know. I see the progress. Okay, I see the progress. Keep it up. Keep it up, baby. Okay, and then finally, relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. I'm hilarious. I'm just vibing, bro. I feel it. You know what I'm saying? I got good workouts in there. Good stretching. That's it. It's good. I'm going to see stand-up desk now. We're going to get it. SPY's going lower, though. Watch out. This is the key level. 408. If we break below here, this is not good. This is not a good sign, and it looks like we might. Bow, 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 bow. Everybody's clap now. Bow, bow. Wow, you're sweaty? I know, it could do that to you. It's okay. It's good for you, though. It's good. So watch out here. We might get a little bounce, but watch if it butters, because if it butters from here, that is not going to be good. Biden, we need to see more women in top ranks. We love you. The wife wanted to tell you, amen. God bless the whole Caesar Ray family. We love them. Amen. Amen. And shout out the long terms. Oh, shout out all the wives and girlfriends that let their significant other watch this stream. We appreciate you. We wouldn't be here without you. We wouldn't be here without you. Amen. Amen. Yeah, sweat out all the negativity. It's good. Let's go. I got to get these resistance stretches, bro. I'm telling you. I do the resistance, and then you do a Y above your head. Like, do a Y. I don't know. Does that make sense? You make a Y with your hands, and then put your arms down, but like, oh, my shoulders like click every time. Sell the long term before it's too late. You first. You first. You first. Let's go. We gotta fix the shoulder clicks. Walmart CEO says average hourly wages now exceed 17 in the U.S. I just told my radiologist buy more for the long term. Amen. Will you rate my long term? Yeah, we will. We have to do that. We got to do our game show. Should we do that? Should we have contestants? We'll take 3 people at a time, and then we'll rate all 3 long terms. I'll be a judge, and then the chat will be a judge. We need a 3rd judge, and then that's it. And then we'll do battles, the top 3, and then winner, whoever has the nicest long term, will give you a deposit. That could be a good one. Walmart Doug McMillan comments at annual meeting. The long-term battles, long-term versus. That's a good one. How do we judge the long-term battles? The stocks in there, the balance, the balance between growth and value, making sure it's good, seeing the quality, the amount of dividends. You can check the yield, everything. Josh saved the market. You want me to do a short right now? I got you if you want. Kind of. Not really, though. I mean, I don't know how big the velocity is. Let me check. Let's check like some of the cues. So even then, you got like 30% top to bottom here. 75 cents to again, premiums aren't really too crazy. That's why the velocity, we're moving, but it seems to be kind of within the normal amount that we've been moving. I don't think you don't have the same level of fear as a couple weeks ago, but we'll find out. Again, 408 right now. If we break below here, we're going to give up all of the Friday gains and the gap up. So now it's like another 2 points or 3 points to 405.50, 406 to get to the close. But now we're about to go below the gap up open on Friday. Buttering is when it just it goes through one of the key levels and it it doesn't just sit there for like 0.01, but it like moves like 0.5% or 0.5 point at like one of the lows, and it just butters through a level and doesn't really hold any stability. Michael Burry, the GOAT. Has he tweeted recently? 408.09. So just watch. This is the level. We're going to see how this plays out. Cuts through it like butter. Butter leads to margarine calls. It's true. I think John Williams should be coming on soon. We already heard Fed Dolly, and then I believe in like an hour, you're going to get Bullard. Oh, the peach has came and gone. It's already been there. What you got? You got Mr. Midwest Finest Realty. That's a good one, too. It's a good one, too. Oh, it's holding. You see? So, like, watch. Like, if it breaks a little bit and then bounces back up, that's not butter. But if it goes straight to, like, 407.50, that's butter. Like, this isn't butter just yet. Kind of. You see? But, like, if it goes down to, like, a big flush at the low, that will be butter. No, John Williams of the Fed. So 407, 79, 80. It's like a quarter point. You might get a little bounce. If not, we'll see how low it could go. Next level from here is going to be like 405.50. I don't know how low we will go. I mean, it seems like today has been a straight sell-off. I don't know how much those bank comments are going to help out or not. So we're going to see from here. I promise you butter in a minute. We will see what's the volume? We're 2 hours, 15 minutes in. 31 million. The volume's a little bit more active. It's better than what it was not too long ago. Again, yesterday the volume just really started to fade, so volume is a little bit higher here today. Red box bubble pop. Is red box not up today? Uh, 20%. Still, I mean, it's still at a very big level. That's the crazy part. Remember, it gets you 0.08 of a share of Campbell's. TNXP still holding. Sega, again, these are the monkeypox plays today. TNXP got like a patent. Or 725. Not butter just yet. Again, I think if we go to like 407.50 and it gets a little bit worse there, but it's taken us about like 3 minutes at the level. No more Fed buying. Technically, yes, but technically no. So today is the beginning of the window to start tapering. However, there's no big bond maturities that are occurring. So it's literally June 15th. There's $15 billion that will not be rolled over on that maturity. So we got it, but it's still not, so technically it begins today, but there is yet to be a rollover action or lack of rollover yet simply because of the bond schedule. It's 407.60. I don't know. It's kind of like a slight butter. It's not too crazy. I want to see like a flush. It's slow though. We're getting close to 407.50, but it didn't like break the level and smash below it like 410. Like even here, like we hit the 410 and then we chilled and then it kind of buttered here the whole point afterwards. So we'll see. But I mean, we're at the lows. This is going to be a key. If we get a bounce, it'll be good. But like I said, if we break below here, today starts to look a little bit more messier because we're down about 1%. It doesn't seem like much, but I mean, if we get to the next level at like 405, it'll probably be a 2%, 3% day. Can the tightening still flip the market? What do you mean? Like, would the balance sheet stuff lead us to reverse? I would doubt it. If anything, I think this is why we want to observe it. I don't think we'll get too crazy of an effect on both sides, more or less. I don't think it will. But by June 15th, yes, that's going to be the question. But I don't think it'll. But yes, in the sense it'll move things. But if anything, quantitative tightening really shouldn't help the market, more or less. Again, or at least history it hasn't been good with it. Yeah, people are bullish on restoration. I mean, it's high-end consumer. Any of the high-end consumer stocks have done good. It's a Warren Buffett favorite. I think they guided up on their last earnings as well, too. So restoration could be good. It's expensive, but, I mean, I think a lot of people are excited about it. It's funny how the life in the economy felt so much better during a pandemic. I don't know. I'm telling, bro, that first half of that pandemic, though, nah, man. Bro, there were zombie streets. You don't remember? You had riots every other week. I remember I would look out my window in downtown, bro, and I would just see the streets packed with people. Oh, man, it was crazy. I thought, bro, I was wearing a gas mask outside. You know that? Screw the N95, bro. I was wearing a hazmat gas mask outside. I was walking around with like 2 little things on. I looked like I was a character from one of those video games. I'm telling you, it was crazy. But then the second half, it was like houses were cheap. They started giving out loans on everything. It's wild. I bought all of Costco. I did that beforehand. That was, I was a little bit ahead on that one. It's good. You need water. Tesla on the low, 407.68. It's like slight butter. I don't know. I really wouldn't call this butter until I want it something like this. If we could just go down like another point all the way down to 406. But then, that's what I'm saying. The pace is going to start picking up pretty quickly if we do. You did a 4-week camping road trip through the Southwest Maine, June 2020. Greatest experience known as out and about. Yeah, that does sound like it'd be fun. You just traveled America, chilled with nobody outside. Got in nature. I was too terrified. Bro, up until like August 2020, I was like, oh, hell nah. I ain't going outside. I don't want to talk to people. Bro, that's it. And even then I had like, even when I started going outside, like even if I had any friends and they were like, oh, I went out the other day, I'll be like, nah, I can't go out today. Sorry. I don't want to meet up with anybody. I can't do this right now. Honda's selling less vehicles. That got to mean we're in a recession. Yeah, Honda May auto sales down 57%. Yee. That's not good. So SPY coming down 407.51, half a point below the 408. Again, just see if we could get like a 1-point pickup here. Like, again, for the downside to speed up a little bit. Better than expected, though, for Honda. Hey, it's unhappy Honda days. Our sales are low, but we're still giving back. So we'd like to say, welcome, Jerome. Can't wait to quantitative tightening the shit out of this. Brought to you by Tesla. Wheat, there's just a lot of news on getting wheat. They're even saying Russia is exporting things out. So a lot of news. Like I said, there's been, remember when the news would come out, it pushed it up like 20%. And then now it's coming down as negative news is starting to hit it. But just don't underestimate, it's going to be in the middle, in between, reacting with everything else, like the cosmic calendar, the harvest, the stock numbers, all of that stuff. You did a hike in 2020 across the U.S. Dang, bro. I think some people, everyone had different experiences. It was interesting to see. That's great. We are never going to see that again, probably. That's the crazy part. Sales are down. Doesn't mean it's bad for the market. Could mean Honda. I think even then the Honda sales are in line with their guidance. What are we freaking out about? I mean, I probably would say Canada. I thought the ISM data wasn't good. Literally, right when the data came out and the Canada reaction, we started selling off. But a lot more people are worried about Canada because Canada, though, that was new. So the data was new. Some data was good. Some was bad. Again, some people, they really were clinging on to that positive manufacturing number. But at the end of the day, it's like the Canada stuff was new. The Canada hasn't came out that hawkish since. So pretty much Canada has never said we're going to go and do 3/4 rate hikes. Canada hasn't brought that up. So Canada, they raised rates by 0.5 basis point, and then their statement was regarding inflation and, you know, being a little bit more aggressive, and that was just interpreted as extremely hawkish. So it's kind of leading into things, but also the data, like I said, half of the data was good, half was bad. I've read positive comments. People were really liking the manufacturing. I disagree with that personally. I don't think that manufacturing number is exciting at all. But some people said it's good for the consumer data. However, employment and prices paid on the ISM was not good. But ever since that data came out, I mean, you could see the market literally right here at 10. This is when the ISM and the Canada rate decision came out, and then whoop. They said they might have to keep, yes, increasing rate hikes, but beyond what they've already said, and they haven't brought that up prior. So Canada, you know, we've already had the discussion in America, right? You know, last 2-3 months ago, everybody was freaking out. Oh my gosh, 3/4 rate hikes. Oh, what Bullard is saying. Oh man, Bullard said this. This guy said this. Oh, it's not off the. We freaked out about it, but pretty much Canada, they have not had that discussion now until today. So after that rate hike and what they said with it, by them saying they're willing to go above 0.5, this is now bringing up the more aggressive, you know, Canada Fed than not. But like I said, you know, it's Canada. We're kind of insulated to a degree, but also with what we've seen with the other countries, and even yesterday, New Zealand, all of that, it's going to be, you got to keep your eye on what everyone's doing. But I think there's just a lot. That happened all at the same time as the set of all the data. The Fed set for Treasuries. So the cap is, they're starting at 15, going to 30 billion, and then 90 billion by the third month. But the big thing to notice about today is that even though today should be it, you know, even though that should be what we're looking at as it's starting, the first roll-off date is going to be the first roll-off day is going to be June 15th. And then let me get you the Canada stuff. So here's the key takeaways from Canada. Bank of Canada not only raised benchmark by 0.5 percentage point, but delivered a very hawkish statement that indicates they're prepared to go faster and move rates higher than what policymakers have been hinting up until now. So again, that's new information. Literally, the Canada Central Bank just took a double hawkish pivot that was not hinted at or anything. This is their first signaling of that ever, or through this whole stage. That threat to be, quote-unquote, more forceful comes after the central bank moved with consecutive 50 basis point hikes, which is pretty forceful. More forceful implies easily a third 0.5 point increase in July and higher odds of another 0.5 point increase in September. Should inflation continue to surprise to the upside, it could also mean a higher terminal rate. There's little ambiguity about the key messaging and main points in the statement. Inflation is well above target and could go higher before rising. Price pressures are broad. The quote, the risk of elevated inflation becoming entrenched has risen. Economy is clearly operating with excess demand and growth is poised to remain heated. Other key quotes, the bank will use monetary policy to return inflation to target and keep inflation expectations well anchored. With the economy in excess demand and inflation persisting well above target and expected to move higher in the near term, the Governing Council continues to judge that interest rates will need to rise further. So just very hawkish out of Canada. Again, has some effect, and then it pairs up with our data here today too. What duration? It's all spread out. I mean, that one chart, they have some that are 5 years, 10 years, but they have a lot of, I think, anything 10-year and lower. They got a lot of, and then they have some of the 20 and 30 years, but that one chart we were looking at, it's a lot less maturing. So pretty much they have more like 2 and 5 year bonds. They have like almost 10 times the amount maturing in 2 to 5 years than they do in 20 or 30 years. Beton. EFOI, energy focus, 40% penny stock. LABD on the high. Kraft Heinz. It would be nice to see a value play go up, man. All of them, all the consumer staples are clapped. tightening. Yes, this is tightening. Fed tightening and quantitative tightening. So instead of, taking back the money, taking back the bonds, to tighten some things. And that's something we brought up today. There's no way to put a real number on this, but people have discussed this. When we start the quantitative tightening, and once we start pulling back the bonds, in this whole, balance sheet reduction, if they complete it in just 3 months, so even by the next 3 months, they're saying that could potentially have an effect of it's equivalent to another 0.5 basis point to a whole 1.5% of rate cuts, depending on how much they do, or rate hikes, excuse me. Check the SEC YouTube. They posted a video making fun of retail investors. Thanks, Jay. Josh, can I tell you something? Yeah, just make it wise. Make it wise. They got That's So Raven on there? Do you guys want to see it? Oh, wait. Are they throwing shade? Yo, are they, bro? All I see is stock tips from your uncle. Bro, come on, bro. Come on. What do you mean? What is this? What are you trying to say? Oh, what are you trying to say? Nah. I take that as a personal attack, even though I'm not uncle. It's my family. That's how I get when they, that's it. They offend you, they offend me. So this is on the SEC's YouTube page. Wait, can you hear it? Wait, I can't hear it. Hold on.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Brad, it's your investment.
I'll take meme stocks. Invest.
Ouch. Your investment, Julie.
I'm going to do some research first.
Well played, Julie. Well played.
We can do research? Investing is not a game. Always do your research before making an investment decision. Learn more at investor.gov. Before you invest, investor.gov.
Okay, it wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. That's the SEC. They posted that today. The Securities Exchange Commission. Very high quality. Very high quality. There's no laws on crypto yet, but they got great videos. It's great videos. That's good. That's good. Why they got to bring Uncle into this? You know? Why would they post that? I don't know. It's good. I don't know. Just somebody thought that was the most effective way, though. Like, you know that? They all agreed on that. And then they got approval. They were like, yeah, I think this is going to get our message across. They're like, this is what we should do. This is what we should do. Cody, Kim K partnership. This Kim K, I don't know. She's not with Kanye anymore, so I don't know if I support this. Okay. That's it. 407.29. We're selling off a little bit lower. How come there wasn't anything on SPACs? Yeah, exactly. Fear kicking in. Yeah, but Kim K news with Cody. Kim Kardashian debuts SKKN. I don't know if it'll have the effect. Amazon, watch if that gives up. Apple's already about to hit a low, 407.23. So the velocity's not high. You're not getting the butter, but it's doing one of those days where it's just little by little, death of a 1,000 cuts, more or less. You think we see 4? Maybe. It's slow though. I mean, it's 9 o'clock. You haven't even had one. There's probably one VWAP test by the end. Again, remember, just don't forget that Friday, bro. You remember that Friday? That's what it kind of feels like, but not as aggressive. You remember that Friday of the expiration? And then it just kept selling off, and then like you didn't test. It's like we're going to test the VWAP eventually, at one point probably. So that's what I'm worried about. But it's been slow. So I mean, anything's possible. Cold calculated selling. It's slow though. I mean, we've seen it way more aggressive. But even then, I'd want to see more VWAP action. Is Lending Tips saying that business is slowing? I mean, Lending Tips is just always dramatic sometimes about it. But it's definitely not what it used to be. Like middle of last year, bro. Last year, bro, if you were in mortgages or real estate, it was probably one of the easiest things ever. Again, and a lot of people, it was everybody, bro. People were, you do one loan, 2 loans, you were getting massive amounts of demand, everything. It was crazy. But it's just not like that anymore. But there is something. Are you ready? Let me see if I can find it for you. 407.32. We didn't crack just yet. Are you ready for this one? Anywhere, my real estate bulls. So cash out mortgage refinances, they have hit a record. They're above 2008 now. So leading into the rates going up, they have literally cash out refis have actually been the last quarter. So not now, but pretty much January to March, they hit the all-time high now. About 46% of all loans. It's a percentage. It's just relative to the amount of loans. So that means that 46% of home loans were a cash out refinance. Does LT want an intern? No, I think he's actually interning now. I think he needs to go find an internship. With that, again, the mortgage market. So cash out refinances are kind of hot right now. But everything else, again, it's definitely a slowdown from what there was. Again, I mean, it's crazy. Like, especially even in certain places, like I said, even like that house flip that we pulled off, I was just looking at it. I'm like, man, just in the last couple months, real estate is definitely, it's switched. This in certain markets got affected differently. You're not getting the same bidding wars, but it's definitely, it's just not what it was in 2021. 2021 was like the golden year of real estate. It was like you could have touched anything and it was great. It was so wild to think about. U.S. to airlift 300,000 pounds of Kendamil infant formula. Bro, I thought that said ketamine. I said, hold up. Kendamil infant formula to the U.S. from London beginning June 9th. I was like, bro, they are really using alternative materials then in this case. That's why the money gone, no more sales, big money buys on the low in some areas. But then also too, it's like it's not as if the money is gone as much as too the money is tightening up. It costs you more money, and then the price of the home. Also, there's a lot of different factors. That's just it. And then even then, your gas price is up, your materials cost is going to go up. It's going to take you time to even get things. So that's where it gets a little bit wild. Does cash out affect the housing market? They're saying the government is artificially raising the prices. No, not really. Like the cash out refi, I mean, it means people will probably stay in their homes longer because now they pulled out that equity. And then if things ever go bad, I mean, that is what distorts the equity position. That's what puts people at risk because now, you could have bought a house in some instances. I've seen this. I've done it myself. Like in 2021, I have a house that I bought at $600,000. And right now the neighbors are selling theirs for $1.2 million. And that was in a 18-month period, right? Off of a new build. So let's say now, hypothetically, you bought that house for $600,000. Let's say it's worth $1 million, right? But then you go and you pull out cash and you say, I want to cash out refinance, and they let you take up 80% loan to value. So that means you owed $600,000, right? And then you go and pull out 80%. That gives you an additional $200,000. So now the house is worth $1 million today. You bought it at $600,000, but now your loan is $800,000 because you pulled out $200,000 in cash. So now if that house goes down in value and that house goes down to $800,000 now, in one instance you would have been positive $200,000 if you just didn't pull out the money. But now if you pulled out that $200,000, you're break even on that house. You no longer have equity. And then if it goes even lower than that, you could actually go negative on the house. And then depending on how much you pull out, obviously there's limits, but that's what will change things about it. Oh, the consumer is strong on the back of cash out money. No, that's not what that's saying. Not at all. No. It's just saying that 46% of loan demand for homes has been a cash out refinance. If anything, what people did and what they're trying to even argue is that it's actually kind of a good sign in the sense that was based off of last quarter. 407.11. See if we bounce or not, or if we get a butter. This one is kind of big here at 4. That was almost a point right there. That was a little mini butter, but it didn't break anything. But the point is, I mean, if you think about it, January to March, that if you cashed out refinance, you won. Because think about what one is people taking out leverage, which isn't good, but some people pulled out the money before the Fed started raising rates. So if you did a cash out refinance in January, February, even again, March, again, like I sold a house in March. I don't think I could have sold it that fast at that price today. And again, the rates have tripled since then, almost doubled or tripled minimum. Just in the sense that literally it has been the biggest bond market move, biggest rate move since the damn Civil War. Mortgage rates have never moved that fast ever. So it's like a lot of people pulled out money before it got more expensive, and then all of this stuff hit. But we'll see where it plays out. But it does not mean the consumer's strong. If anything, it adds more risk to the real estate market, more or less. You're in Alaska? Oh my gosh. INTRNT is sketch. I'll be back sitting on the SPY 275 puts for December. All right, we like it. Have fun. Alaska, that sounds fun. But I do have I have like tinfoil slash rant slash this is what will make the real estate market crash. If there was one thing that hasn't been talked about. But I don't know. I don't know. Do you want it, Chad? Can you handle it? I don't think you can handle it. I don't think you're ready for this tinfoil. I don't think you're ready for this. Because my tin is too tin to listen. Oh, you ain't. No. Speak. Thank you, sir. Oh, thank you for the permission. Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you. I will speak. Are you ready? You guys can't handle it because then you're going, I don't know, you're going to just I don't know. Can you handle it? You can't handle the truth. Okay. Here it is. This will crash the market. Not will, but it's like if anything was going to be like a overlooked error, like, you know what I'm saying? Like 2008, obviously, like when you're in the middle of something, you don't see it. You know, right? Can we be fair about that? You know, all the time. And obviously there is some stuff we can't see. There is some stuff we can't, but it's like in the middle of it, it's like you're going to overlook things. Like you overlook the banking practices of '08. You overlook, you know, kind of how some things, it's just harder to see at the moment. Obviously, we don't have adjustable rates, stuff like that, right? And people have talked about this. I know, right, when I say this, some of you can be like, I've been saying that. I get it. Trust me. But it's like, it's really, it would have to hit like a point of like fraud / this was a big problem. But pretty much Zillow and Redfin. That could be the X factor that might turn into a black swan, more or less, in the sense that, and people are talking about this. People already know about it. It's like when you look at what happened, remember, with all of these companies, not hedge funds. I'm not talking about hedge funds. I'm talking about the damn Zestimate, and I'm talking about Zillow going in, buying 5 houses. Remember, Zillow bought all these houses for super expensive. They ended up selling stuff at a loss. It's like if anything was going to be something that like really has a problem, it would be the Zillow stuff. And all of the Zillow, Redfin, any of them, Open Door, but a lot of it was Zillow, not them unloading houses. It's what they did when they were buying. Again, like literally, people have said this. Like, you gotta, like, do you realize how fucked up it is what Zillow did? If you really want to think about it, like, so if Zillow came in and bought eight houses in a neighborhood, right? Or let's say they bought 5 houses, right? And then they would go buy the first 3 houses at $200,000. Right? And then what would they do for the house number 4 and 5? They would buy houses number 4 and 5 at $350,000, $400,000. So now they bought the first 3 people's homes for dirt cheap. Then they bought the last 2 homes overpriced, but effectively doubling the value of the other 3. And then everybody else in between, it started a fucked up domino effect. Right, and it set up a wild move. But then, even then, you got to think about it. This is what other people have been saying, is that you literally, like, it's really bad, because think about it. You just had Zillow price people out of their own home, price them out of the American dream of owning a home, and then you just turned them into a lifelong renter, more or less. You got people to sell their homes at $200,000, $300,000, and then 6 months later, that same neighborhood was at $450,000. So now they couldn't even buy a house in the same neighborhood, and then they did that all across the United States. You see what I'm saying? So it's like if there was any vulnerability in the real estate market and pricing, it would probably be through what that created. And that is probably where we would probably see the problems, maybe on the downside. Maybe if that unwinds on real estate and the pricing does it to the downside. But it is it's pretty wild to think about. BlackRock been doing that since 2018. It was different. Again, like the hedge funds, like you got to realize, like hedge funds, they're buying multifamily homes. They don't buy what you think they're buying. And even when they do, I mean, it plays out a little differently. However, they like, dude, this is like individuals. We're talking, bro, you're talking about, hey, what's my house worth? You go to Zillow, you go to Redfin, and then they give you the price, and then they have a button that says, would you like to sell your home? And again, and if anybody wanted everything, they were doing it. Again, I understand what the hedge funds have been doing, but I think people are I can't take 30% of the real estate market, 20% of it, and that trend didn't start till 2021. Zillow did this from 2020 all the way to middle of 2021, and they did this on everybody else. They did this on the other 70% on a way more massive scale that penetrated way different areas of the market that, you know, hedge funds, again, there's still going to be limitations and all of that. That's what I'm saying. I knew right when I say this, everyone's going to bring up the hedge funds. I'm not talking about that. And that's the cherry on top But the hedge funds, I don't care because they have at least they had the capital. They bought them off cash. We're talking about influencing certain decisions, what it led to with the pricing, and then now how this affected a more individual consumer than not. So a lot of them, they weren't really buying. I guess they kind of copied them to a degree, but again, when the hedge fund, they would buy in massive quantities up front, whereas Zillow was just doing this day by day, and before you knew it, like we said, they would buy the first 3, buy the first 7, and then jack up the last 3, and then just did that on just a crazy scale. And that right there could be one of the bigger risks there, underneath the surface, in my opinion. Or that's at least some of the tinfoil there, more or less. So good one. I think they got a lot in their portfolio. Antitrust case, maybe, but it just that's all. I'm even looking in the future though. It's like that fucking Zestimate may be if there is going to be a black swan, it's going to be that. It's going to be these stupid Redfin estimates and people, and then if they have to change anything or God knows what happens. But at this point though, I mean, there's the backlog of demand all the way down to just the supply stuff. It ended up working. I mean, you could call them smart and you could call it ingenious in the fact that, maybe they saw this stuff coming, but it's like that right there is something beneath the surface that I see as a bigger risk to real estate rather than any other argument I've heard, really. If anything is going to okay, you're going to clap this shit, it would probably be, some of that behavior coming back to bite the overall market in the ass. Aren't these estimates based on real comps with prescribed methodology, or they're using an algo? Well, yeah, but that's the whole point. If they come in and they go and buy, like I said, you got to think about it. They go and buy 5 houses at $100,000 and then buy 2 in that same area at $250,000. Your comps just jack, and then that takes 6 months, and then everybody's looking at the most recent comps, and then factor that into the FOMO and everything and how people have been behaving, and then people have money, and then all these people were waiting to buy a house since 2014. Some people are like, okay, screw it, I'm just going to buy, and then everybody started buying in. Yeah, it's kind of like NFTs, more or less. It's literally, yeah, like giant real estate NFTs, more or less. All I'm hearing is get better at the scam you're trying to pull. No, what I'm saying is it's just that would be a risk to pricing. That's it. It's just like if there was going to be a crash, just imagine the same thing but opposite now. That's it. If you unwind it, just unwind whatever got winded up and what caused the wind up. And if that comes to bite it in the ass or it leads to a legal problem or anything of that nature, that's going to be the real key. But a lot of people would argue, myself included, we've wound up a lot. It's kind of something hard to unwind, more or less. Again, it's sticky. Real estate is very sticky. That's the thing. Is that again with rent, because anybody sold, they went and rented or they went and bought somewhere else. But if you rented and then you waited a year and you're like, prices are going to come down, then you're like, oh, well, it's been 2 years. Literally, since you sold your home to Zillow dirt cheap, it's been 2 years, and now look at it. Well, renters, I mean, it's, people have been renting. It's just, again, it's one thing to think of how it affected real estate prices. It's another thing to think about how it affected individuals. It's in the sense that, literally, I mean, bro, a lot of people straight up they just got turned into a renter when they weren't a renter before. And they might very well be a renter for life now because what they got, with money they thought it would be a lot. They thought it was a lot of money at the time, right? You sell your house, you're like, okay, great, I could get out of this. And then you're like, okay, rent's even cheaper. Rent wasn't that much comparatively, But then it's like now, 2-3 years later, if you wanted anything, it's gonna be it's gonna be 50%, 100% more, which is wild to think about. So if you're unethical, you're better off. Nah, I just go with. I mean, this is part of the conversation I had too, where like people aren't reacting. It's just like if things are done wrong, the chickens will come home to roost, as they say in what's it called, in Wall Street. What's it called? Wolf of Wall Street. And I believe that too. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like everything has a consequence to it when it's all said and done. It may pay for a little bit, but the turns will table. And indeed, I don't know. That's how I look at it. But you're free to interpret it however you wish. If that's gonna, if you're gonna let one thing change your life, like that's it. If it's gonna turn you to the dark side and now you become a victim or a villain in Gotham, I don't know. But at the end of the day, I'm looking at it for something to consider in the effect of how it's affecting real estate pricing and what you got going on and what could happen in the future. That's all. I like thinking about these things in the sense, and I like hearing these arguments and debates, but I don't like to get too emotionally involved or draw moral assessments from them. And that's the thing, So hopefully we could keep these conversations. I'd love to share this information. I think it's good discussion, but hopefully you guys it's not that deep, and you could take it as deep as you want. I know there's a lot of implications, but I'm here to think about real estate. Again, you guys know I'm a big real estate bull, but and I hope you realize in the process of all this, I've probably given you 5 other bearish scenarios for real estate, even though I like it. Again, if you would like to sell a house, please email me, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. The housing market is personal. It is, but at the same time, I mean, we're here to discuss the economics. You know what I'm saying? We're here to discuss what's going on with markets. Let's understand prices. But, I mean, you can take it as deep as you want. But at the same time, it's just I'm trying to understand pricing and what could possibly happen. There's one class action for fraud and price manipulation. So we'll see. You could just go look at Zillow's balance sheet and see how many houses they bought. And again, and you could even go back. I don't know if it shows it anymore, but you were able to see the Zillow homes on Zillow, and you could see what they bought it for. And it was wild. I was seeing Zillow buy houses for, I can't believe it. I would see them try to sell houses, and then I would look at what they bought it for, and I was like, oh my gosh, you're crazy. I was like, this is nuts to actually think about. Abivai gets sued a lot, believe it or not. No, bro. I saw Zillow buying houses in the hood for $500,000-$600,000 and then trying to list it for $50,000, $30,000 more without doing anything. But then it's like they bought it for $600,000 and the house a couple months ago sold for $400,000, and you're like, oh my gosh. Like Zillow was acting like Wall Street Bets, FOMO, retail. Like Zillow was worse at buying than the average American. And that's what kind of led a lot of people into having to pay a lot more. S-Red Pop or S-Rad. What is this? Sport Radar? Offered on 38, Zillow owns 4. Don't say anything else. Yeah, they used to have it on there a lot more, but then it was like recent, so you're able to go and look at what they bought it for. I remember looking at all of them, and I was like, damn, Zillow's wild. Because I was like, I don't know how they're going to make money. And then sure enough, they filed that with their earnings. Powell's not talking today. We have Bullard. I don't know. Did we hear from John Williams yet? SRAD, Oxford Club newsletter pick. SPY butter. We hit that. We had that little mini butter, 407 flat, but it's kind of chilled out there. Let's see again. We need that VWAP test. That's cool and all, but like seriously, what does MSTR do? I feel you. I feel you. We have no idea yet. Nobody has any idea. Again, you know that MSTR was about to be sold or going bankrupt in 2019, 2020 before they took out a loan and bought all the Bitcoin. So they were pretty much a buyout candidate or pretty like a buyout bankrupt candidate leading into all of the crypto hype. And then all of the bonds and everything they put out and all the money raising and buying Bitcoin so cheap, it saved them. It's still doing good. I mean, bro, $220 a share. Like, look at this. Why did they buy their bonds? Good debt. And then there was a pretty much guarantee Fed wasn't going to let some things go bust. And then they got Bitcoin at a good price. Then Bitcoin got hyped. That's it. After by the second round of funding, everybody was fucking excited to buy into that shit. Pfizer names Annalisa Anderson, head of vaccine R&D. Cray like Kramer, coins like Sailor. Take you to the gym, I could probably be your trainer. Waiter, let me buy a drink for all the haters. Make that shit a double if they ask me for a favor. Oh, it's a good song. It's a good song. I wonder if eBay will reissue bonds. Morningstar closes purchase of leveraged commentary and data. MSTR. Where's Bitcoin even at? Woke up, bear rally over. The data was weird. Canada Central Bank was super hawkish for the first time. They gave new guidance. Then the economic data, ISM stuff, half of it was good, half of it was bad. There's a lot of people arguing for the strength of it, but that's about it. Would you add to an existing position on any of the dips? Yes. If it's a good price, just make sure you're getting the most of it, but also at the same time, too, make sure you're keeping your balance. So just because it's super cheap, just make sure that, you know, like you get your other priorities dealt with. So it's like if you have a lot of names that are down and you're trying to buy one of the dips, but then it's like it's still expensive, or it's like you're let's say you're still 90% growth, right? Let's say things drop, you're down 70% on growth positions, and you're like, okay, I want to buy a bunch of these, but then you still have zero value and your balance is still out of whack. I would go and balance out or even hold cash before doing anything else. But does that make sense? You know, this is it. Like, this is what somebody asked me. They're like, is it weird if I have what's it called? They said that they're going to like, because they work out. Or they said, should you like work out and take care of yourself instead of getting like a girlfriend? And I think that's kind of what applies here. You just take care of the priorities first. So at this point, you know, it's like someone's like, hey, you want to hang out? It's like you gotta go to the gym first. You gotta work out first. You gotta go get a job first, okay? You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing with the value in that. So you could buy the dips, but that's it. It does. Giving another donut for the helpful tip. Amen. Amen. Or not. Ooh. We out here. Oh, did I hit the right one? I hit the right one. Is Bullard on? It says 12:50. I think in 20 more minutes. I predict June. I don't know. June is, even then, I like when it's all said and done, I think August, September is going to be the real moment of truth, more or less. Powell's not speaking. No, it's Bullard. Young Bullard, very good guy. Not really. Let's see. He's been kind of dovish lately, so I don't know. We're going to find out. Okay. Economics of gun violence.
Bear enormous costs.
Okay, I need to go pee. Follow me on
and so do
Instagram
their
at the Training
families.
Attorney.
But so
I love you.
do the communities and all of us who worry about becoming victims and seek to avoid that as much as possible. So a place to begin in thinking about these very pervasive universal costs of gun violence is with the real estate market and location decisions. One estimate was that every time someone is killed in a community in Chicago, for example, 70 people leave. And the real estate values are going to reflect that. The decisions about where to work and where to have dinner or go for a show are all going to be influenced by what is perceived by the public as the threat of gun violence. Not to mention just peace of mind. And certainly the school shootings particularly affect all of us and make us have what is in effect a lower standard of living, because we are spending our psychic energy worrying about what might happen to our children and grandchildren along the way. What I did with my colleague Jens Ludwig was to try to estimate the overall costs by asking a representative sample of the public what they would be willing to pay to reduce the amount of gun violence in their community. And from the answers that they gave, which turned out to be quite sensible, we came up with a total of $100 billion for the nation as a whole, as the overall cost of gun violence. That was in 1998, and it's certainly due to inflation and other things, it has greatly increased since then.
Professor, if I could ask, out of something happening like Uvalde, we take a look at all the mass shootings. Are they going up?
They certainly are going up, and they're going up in however they get defined. And it's important if you are trying to follow the story that when people say mass shooting, they're not always talking about the same thing. But if we were...
Economics of gun violence. That's what that's called. And then Bitcoin is down 5% right now. Ethereum 6. Man, I thought it was better. Barclays said a Neil deal for part of Blackstone's Kensington. And then everything is red except for energy. I'm sure you could feel it right now. Sega again. Yellen admitting she was wrong be the end of the career at the Fed. Not remembered. Democrats will blame her and Powell. I think Powell's is very... I'm surprised everybody already telegraphed it. It looks like Powell has a lot more responsibility if things go awry. But Yellen, I don't know. Yellen is she's been in the game for a while. And she's with the Treasury, not the Fed. But we'll see. We will see. I know some people try to call for her removal after that, but well, we'll see. She's like 3 feet tall. Hey, man, I'm like 3 feet tall. You know what I'm saying? It's cool. It's cool, bro. Sega is still going. $12. Where's the other one? TNXP. That one kind of came down. How's Sava? Has there ever in history been an ex-Fed chair in the seat of the Treasury? No, I think it only her. I believe. I don't recall. Again, she's been in government for a while. She's dealt with like money. Again, she's the head of the Treasury. I know. Did they confirm Yellen? Now that I think about it, or is Munchkin's name still on the money? I forgot. Or they might, because she doesn't get the stamp until then. No, because I know they confirmed January 5th, 20. No. There's something on there. I think until everybody gets confirmed. But I think you need everybody confirmed on there. The Treasury, they have a lot. I mean, they have whatever power the Fed would be lacking, the Treasury controls that. I mean, they control a lot of like budgetary stuff, and they have a lot of involvement with it. So like a good example is with tapering. So like even though the Fed is going to be tapering the balance sheet or reducing the balance sheet, one thing that the Treasury announced at the beginning of the year, the Treasury is going to offer less bonds for sale to raise money. So a lot of times, even the money that they raise, when they print money, it's hitting the Treasury through the bonds and everything. Again, the Treasury is the one that says, hey, here are the bonds that we're going to be selling. And then the Fed goes and buys the bonds. Fed prints the money. Fed buys the bonds. The money goes to the Treasury. Treasury disperses the money to wherever it needs to go. It goes and then follows through the government and everything else. So they work hand in hand. Whatever the Fed doesn't have pretty much congressional authority over, then Treasury is most likely money-wise going to handle it. But that's what they're doing, is that literally even with the tapering, as they're lowering the amount of money they're going to be purchasing, as the Treasury simultaneously is going to be offering less amount of treasuries each year so that there's not as much supply. They're lowering their demand. Is this M1 or M2 money? I'm not too sure. I just know this is all money. This is just how it gets into the system. Otherwise, there's no other way to get it out there. That's like when you hear people printing all this money and stuff like that. That's like the only way it actually happens. Fed stops quantitative easing. Now they're in quantitative tightening. Again, that should start today, but it looks like the 15th is going to be the real, that's going to be the real big one. Institutional money technically issues a debt and not printed. Yes. That's why it's like everyone thinks like they print it, but that's how any new money is created. It's debt. With the Fed just could literally print it like they actually do. They print it, put it on the screen, whatever it is, but they're the only ones who could do it, and then they go and buy a debt from the government. Just a giant Ponzi scheme. So pretty much, again, that's why the Fed isn't government owned. It's a private institution, but they hold the exclusive monopoly on creating currency in the United States. So they're the only ones who could do it. So they could create currency and then they go and buy the debt from the government. So the government says, hey, we need $10 trillion. We got these bonds for sale. And then the Fed is like, okay, we'll buy them. And then they give this new money to the government. And again, they buy the debt, and then that's how we get the money. And then that's it. And then pretty much the government owes the Fed. So, yeah. Barrett too cold. Take my Twitch Prime sub, you sexy animal. Okay, I will. Thank you. I appreciate you. I love it. I love the positivity. Thank you. Did you hear the big sneaker reseller Ponzi scheme? I'm sure it's probably like Zillow. Who owns the Fed? I guess we'll never know. It's the #1 champion. Yeah, it's we about to get we the hottest in the world right now. No, yeah. Is this? TLT new lows, yeah, another 0.5%. I think this just makes yesterday really, really bad. Gotta get back on the clock. You have a wonderful day, my friend. Implied move on the ticker path for earnings. Yeah, TD, Ameritrade. Again, you guys could do this at the money. Just take the at the monies for their earnings. So this one has a little bit more time, but it looks like $2.50. So just above 20%. So it's pricing in a lot. That means those contracts are, people are definitely bidding those up leading into the earnings. How quantitative tightening affects rates. I mean, theoretically, it should lead to rates going up, whether it is through the natural impact of the Fed not buying as many bonds in the market, pricing them higher, and also, as people have talked about, if you start pulling back demand, theoretically, that should bring the rates up, and that, in a weird way, starts tightening markets. Again, this is the next big thing. You're going to hear about it a lot more, trust me. I wouldn't be surprised in the next couple months. We're going to talk about this a lot, and you'll hear people talk about it a lot. But quite simply, quantitative tightening and reducing the balance sheet is a pseudo rate hike. Are you following? It's a way to hike the rates without actually doing it, just like a put, more or less, right? You know how a put is a pseudo shorting of a stock, or like a ghetto spread, and you could do a ghetto covered call, stuff like that, right? It's the same thing here. It reduces the money supply. Theoretically, yes. Again, the Fed is just out of there. It's one thing, it reduces the money supply, but more so liquidity for the bond market. And then what should be the effect? If less buyers in bonds and the same amount of buyers show up, then the rates will go higher. And then as the rates go higher, that without ever raising rates, you could drive up any point of the curve, whatever they don't roll over, that could theoretically affect the rates to go up by reducing liquidity in the bond market, and they start little by little providing less of a backstop. And then that's where if the market and people don't show up there, then the rates will go up. And like we say, it's pseudo tightening. You could tighten the money supply or the market without ever raising rates just by using that. We the hottest in the world right now. I just touched down in London. I'm going to be holding on to the deposit for now, yeah. I think I'm going to wait at least till the next Fed meeting because, again, June 15th, or the day before the Fed meeting, that's going to be the first big bond rollover that they're not going to do. So I want to see. SPY coming back down. Again, we had a little mini bounce here. We bottomed out at like 407.10. We're at 407.18 right now. Mm. 116. Oil came back up a little bit, but it's weird. And then OPEC tomorrow. So there it is. I need to bounce end of the day. We didn't even get one VWAP move. That's the sad part. 407.15. Things are looking ugly. At least it's slow. Real estate class, 6 p.m. Pacific time. Email coverealestate@gmail.com. Biden says new Ukraine aid includes rocket launchers and munitions. So again, watch for the butter. It is 10 a.m. It's early. I mean, but this has been kind of, I don't know. This feels slow, relatively speaking, but still not a good day. I mean, we're down 1.5 on the NASDAQ and then 1%, 1.3 on the SPY. And then energy's up. If energy flips, then it'll be a little bit worse. You won't be there. You're flying to Arizona to assist in a surgery. Well, it sounds like you work it, man. Enjoy that. Hopefully that's a good experience. And then Bullard should be coming on here very shortly. Euro close already happened. I think right here we hit the lows on Euro close, bounced for a little bit, and then by 30 minutes later it faded. Jamie scared the market. Wells Fargo too. But that was part of it. Again, ISM data. If anything, though, the Canada stuff I do think is important because now Canada was raising 50 basis points and they were raising ahead of us. So they're also now, and they're now starting to say they're not going to meet their target. And now they gave pretty much, Canada gave new guidance today to a degree. And then the ISM stuff, we've already went over that one back and forth. Like I said, some people are liking the manufacturing side, but there was some other things that weren't too hot. 407.10, here's the low of the day. New low, 407.09. Let's see if it holds. 407.04, here it is. It's coming down. 407.02. If Bullard says half a basis point, we go up. We'll see. Again, we've been exposed to pretty much everything unless they want to roll out new guidance or he says anything new. I don't think it'll go too crazy. Oh, here it is. The first steps towards disinflation.
And tomorrow, our St. Louis board has actually come down. They'll be joining the Memphis board, and then we'll be able to not only have presentations from economists like Carlos, but then we also will be able to hear from our board members. And that's one of many ways that we hear from individuals in the economy, so that way it complements the statistic data that we have. So with that, you all enjoy your lunches. You'll go ahead, start with your salads, and then we'll have lunch, and I'll come back up at 12 noon, and we'll get started, and we'll be joining. I'll introduce our president and CEO of the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. Oh, is he actually on?
Dang.
All right, so Jim,
Bullard's bright and early, bro.
He is on. So you know what? I'm not going to sit back down. I'm not going to eat. I'm going to introduce Jim Bullard. So I'm glad to see you on screen. There's 2 times that I have had a sigh of relief here over the last couple of days. This is the second time. Last night, Carlos was coming in. We were doing a dinner. The dinner started at 6:15. Carlos's flight was supposed to land at 6:21. Because Memphis, and I don't know what airline he was flying, is so good, they got him in 20 minutes early. He walked into the meeting. I was like, good, because I did not want to have to try to give Carlos's remarks. I would just say whatever he says when he gets here. So when he got here, I was very relieved. We have Jim on, so I'm relieved once again to see our president, CEO, Jim Bullard of the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. In that role, he is a participant and current voting member on the Federal Reserve's Federal Open Market Committee, which meets regularly to set the direction of U.S. monetary policy. He also oversees the 8th District, So the 8th district.
Yeah, bro.
obviously,
The
you
guy
know,
going.
we
This
have
is
a
such an
branch here
intro.
in Memphis. We also have branches in Little Rock and Louisville.
Easy,
He's a
bro.
noted
This is a long
economist,
intro. We getting into it.
policymaker. He makes the Fed transparent and dialogue a priority on the international and national stage.
Oh wait, you
as
guys don't
well as
have it on.
Main
Dang, I
Street.
need to put it up on
He's on the
YouTube.
board of Concordance Academy of Leadership. He's the past board chair of United Way USA. He's an executive committee member of the Greater St. Louis Inc.
Dog, he
Chairs
does
Council.
everything.
And he's also co-editor of the Journal.
What doesn't
Economic
he do?
Dynamics and Control. Jim is also a member and editorial advisory board member of the National Institute Economic Review, a member of the Central Bank Research Association Senior Council. He's an honorary professor of economics at Washington University in St. Louis and sits on the advisory council of the economics department and the advisory board for the Center of Dynamic Economics. He's a native of Forest Lake, Minnesota, and he received his doctorate in economics from Indiana University in Bloomington. So without further ado, Jim Bullard.
Woo!
Great. Thanks very much. Can you guys hear me okay?
We got you, bro. Whoa, there's two of them. You see that? He's talking to himself.
You want me to mute here?
Bro, there's two of you. This is crazy. We ain't never seen two of them. This is kind of lit.
Douglas, are we set?
Oh my gosh. How does it feel watching yourself?
Jim, we're set and ready to go. We can hear you great.
I'm getting a lot of feedback.
He's like, bro, I see myself. That would throw me off too, bro. He's trying to get his other self off there, bro.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Great.
Okay.
He's like, fuck
Super.
this, man.
Thanks for having me today. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm sorry I had to join virtually. I have a personal matter to take care of today. But I love this group and I love this venue. I think it's a great opportunity to lay out what I see as going on in the U.S. economy and with monetary policy and other matters. And I always love the Q&A session here, and I get a lot of great feedback. So this is called the First Steps Toward Disinflation. As you all know, we have a lot of inflation in the U.S., as I'm going to document here, and we need to get it down, and that'll be the main theme of this talk. Let's go to the next slide, and the next slide. Great. I guess a couple of themes, and I'll have slides for all of these. But first of all, this is not a small amount of inflation in the U.S. This is a lot. It is comparable to levels seen in the 1970s, which I'll document here in just a moment. So we have a lot of inflation. Fortunately, we also have experience with bringing that level of inflation down, and we also have more credibility and more forward guidance than we once would have had. So, but we do have a lot of inflation. The problem with high inflation that is persistent and remains high is that inflation expectations could become unmoored if the Fed doesn't take credible action. And that could lead us to a new regime where
That'll
we
be a
have high
headline.
inflation and a highly variable economy. That's
Yeah, Fed
basically
must
what happened.
follow through to
In the
ratify forward guidance.
1970s, not only was inflation high, but it went up and down. And the real economy was also quite volatile because the price signals in the economy were not accurate. And people couldn't make the right investment decisions and the right other types of market decisions. So hopefully we don't get into that. We have reacted as the FOMC by taking important first steps to return inflation to the 2% target. And I'll outline what we've done. And one of the developments in the last 6 months is that market interest rates have increased substantially, partially in response to or anticipating future Fed action. And that's helping us a lot because the market interest rates in some ways have already incorporated a portion of the tightening cycle that's in train right now. So even though the Fed hasn't made all the moves yet that we plan to make, market interest rates have already priced ahead of time, as they often do. And finally, I'll look at the real economy. I think the main point here is that U.S. labor markets remain quite robust. This labor market is similar or better than the one that existed in the late 1990s, which was the best labor market of the entire post-war era. So very, very good labor market. If you're looking for a job or looking for a job match, it's a great time to be in the labor market. And as far as output goes, real GDP is expected to continue to expand through 2022.
EQT,
and so I think
John
we're in good shape on
Nigerian
that dimension,
on
as well.
CNBC is
So
highlighting it. They're popping up there.
Let's start with this idea that inflation is comparable to 1970s levels. Next slide. So first of all, the Fed has a statutory mandate to provide stable prices for the U.S. economy. And associated with that, the Open Market Committee has adopted an inflation target of 2%. And that inflation target is stated in terms of the headline personal consumption expenditures, so-called PCE inflation. So I emphasize the headline. We're going to look at other inflation measures here, but in terms of what the FOMC is trying to do, is trying to get the headline inflation number to be 2%. That would be nirvana for us if headline inflation was 2% all the time. The current inflation rate on this measure, the headline PCE measure, is 6.3%, measured from 1 year ago. Now, so at least on that dimension, we're missing our target by 430 basis points, if I'm doing my math correctly here. Now, of course, food and energy prices are volatile, and especially volatile right now because of the war in Ukraine and other factors. And so because of that, sometimes people throw out the food and energy. I don't think, we're very sensitive to the fact that people actually have to pay these prices. And so you should be including food and energy. But if you just want to get a sense of sort of the underlying movements in inflation or the movement in the typical price in the economy, you might look at core inflation. That's currently 4.9%, measured from 1 year ago. And if you want to go farther in this direction, you can look at the Dallas Fed, so-called Dallas Fed trend mean. That's a statistical measure which throws out the price increases at the high end of the price change distribution, but also throws out price changes at the low end of the price change distribution and just tries to look at the middle. And that inflation measure is 3.8%. So I think the Dallas Fed trend mean, 3.8%, you can be pretty well assured that that's a persistent component of inflation. That is not known for moving very quickly and is unlikely to move quickly. So that's something that is unlikely to be very transitory. With the headline inflation number, of course, energy prices could drop at any moment. And so in that measure, you might get more volatility, but something like the Dallas Fed trimming, you're not going to see that much of that. Let's go to the next slide. So here's a picture of these three measures. The blue line is the headline inflation measure, measured from 1 year ago. The gold line is the core measure, and the lower line there is the Dallas Fed trim mean measure. So, and there's the 2% target there, the horizontal dotted red line. And then we put a dot up there for the headline PCE, the median headline PCE inflation in the 1970s. That turned out to be 6.4%, I believe. So you are looking at sort of the same types of numbers that you would have seen in the 1970s. Another thing about this chart here, on the left-hand side, this goes back to January 2021. Look at that. All of them were below the 2% inflation target, 15 months ago. So in a way, the inflation has come up, in macroeconomic terms anyway, has come up very quickly. And another thing about this chart, if you look at the September, October 2021 period, you can see that inflation was kind of high at that point on two of the measures, but not on the Dallas Fed trim mean measure. But after that,
Honestly, does this sound like one of my videos is slower?
At that point,
I feel like
and
we've
that's
already
where we
gone
really
through this
got,
in the
a
70s.
lot more attention
And then we start going
than
through
we
the
otherwise
points.
would have,
This is
and the
good, though.
transitory story
It's good.
went away.
Say something hawkish. Come on.
Let's go to the next slide. And the next slide.
I need to make y'all a PowerPoint so we could just be like, and the next
So-
slide, and the next slide. I'm going to make a
What we're
PowerPoint.
concerned about here is that inflation expectations get away from us.
You can see faces. You
So,
like that? You like
expected
that?
Inflation, actual inflation should be closely related. But now we're seeing a divergence between these two. That's what happened in the 1970s. Inflation expectations became unmoored. Markets weren't sure what to expect. Households weren't sure what to expect. Anything could happen. And it took a long time to bring that process under control. And the real economy is also quite volatile in the 1970s. That was really the surprise of the 70s. It's not just that you're tolerating higher inflation, it's that you mess up the price signals in the whole economy and people aren't really sure if what the price signals mean, and so they don't make the right investments. Let's go to the next slide. Here's a picture that I like that relates core PCE inflation, the gold line, to the 5-year TIPS break-even inflation rate, which is a market measure of inflation expectations. You can see they track each other very well, which validates the theory that these things should be closely related. But you can see at the right-hand part of this chart, this goes back to 2003. On the right-hand part of this chart, the current values are falling, moving apart pretty dramatically. So it could be that the blue line goes up to the gold line and inflation expectations start to become unmoored. You might even say that's starting, you're on the precipice of that happening right now. Or it could be that actual inflation comes down and you can see on the gold line, the last two observations are down slightly. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so these are some other measures of inflation expectations that you might look at. This is the 2-year TIPS inflation measure, the top, the inflation compensation measure, the blue line here, business inflation expectations, the gold line, and the household expectations, the top line in this chart. And the households are expecting a lot here, over 6% inflation over the next year. Businesses are expecting, close to 4% inflation over the next year. 2-year TIPS, expecting 4.5 over the next 2 years. So I think the main thing about this picture is that these on the right-hand side here, these are definitely moving up.
Yeah, I agree. This is like interesting, and he's saying it's like the 70s and it might go up, but that's why the conclusion of what he's about to say is probably
action today.
Actually, I'm very
It's
interested.
credible that will keep inflation low and stable, keep inflation expectations low and stable, and get us back on track to have actual inflation follow behind inflation expectations. Let's go to the next slide. So here's what we've done so far. Next slide. Starting in the second half of 2021, the committee began to move in a more hawkish direction. We moved the policy rate up at the last 2 meetings, and we're poised to make further increases at coming meetings. Markets are pricing in 50 basis points at the next 2 meetings. And then we've also made movements on the size of the balance sheet. We ceased asset purchases and now began to allow passive runoff. That's known in markets as quantitative tightening. And foreign central banks have also increased their policy rates and are allowing their balance sheets to shrink. Let's go to the next slide. So this shows the global quantitative tightening that's going on. This is the year-over-year growth rate in these balance sheets of the ECB in gold, the Bank of Japan in black, and the Federal Reserve in blue. And you can see that they were all at pretty high rates of growth in second half of 2020 and the first half of 2021, and they've been declining. And now at the right-hand part of the chart, they're starting to go down towards zero. And the U.S. in particular will go below zero in the not too distant future. So this, all else equal, this should put upward pressure on longer-term interest rates and help us get a tighter policy that'll keep inflation under control. Let's go to the next slide. Let's look at a pre-pandemic benchmark. So before the pandemic, at the end of 2019, in many ways, we had a pretty good economy. The U.S. was growing at about 2.6%. Headline inflation rate was below 2%. Unemployment rate was 3.6%. And the policy rate was 1.5%. And policy was not expected to change much going forward. So the 2-year Treasury yield was 1.61, almost the same as the policy rate of 1.55. And longer term interest rates are moderate. 10-year Treasury yield 186, 30-year fixed rate mortgage 396. So if you think about these numbers as an economy that was performing pretty well and basically growing at trend with inflation close to target, that might provide a kind of practical benchmark as to where we need to be once inflation comes under control in the US. Let's go to the next. So this shows the 30 fixed rate mortgage, the blue line, the 10-year Treasury, the gold line, and the 2-year Treasury, the gray line, compared to their benchmark values, which are the horizontal, corresponding horizontal lines. So on the left part of this chart, all the yields are below their benchmark value in the fall of last year. But now in the right part of this chart, all of these values are
what are they doing
today. And this is without the Fed really doing
they just took away his slides
a little. And we promised to have the balance sheet shrink, but we haven't actually done too much on either dimension.
They're like, oh shit.
So the market has already priced.
Dude, Zoom has been terrorizing like government speeches since 2020, bro.
So this is helping us.
Oh, what are you doing? We need the slides. What? Look at that. Y'all were like, at least we get to see his face. Now what?
The effect of credible forward
now what?
guidance.
We can't even see the
still
slides.
Follow through to ratify the forward guidance previously given, but the effects on the economy and on inflation are already taken.
I wanted to see the price of the VWAP calls.
Okay, finally, I wanted to talk about the real economy here and
go back
to and the labor markets.
He sees what they're doing. He's like, "What are you doing, bro?"
So, U.S. labor markets are robust, according to recent data and anecdotal reports from all of you. I like to look at the Kansas City Fed's Labor Market Conditions Index because that aggregates a lot of different measures of labor market performance into a single metric. So we can just look at one line on a graph. And that remains near highs last seen in 1999 or 2000. If you look at real-time indicators of U.S. GDP growth, they suggest continued expansion in the quarters ahead. There are, of course, risks out there, which I haven't focused on here, associated with the Russo-Ukraine war and the possibility of a sharp slowdown in China. We can talk about that in the Q&A if you want. So let's go to the next slide. Here's the Kansas City Fed's Labor Market Conditions Index going back to 1992. So 30 years of data. The shaded regions are the recessions.
Bruh,
horizontal.
I want to. Are you kidding me?
Green line is normal labor market.
We can't even see what he's talking about.
And
I was actually looking at the slides. I know.
The current value.
Oh man.
For April 2020.
He should have went Josh Answer style. You know what I'm saying? More charts, less face. It gets things going, man.
Things about this.
The bullshit.
The current values of the blue line are above the pre-pandemic peak in January 2019, and they're as high as they were in the late 1990s, and definitely higher than in the 2006-2007 period right before the global financial crisis. So while maybe labor markets have cooled just slightly, you can see on the right-hand part of this chart that the blue line has come down just slightly. It's not down very far, and it's certainly a very robust labor market, one of the best we've had in the post-war era, and you wouldn't expect to stay at this level forever. So let's go to the next slide. Here's a weekly economic index that's put together by Lewis Mertens and Stock. This is meant to track GDP growth measured from 1 year ago. And this goes back to 2008. And you can see from 2011 to 2019, it basically grew at potential according to this measure. Then the pandemic recession came along, and that's the 2020 values there, very negative. And then you had the recovery from that and peak last year. And since then it's been slowing, but it's still growing above the potential growth rate according to the green line. So we're still doing very well in terms of GDP growth. Let's go to the next slide. And the next slide. So I'm looking forward to your questions. We're taking the first steps toward disinflation in the US. Inflation's far above target. This situation is risking the Fed's credibility. We've raised the policy rate and promised to raise the policy rate further in the future, and begun a passive balance sheet reduction, which I think started today or yesterday. I'm not sure, right about now. June 1, I think. And the forward guidance on these dimensions is helping us a lot, as the market pricing has already moved in our direction to a large degree. So I'll stop there and see if that jars any questions for you all. Thanks again for letting me present today.
All right, thank you, Jim. And we do have some questions coming in. Do want to remind you all in Economic Club style to write your questions down and then bring them up. And this works really well today, so then I'll be able to ask your question. Also want to make sure that you all know that the slides that Jim just presented are available. If you go to stlouisfed.org and then go to the drop-down link for President Jim Bullard, and then speeches, presentations, and commentary, and you'll see the presentation and the slides there. So first question is from David Waddell. He's
y'all better stop clowning Bullard while you sitting there like you riding a dolphin, okay?
Five-year forward, that's at
okay?
2.3%.
So chest to the sun. Straighten
is,
up. If you're going to clown on Bullard, you better have some good-ass posture right now, looking wide awake.
Would you? And how would you expect the U.S. world economy to respond?
I don't think it's advisable to move too quickly in central banking. So we don't want to be too disruptive to markets that are too surprising. We do want to get going. We have already announced that we're going to move at twice the customary pace. So instead of 25 basis points per meeting, we're going to do 50 basis points per meeting. I think that's a good path for now. And markets have had to price this in. We're asking markets to bear some of the economic and financial volatility that's going to come with the repricing. I mean, you can't really expect to have a tightening cycle without repricing trillions of dollars worth of assets globally. So I think right now we've got a plan that is causing some disruption, but I think the trade-off is good. We also want to get to a higher policy rate expeditiously and be able to put downward pressure on inflation as soon as possible. The sooner that we can corral inflation and bring it under control, the better off we'll be. if we are unable to bring inflation under control, we could be in for a very long haul, as we were in the 70s, where it took more than a decade to fix this problem.
All right, next question. We're going to stick on inflation. When do you think inflation will return to the 2%?
That wasn't good. Did you hear that? You said, what if it takes more than a decade to fix?
Well, I'm hopeful that it will be very soon. We do have some hope, excuse me, that we do have some hope that some of the factors will abate here that have been driving inflation, special factors that might help us a little bit. These underlying inflation measures, such as the Dallas Fed True Mean or core PC inflation, we're not going to get special factors to abate as quickly on those dimensions, and those will require concerted Fed action to get inflation back to 2% on those dimensions.
All right, continuing the theme on inflation, asking about the impact of inflation with price increases from China and the additional cost of containers and other supply chain costs associated with imports.
Import costs are ones that people have really focused on. The shipping costs have been increases have been enormous, and Memphis is a place that is a logistics center and really feels those costs. So I think we're all hopeful that we'll see some abatement there and some kind of return to sanity in the global logistics market. I also think we have excellent managers basically across the board in the U.S. that are finding innovative ways to deal with issues that they're facing, but it's a stress, that's for sure. And we'll just have to see how this develops going forward.
All right, we're going to switch gears a little bit and go. We got literally, I have a stack of questions here, so we'll get to as many as we can, and the ones we don't get to, we'll make sure that we'll get an answer to you. So this is on raising rates. So why has the Fed waited so long to raise rates? We all acknowledge the supply chain, et cetera, was there. And was there any consideration of raising rates 2 years ago? Would that have made for a softer landing today?
Yeah, I think, to be fair, I think the pandemic was still going on in the spring of 2021. And I think you have to keep that in mind. We had vaccines coming online, and we had high hopes that the vaccines would end the pandemic. That didn't quite happen that way, but the vaccines were pretty effective. Deaths per day per million declined to below 1 in the US and in Europe by about July 1st of 2021. So I think if the pandemic had ended cleanly there, we might have moved more quickly. Then we had other waves occur and other factors entered. But I think it was hard to say that we were going to pull back a pandemic era emergency policy before you could really say that people had had a chance to get vaccinated and get protected against the virus. So I think that was a kind of non-economic, a public health factor that was going to hold the policy in place for a while. When we got to June of 2021, the committee did start to make actually a few moves in a more hawkish direction. But I would say that the biggest factor was that when we mapped out a strategy to respond to the pandemic, we basically took a strategy that was very similar to the one that was employed during the global financial crisis. So lower the policy rate to 0, promise to keep the policy rate at 0 for a long time, start asset purchases. All these things were going on during the pandemic. And the thought was that it would take years to recover. And because of that, we promised, to keep this policy in place for a very, very long time. As it turned out, instead of taking 5 or 7 years for the U.S. economy to recover, it only took 1 year or 2 years, depending on the metric that you want to look at. So we had to start reeling that in basically in the summer of 2021. And it wasn't that we didn't start reeling in. We did start reeling in, but we had a lot to reel in, a lot of line out there, so to speak. And I think that's the factor that has made this seem slower than it otherwise would have been. At one time, we were talking about not raising rates till 2024. We were talking about not tapering asset purchases till 2023 or 2024. So all of that had to be brought forward, and that was a more hawkish policy, even if it doesn't seem like it now. Also, as I showed in my inflation picture, there was really, even last year at this time, there was very little inflation at that point. At that point, we would have, May of 2021, we would have only had 1 or 2 inflation reports that were outside of the norm. And it was easy at that point to say, well, that's just a couple months of data, and so we'll have to watch that. So I don't think that the signals were really there until we got to the fall of 2021.
All right, so we'll stick with a question about the FOMC. Historically, members of the FOMC have often dissented from proposed policies, notably when Chairman Volcker was in charge. What is it about the current Fed that seems to discourage dissent? Certainly, any group of smart people have different opinions about an uncertain future.
Damn, that's a good question.
Well, I have dissented, so I don't know.
He said, I'm the only smart one.
You'll have to ask them.
Shit, bro. Ask them other dumbass mom.
I think the chair does a good job in trying to chart out a policy that everyone can get on board with. So part of the chair's job, or any chair's job, is to find consensus on the committee and try to discourage, I wouldn't say eliminate, but try to get the thrust of where the sense of the committee as a whole, and then design a policy that brings that into as the policy. I think the St. Louis Fed actually has a repository of all the dissents ever since 1936, if you're interested. And there have been periods when governors have dissented. There have been periods where presidents have dissented. I think that's about half and half, actually, historically.
Yeah, is he eating candy or something in between?
I don't know if we'd enter back into that period or not, but certainly the chair has done a good job in rallying the committee.
Transition a little bit to the interaction of monetary policy and fiscal policy. Question is, many have concern over lack of fiscal policy discipline out of Washington on both sides of the aisle. Does this lead the Fed to exercise its measures a step further than they have historically?
Yeah, certainly Washington spent a lot of money on the pandemic. I would say, broadly speaking, if there was ever a time to borrow a lot on international markets and try to prevent damage to the U.S. economy, this is probably that time. Whether also I think the spirit of the times was that we're going to err on the side of doing too much rather than on the side of doing too little. So no amount is too high, I think, was the sort of the spirit. And so we ended up with a lot of government spending in response to the pandemic. Now that's looking like it may have been too much because it's fed into an inflation problem in the U.S. and the Fed. Normally if you'd have a lot of government spending, the Fed would probably raise rates a little bit to offset the inflationary component, but because of the nature of the pandemic and the timing, the way I just described it, for the end of the pandemic, it didn't really occur that way, and we ended up with quite a bit of inflation here. So now I think the Fed will have to move expeditiously to keep inflation under control. And I think we've got a good plan to do that. We've got the market pricing that's helping us a lot. So hopefully we'll be able to bring inflation down in the quarters and years ahead.
All right. And where is Laura? Let me know how I'm doing on time. All right. Plenty of time. We still have a stack full of questions for you, Jim. So this one is actually pulled from today's headlines. Today, Jamie Dimon said that the economy is headed for a hurricane due to war and quantitative tightening. Do you agree?
Gosh, a hurricane. So, that would be a lot. Well, on the war, I would say this, that if the war remains contained as it is today, then I don't see it as a drag directly on the US economy. It may be a drag on the European economy, but most of the risk factors around the war are that the war would expand in some way or become even more dangerous than it already is. And I think those that are making comments about the effect of the war on the European or the US economy are thinking in those terms, that the developments in the war itself will get worse, and that somehow that will come back to bite the US economy. I think it's more the European economy that's at risk. Obviously, they're trying now to wean Europe off of Russian oil. There would have to be a transition to do that. And I think that's a good question as to exactly how much impact that would have. So I'm not sure what the other part of his, one part was about the war, but what was the other part?
Quantitative tightening.
Oh, QT. So we are trying to use QT to put upward pressure on longer term interest rates. I think that has been partially successful so far in anticipation of the actual quantitative tightening. So we'll see how this develops. This is notorious for having uncertain effects on the economy and on markets. And so we'll have to see how this plays out in the months ahead as we get going. We're going to phase this in over 90 days, so it's not as big a shock as it would otherwise be. But we'll keep a close eye on how the quantitative tightening is proceeding.
This one goes to kind of monetary policy for the masses. Or Fed officials
Bro, did he just burp?
to their role in exacerbating income and wealth inequality? And is there consensus that it's not the Fed's job to pick winners and losers in the economy?
I would say it's definitely a case that we don't want to be picking winners and
Bro,
losers.
I like Bullard.
Good macroeconomic policy is good for everybody.
No,
in the
I like
economy.
him after dog. He's
You
like
see
low
the best
key.
macroeconomic
He just straight up
outcomes that you can
burping,
get.
chewing on the mic, bro. Me and this guy,
That doesn't mean
I
every
can
single
relate.
person gets
Yeah, he just burped and grinned. He didn't even say
exactly the same
anything.
outcome. You do have life cycle effects, which are important. People in the middle of their lives are in their peak earning years. People at the beginning and ends of their lives are at have lower earning potential at those points in the life cycle. So also people are saving for retirement. So they're going to have a lot more wealth. The people that are closer to retirement are going to have a lot more wealth than people that are at the beginning or the very end of the life cycle. So those factors alone account for a lot of the income and wealth inequality. In addition to that, we've got vastly different educational levels in the society. And those factors also are known to be heavily influence both wealth and income inequalities. So you put those factors together, you can get a pretty reasonable model of Gini coefficients for wealth and income and consumption in the US economy. And then from there, you can think about, well, what would interest rate policy need to be and inflation policy need to be to get the best outcomes across the whole society. So I think, at least the way I've always thought about macroeconomics is that you're taking some of the elements as given, educational policies, You're taking the life cycle as given. You can't do very much about that. And then you're trying to get the very best policy that you can get, taking those things as given. And I've actually got papers that talk about this issue. But this is a hot issue. But no, I don't think we're trying to pick winners and losers. We're trying to get the best policy across the board.
All right, so have a couple shorter questions, but still tough. Another one from David Waddell. Is recession a Fed policy tool?
Yeah, I'm a little skeptical on the recession probabilities. I did not put charts in here. I put the other chart about the real of economic growth. But recession probability models, there are a lot of them. And most of them have something to do with longer term rates versus very short term rates like 1 year or 3 month rate. Those are not predicting recession at this point. So I'm not sure that the recession probabilities are actually all that high at this point. Now, you always have some probability that that the U.S. economy would go into recession, the so-called unconditional probability, because there could always be a shock that we can't anticipate right now. The pandemic was a classic example of that. And so we went into recession because of that. But I don't think anybody's saying they can predict unpredictable things. They're saying that there's some kind of cyclical response to interest rates. And if you look at the recession probability models right now, they're not suggesting that. So I think we really have a very good labor market, and we have GDP growing above potential. And I think we're in pretty good shape to take action to get inflation under control here.
Hey, a question from McCall Wilson with the Bank of Fayette County. Will the U.S. lose its status as the world's reserve currency?
I think the short answer to this is no. There have only been 3 reserve currencies in the last 500 years. They were always associated with the leading economy of the day, the Dutch guilder in the early part of the 500-year period, the British pound in the middle part of the 500-year period, and the US dollar in the 20th and 21st centuries. So this thing does not change very often. And the currency that's favored is the one that's associated with the most successful economies. So I think a bet on future reserve currencies is a bet on future successful economic performance. And right now it looks like the US is in good shape going decades ahead. The logical contenders would be Europe, but the euro is a product of an international treaty and is not actually a single country's currency. You've also got China, but China would have to allow freely floating exchange rates and freely floating free capital flows in and out of the country, and they don't seem to be going very quickly in those directions. So looks like the dollar is going to remain the reserve currency for the foreseeable future.
Okay,
our next
final question
is from Mark Ruhlman around
Final
disinflation.
question.
He said, when I see disinflation, the first thing I think of is increased productivity. Your expectation for productivity, what did you see that warranted a full 1% funds increase?
Yeah, I love this comment because when you think about what happened in the 80s when there was a big disinflationary process, in my opinion, what happened was that firms that kept sort of blindly raising their prices got undercut by other firms that said that they were going to be a low-cost provider, and households that were seeking to beat inflation by cutting back on certain types of purchases that they felt had gone too far and on their pricing. And you got the sort of rise of Walmart and other types of stores that were like that, that could provide basic goods at a low cost and consumers love that. And that's what I think got the disinflationary process going. So I think that's what's going to happen this time as well, is that some firms that are just think that they have pricing power and they can do whatever they want, they're going to get hit hard by households that are going to cut them out, totally cut them out, and they'll lose a customer permanently because of that strategy. And this is very costly to a business. And so businesses will get very cautious about raising prices because they'll be worried about losing market share permanently on that basis. So I think this is the kind of thing that we need to see to get the disinflationary process going, that would be increased productivity in much of the society. And we'll see if that's what we get.
This is a question about metrics and what you suggest. So what metrics do you suggest folks like us follow to see if inflation is getting under control or out of control?
Well, we certainly have lots of different measures of inflation, and I think we'll all be watching those very closely. And you can divide up the inflation numbers in various ways, which are interesting. As a Fed, we really care about the overall headline inflation rate, but I think nevertheless, it's interesting to look at particular markets and see where the pricing's going and where it may go in the future. And again, I think if we get this disinflationary process going, you'll see lots of firms thinking very hard about how they can beat inflation by putting a better product out at a lower price. They might still be raising their prices, but not as much as their rival. And that's how you get the disinflation process going.
All right, last of the Waddell trilogy, fiscal policy, because it actually gets at a question a couple of others have submitted as well. Fiscal policy is tightening at a historic degree. How does that factor into your assessment of how aggressive the Fed needs to be?
Well, I think it makes sense that, we spent a lot on the pandemic. I wouldn't expect to have the same level of spending now. A lot of the pandemic funds, according to many analysts, have not been spent, upwards of 2.3 trillion on some of the estimates that I've seen. So that's in this world is a pretty big number, maybe 8 or 9% of GDP. So that's as if all of us had 8 or 9% of a year's income in cash sitting in the refrigerator. And so that, I think, makes sense that not all households ran out and spent the extra money that they got during the pandemic, and they might be seeking to, let's say, buy a car or do something else that's more tangible with that money going forward. But as we know, that some of those products aren't really available right now, or at least not the price that they'd like to buy them. So it makes sense that they would sit on it for a while.
Why he keeps smiling?
Spread out those purchases over time.
He keeps smiling.
I think that will hold up consumption spending.
I don't get it.
For quite some time to come.
Okay. All right, everybody.
All right, this one's on bonds and effect on the bond market.
We're done.
Rates have increased to the value of fixed rate bonds.
I want to keep listening, but I don't know. It says this one, that one, right when they took out the slides, man. Right when they took out the slides. I don't know how to react to it. I don't know how to react. His face is not symmetrical at all. Neither is yours. Stop being mean to him, okay? I like Bullard, okay? I don't know why y'all get mad at him, okay? Let the guy do his thing, okay? You better have good-ass posture, okay? Just let him think. Keep listening. We can, but we're going to take a break on it. We're going to take a little bit of a break, okay? It's very good. It's very good. I like the answers. They are good. They are very good. I just want to, we're moving up a little bit. We're at VWAP. I just want to take this time. You know what I'm saying? I just want to take this time for something very important. It's very good. It's very, very good. Again, any headlines, I mean, pretty much he stopped coming across the wire. They didn't really give him, I haven't paused. You guys could just see him. My bad. There you go. I know. Well, don't you know what's about to happen, right? I think it's a good time. You feel me? Yeah, you feel me. This one's going to be good. Trust me. Just trust me. Listen. Oh, I got a good one, Chad. Listen, it's PHILO, but like, don't get mad at me with what I'm about to say, right? But like, F the PHILO, okay? That's it. F the PHILO. I ain't even going to PHILO to you today. I'm just going to talk. Is that okay? Is that like, I just want to talk to you for a little bit. Like, for real, it's just like, we're going to kind of go all over the place. It's just going to be, it's just like a little mental jog. You know, I just have something to tell you. And I think it's very, like, I was thinking about a lot of things. I had a very cool weekend. I got to talk to my mom and stuff. So, like, we're just going to go and we're just going to talk. It's seriously, literally, I ain't going to throw a Bible at you. I got a couple of Jesus jokes. Maybe you want to hear those. They're pretty good. I would like to think. I was just thinking about it. Again, I was thinking all over the place. Some stuff made me laugh. Some stuff made me, like, you know, just thinking about life. And honestly, I just really hope this inspires you. I hope it motivates you. And really, I hope it gets you thinking a little bit, okay? So let's talk for a little bit. Honestly, I'm gonna just tell you what it started with, okay? It's crazy, bro. I'm going to tell you something, and hopefully y'all see this for everybody, okay? Jury reaches the verdict. Oh, no. We're going to see. But I was talking to my mom, right, on the weekend. I was hanging out with mom, and she told me something that, like, it blew my mind. I didn't even, like, I don't know, just because, like, you guys have heard stories about Mama Answers. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, she grew up in Egypt. She grew up in a very strict household. I told, you know, she had several of her sisters die growing up. They grew up in poverty. Like, it was very, very bad. And, like, you know, but she did grow up with, like religion. She grew up with, like, the Bible, which was very rare being in Egypt. You know, they gave her the Coptic, they gave her the branding, you know, growing up in a Muslim country. You know, she has a tattoo. They forced her to get a tattoo to identify her religion. That's how it was back then, right? But this is where it gets crazy. My mom was talking to me, and I don't know how we got to it. And she told me that at times that there was a point in her life, like not when she was young, not now, but like there was like in the middle. Right? In the middle of Mama Answer's life and everything, she was like, yeah, I definitely doubted my faith. And I said, what? I said, because I always thought she was like a little angel. Like, she's never drinking alcohol in her life. Literally, she's never drank alcohol. She's never drank it in front of me. She's never done it privately, or at least that's what she says, supposedly. Like, you know, she's just a very honorable woman. Honestly, I fall very, you would be surprised that that's my mom. I'm telling you. And she says she doubted everything at one point. And I was like, really? I said, no, come on, really? She said, oh, yeah. She was like, you don't think there was a time where I just thought, like, she's like, I thought about it. Maybe all of it was just nonsense. Maybe everything I believed, you know, it's just all fairy tale and this. I was like, what? I said, that's crazy, Mom. And I was like, I was shocked. Because, again, you guys have heard the stories. You hear my mom. Right? You know, I've told you about it. And like, I was like, what? This is crazy. And she just like kind of laughed at me. She's like, what? Do you think I'm not human? Like, do you think everybody just all of a sudden, you know, like, do you really think that's how it plays out? And I was like, I guess. But then I asked her, I was like, but you never like drink or anything. I was like, how come you always acted a certain way? She was like, people could act that way. That's just how you want to conduct yourself. That has nothing to do with belief or anything like that. But pretty much, man, that's where this starts, okay? And I hope you could take this. as something. It's going to get to the main point. Like I'm saying, we're going to jog around here a little bit. But she said that, and even then I was thinking about it the other day, and I was like, damn. I was like, if Mama Answers is susceptible to doubt like that, and I used to, because again, my image of her is like this little Arab girl, you know, grew up like you would think that's all my mom knew. Like I thought it was without a doubt, but I was like, damn, if she could have a little bit of doubt, and I know she's very solid in something. I was like, I could only imagine what other else of the things that I would doubt myself, or I would even doubt what a lot less that other people not as secure in certain areas would also doubt in their life. You know, and then I started thinking about it because I said, in a weird way, I kind of have a problem, I would say. And I think some of y'all can relate to this. I think I have a problem sometimes of calling things a little too early. And I'm not talking about stocks. I'm talking about, I think it started with video games. You know, I think there's been times in life, and even playing video. Have you ever been in a situation and then right away it starts not looking good and you're like, yep, it's over? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? You know, you like play a video game, you get early into a game, it starts slipping. That's the thing, though, because video games have also taught me that things, you know, could always turn around. But it's like sometimes it's like you put Josh in the right scenario. I'm like, yeah, it's over. You know, the slightest portion of doubt sometimes. Again, and you know, I get better with it throughout years, and I think I've been better in some areas, but I still think I'm prone to it to this day. I think a lot of people are. Or it's just like, yep, it's over. It's over. Like, come on. I do, like, think about it. And here's the problem. I mean, here's what I'm trying to say. And I think everybody kind of needs to hear this, is that we have a tendency as humans to kind of think it's over when even things aren't that bad. Pretty much, some of y'all will be so far ahead into the game, myself included, and one little misstep, one little thing, it starts looking a certain way, and you're like, yep, it's over. It's over. And you could go in full crisis mode over something where it's like, really, it's like, okay, maybe that doesn't look good right now, but at the end of the day, it's like I've told some of y'all, I was like, man, some of y'all are very, like, you're far ahead if you really think about it. If you really compare your mental standing to where you were a couple of years ago, the information you know to a couple years ago, again, like, man, even the fact that, like, I don't even get bothered by certain things like I used to when I was younger. Like, we were talking about that story the other day. It's like, bro, like, I'm not tinting my taillights and my headlights and then putting in lights where I can't see just so it looks a certain way. Like, it's you know, you don't have to go a certain realm. It's just like, wow, you've came far. But a little bit of doubt will really get you. Sometimes we're like, okay, it's over. And that's what I was thinking about, man, honestly. And I was just like, huh. And I don't know why I started thinking about this. Because, like, I was like, I wonder what it would have been like to be a disciple back in the day. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, imagine you didn't know what you know now. You didn't have the internet. But, like, imagine you were like Peter or something. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day, and like you were just kicking it with Jesus for a couple years. You saw him do a bunch of stuff, and you like, yeah, but I was like, damn, that whole like it's over mentality. Oh man, I think it might come to light. I was like, I wonder how I would act like then. Like, seriously, like, you know what I'm saying? If Jesus came up to me, and you know, imagine like 5,000 people came out, and he was like, yeah, we gonna do this. They all traveled. It's like a meetup. And you guys all traveled, you hiked like 4 miles to get to the middle of Coachella, and there's no food, and we told you there was going to be food. And then Jesus was like, don't worry, I got 2 fish. I would have been like, okay, it's over. If I felt like if I was a disciple, I would have been like, listen, Jesus, I'm down, bro. You know I got your back. I'm down. We'll try whatever I feel you. I'm down, but like, I don't know. I feel like in that moment, I probably would have said it was over, or I would have called it a little bit early, but I would have been down. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would have been down to go about it. Honestly, like, bro, if Jesus was sleeping on the boat, are you kidding me? If we were on like a boat and then there was a giant storm then you're freaking out and you're like, nah, bro, it's good. We got Jesus. We got Jesus. And then I go downstairs and Jesus still sleeping. Oh, man. I'll be like, it's over. He ain't even wake up, bro. He dead. I don't know. I said, no, man. He ain't even awake right now. This about to sink. I like, Jesus, I know you're dad. I know you chill. I know you got us. But, man, this is not looking good. This is not looking good. I would have forgot everything. I would have forgot the miracle. I would have forgot about the fish. Already, even then, even right after. Oh, y'all don't feel me. I hope y'all feel me. I really do. I really, really do. So, like I said, I'm just talking to you at this point. You know, we're going a long way. I was just thinking about doubt. It was very eye-opening to see it. Like, if my mom was telling me that, it really kind of opened the door to, like, think about doubt in other ways and, like, what other things we could doubt. And then there's this mentality of it's over. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the quick to call it, ignore everything that happened. It don't matter how good you were at something, where you've gone, anything, and just like it's just so quick to say it's over. So what do you think I'm trying to tell you right now, Chad? Oh, come on. Come on. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know what I'm here to tell you, baby. Amen. Amen. See, I'm just here to tell you, man, it's not over. That's it. Like, seriously, because I could only imagine my life, bro, if like my mom gave into that whatever doubt she had in the middle, right? It's just like, think about that. I was thinking, I was like, man, if I called certain things and I really did, it doesn't mean that I haven't doubted. Please don't get that twisted. Again, and I think all of you guys could, like, again, hopefully you can relate in it. I think all of us have been through some stuff, especially recently, where it's just like, yo, it's going to make you think. It's going to bring up some doubt. Like, no lie, like that's what's going to happen. But I was just thinking, man, just like imagine if it was, but it's just like it's not over. And that's something I think we gotta be mindful of this mentality. Obviously, you know, to keep the armor on, you know, to keep grinding and doing all that. But I just want to remind you that it's not over, and I hope that you could keep that in your mentality to understand that we are prone to call it very early, and it's just something we all do. Some of us more than others. So you know that's the difference. Right? Some people will call it, bro, and I really hope you understand this, man, because some people will call it over at one point in their life, man, and that could lead to a long, long time. I don't think y'all feel me. And it's something to just be able to move forward, to always look ahead. There's some things, you know, it's a very nice skill to be able to put things behind you, or just not even, you don't have to like ignore anything or whatever. It's just saying like to know what done, like it's done. That's it. At some point, the law of diminishing returns, you go through something, you deal with something great. You could think about it your whole life if you want, but there is a certain peace in calling it over when it really is time. But to a certain degree, we got to be mindful of making sure we don't stay in that mentality. And I just really hope a lot of y'all just recognize a lot of this isn't over, especially with most of us right here at the middle of our lives. Some of you are at the beginning. Some of y'all, you still got like 10, 15 years on me, and God bless you. But most of us, I'd say, you know, we're really in the middle there. Okay? So I just hope you could think about this and just understand it's not over, okay? Like, seriously, just don't let a little doubt at a moment take you off of the path, and hopefully you can realize where you are at the path. And at the same time, just imagine you still got a lifetime ahead of you for most of y'all. If you live 20, 30 years and you're going to live another 20, 30 years, you're going to do all of this all over again. So, you know, call it over in a video game. You know what I'm saying? Call it over in certain areas, but I just hope you recognize it's not over, okay? That's it. Yeah, this is just a pep talk. It really is. That's what I said. This ain't even a PHILO. Just something to think about. But for me, this got me really excited over the weekend. Again, getting to talk to my mom, getting to learn a little bit more, I was thinking about bullshit and I was thinking about deep shit when it's all said and done. Like I'm saying, I could only imagine the doubt created through crypto dropping in value, the doubt created through assets dropping. And then I'm thinking the doubt in life and doubt leading to bitterness and whatever it is, but call it what you want, but it's just not over. And I think as long as people could realize that, and I want to share this with people because, like I said the other day, I think some of y'all got to realize you got greatness ahead of you. But if you call in the game right now, we got to fix that. So thank you for riding with me on this. Thank you for being here, even beyond just today, for some of you and going through it. And I hope it's been awesome to share the journey with every single person at every single level. And I hope this mentality shines through, and I hope you guys see it and realize it every morning, every day. And this is what I think a lot of us relate to, because I think a lot of us could get our chest to the sun and pound it a little bit and be able to just really say, man, it's not over yet. And it's something, if we keep our mind on, it'll be there. And really, if there's one thing I can tell you is, like, doubt is normal, and you will doubt it, and that's fine, but just don't give into it fully. And just because you doubted and just because you did good and something happened and then you doubt stuff now, oh, my friend, that does not get rid of what the future holds. Believe me, this is the real growth. Somebody asked me, they're like, how do you learn to do this? How do you learn to not get rid of this? I don't care whether it's your relationships down to money, anything good in life, we are all tempted to lose it. You know that? Oh, y'all don't feel me. You're all prone to losing it, every single one of us. And really, we don't recognize things, and we're not able to really advance and learn until we actually lose something. I didn't really care about money and learn how to grow wealth until I made money and then lost it all. It's for real. You don't learn how to deal with people until you engage with people, and then either you mess up or someone messes up, but most of the time we mess up too, and then you're going to learn something. You're going to learn the value of certain things. You're going to learn the value of certain people in your life. You're going to learn the value of that work and the effort and the time that you put in. Right? So you got to lose it to learn it sometimes, man. And it's okay. But like I'm trying to say, I just hope the doubt that comes with it, and I know that little voice inside of your head, oh, man, he's going to scream at you, baby. You know that, right? You know that. In these processes, one of the great moments to really learn and get that. And that's why I say this is just a little pep talk. I'm just here to remind you. But I hope you know he's going to scream at you and try to keep you in that box and try to get you to hold on to it for a long time and not even make the effort. But you just got to be careful of it, all right? And if there's one thing too, man, I hope you could embrace the beauty in it too. You know that? The thorn in the flesh, we talked about that. But like, I hope you guys realize, like, everybody has doubt. Again, I got to learn this a little bit more. The fact that I saw my mom, the most like hardcore, like wholesome religious lady, bro, I'm telling you, I don't even compare. Like, y'all can't even view me in that nature. Like, if anybody should even talk to you about the Bible, it would be her. And you even heard her. She says she wouldn't even do that. It's like, damn, it's like everybody will doubt. But I hope you guys know that's beneficial. You know that? The doubt is very, very beneficial. I really hope you get it. Because that's the thorn in the flesh. Because you got to realize, if you didn't have doubt, you would never learn anything and you would never get better. Do you realize if you don't doubt, tell me if you can relate through any point in your life or trading, that when you didn't have doubt, it led to arrogance and it ultimately led to failure? Yes or no? It's okay. I could say it. I know I have. You know, when you fail to become a student, no matter what level you are at, that's what happens. You know that, right? So that's why we have doubt naturally. It's good for you, believe it or not. That's why I'm saying doubt shouldn't kill you, but not having any doubt is bad. So having that little bit of doubt, it keeps you from being arrogant and not learning. And having a little doubt will keep you pushing. It'll get you to learn stuff. And here's the key. You just got to turn the volume up and down on that voice, okay? That's it. I don't want you to not have a voice that when you're about to do something and saying, hey, I don't know, man. I don't know. What if this way? Maybe we should think about this. No, you should have that voice, but he shouldn't be up at max volume 24 hours a day. Oh, come on, Chad. So do you feel me? I hope you do. So I hope you could tie all of this in. I hope maybe you could be friends with your doubt a little bit today. And maybe understand it. But above all else, I need you to take the doubt. I need you to learn. I want you to get better. Let it drive you and push you to another level, right? But then at the same time, I just need you to end it with one thing simply. It's not over yet, baby. So I hope you like it. I hope you take it to the bank. And let's go, Chad. But that is your philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. We love you. Is Bullard still speaking?
With a reduction of the Fed's balance sheet plan, has the Fed projected
No way.
its principal haircut?
No, he can't be. No, yeah, they ended it. Mm-hmm. Which one? I wanted one. I just forgot what song. Chad Freestyle. Where is Chad Freestyle? I forgot which album that's even on, bro. Where is Chad Freestyle? I like Chad Freestyle. Let's listen to Chad Freestyle.
If that was you on the phone and you on the bus, then who was flickering the light?
Hey, yo, Chad. Yo, bro. You want me to kill this one? I got you, all right. Yeah, just keep it respectful, man. You know, hot topic. I just want money. Ay. Yeah, I'm in the coat and I'm banging it. People talk a lot, but they ain't saying shit. We all about the grind and we get it in. I know they hear the words, but they ain't listening. I'm talking word, bitch. Hard murmurs that we bird shirt shit. More verse, no words, sound perfect. Play the game every day, then rehearse it. Hey, what's the next move? Hey, chat for side news. Don't care about next door. I'm in my own lane. They said there's no way. I no comprende. But do your thing, man. So say I'm sensei. So let me teach this shit. It's easy loss if easy get. You sow it, you gon' reap it, bitch. There's no such thing as rich and quick. You want it, you can take this shit. But you can't be no lazy shit. You know you on the right path when they think you want some crazy shit. But all advice, take it in. Careful of your shady friends. Cause if you down and they go down with bruh, I guess you going with what I know. I'm old as shit, but I was young and fucking rich. So have fun being dope as shit. I got another crit to get. Hit me if you need a rent. And if you fail, you try again. The definition of repent. Write this down, grab a pen. If you flip it every day, that's not investing, that's a bet. You need a sound framework, your intellect to go invest. That's that Ben Graham. They talking Ben Franks. They checking Instagrams. I'm checking interest rates. Don't tell me live my life, cause you took a break. No, I don't love the money. We just love the mate. I'm a fucking great. Watch me cut the cheese. You could make a fucking million standing next to me. That's the fucking YOLO demon coming out of me. Got cribs across the globe, got million people in my family. Haters getting tired, asking am I done, but I ain't even try. I stretch before I run. Ask me about my life, I just play it dumb. How the hell you do it? That's why I praise the sun. And I got some guns, I can't be too safe. Yeah, I see a trade, I'm making bank because I wait. So tell me why you hate. I don't wanna listen. I'm just saying, be positive and that shit gon' glisten. Ugh, that last part was that's in bed. Lester. Show me your mind. I got options, bitch. Talking like Honda, right to got some shit. I'ma get pushing cars on all my stocks. I has my shit vested in everything from value tested dividends. Living in houses in the hills, my life is different. Businesses I've been doing that since I was little, yeah. Bigger than that, I'm doing the same thing on the biggest scale. Listen here, I could make $1 million anywhere. This ain't fair, I don't show my face cause I am everywhere. Let me in, you don't gotta like me, but the message ill. This is real, never make investments based on how you feel. Pick a field, but you cannot quit it till you get a deal. Need a will, otherwise you'll waste your time just spinning wheels. I do this opposite shit. They thought it was easy, like I got here without reading, like I didn't give up sleeping. Tell me what the fuck's a weekend. Tell me what the fuck's your reason for this dream you keep on dreaming. It's gonna leave if you don't lead it, huh? Got $1 in a dream, I need a couple cents. I'ma go and sell some preem, pay my mama's rent. But I bought that shit, watch me call the top and shit. I'm confident the cycle ends, and when it does, I'll buy the dip, and then I'll get a nicer whip. The guy disliking all my vids will probably be a lot more pissed, but I'm just gonna pray he blessed. Wish I had time to hate this shit. I'm busy chasing greatnessness. I'm trading when the fade begins and selling when they don't kick it. I be talking options, I got lots of those in life. I could get you started, but I can't teach you to drive. I turn on my monitors and swear I come alive. Cash is always liquid, always dripping, never dry. I got options, bitch, talking like Honda right there, got some shit. I'ma get pushing cars on all my stocks, I hedge my shit. Vested in everything from value tech to dividends. Living in houses in the hills, my life is different. Businesses, I've been doing that since I was little, yeah. Bigger than that, I'm doing the same thing on the bigger scale. Listen here, I could make $1 million anywhere. This ain't fair, I don't show my face cause I am everywhere. Let me in, you don't gotta like me, but the message ill. This is real, never make investments based on how you feel. Pick a field, but you gotta get it till you get a deal. This is real. Yeah, pray for all of y'all. I hope you never lose your goals. The mock is valid, don't be afraid to take it slow. This has it possible to make the money if you broke. And mine's the obstacle, the strangest secret that you know. Adaptable, I had to go DiCaprio, plain as the wolf. Subtract the host, but add some dough. The rooster didn't come to roast. About to cope, but back with folks, it's rapid growth. I have a coat, I have a rose, I have some homes. I have to go contractual, selling those, but not my soul. I sell the clothes to buy some more. I'm with my bros, divide the dough. My high and low, my favorite hoe. I hit it when she drop it low. I'm never at the cop it close. Only buy options as homes. You don't got those, leave me alone.
I turn on my monitors, it's why I come alive. Oh, busy chasing greatnessness. I don't even know if that's a word, but I like it. I'm just chasing the greatnessness. You know what I'm saying, Chad? Oh, it ain't over yet. So let's go. We back. That was the option trading anthem by Uncle Answers. Yeah, it's an anthem for all the option traders. That's in bed, talking high on that right there. You know, it's good. It's good. Let's go. Let's see. Bro, let's go. Let's go. Do I ever trade Forex? No. I look at it a lot. I mean, if depending on how the next 12 months go, I might be down to do some currency swaps and other things of that nature, especially as we could tie it into bonds and everything else, but we will see. We will see definitely. Any important instances? Just the data. So that's kind of where we're at. I mean, we went a little bit lower. We broke slightly below the Friday gap up level, but that's the thing. But then we also had just ISM, like right here was the ISM in Canada. I think the manufacturing data, that's what people liked. Other points on ISM was not good, like prices paid and employment. But then Canada, and then literally right when Bullard started talking, the market did not go any lower. Tesla delays deliveries of long-range models in the U.S. NASA awards Axiom Collins Aero for new spacesuits. But that's pretty much it. No other news besides that. We're waiting on oil. Did make a crazy move during Bullard, but Bullard, I mean, it kept things up. Oil started to pop up, and I think that's about it. That's really, it's been pretty chill. Let's see if I want to see if there's a wrap on there. Hold on. Not like an Uncle Answers wrap. Yeah, equity. Then JP Morgan, JP Diamond. Why do I keep calling him JP Diamond? I like that name. But JP Diamond, Jamie Diamond, he was calling, he said it's a hurricane now. And he said, you better brace yourselves for the economy. And he said the Fed can't do it. The Bullard one was good. There was a lot in there. Again, nothing really moved the market. That was interesting. And again, he also was like, it just didn't, like, what was he didn't say anything. It wasn't enough to move the market, but we went up. So it was a very interesting one. And yeah, we are doing the VWAP dance. Now, And then bonds dropped. That one wasn't good. And then strong data landed in markets. We're on edge. So, again, a lot of people are focusing on the manufacturing part. Who warns monkeypox could amplify over the summer? And then energy is the only thing green. Pretty simple day. I mean, what's the volume at? You didn't do enough bouncing around though today. Even though you're doing the VWAP dance, so it's not like this ain't even a two-step. You hit VWAP once within 30 minutes of the market, and then the last time we hit it was just like what, 5-10 minutes ago. So we'll see. News, no, always move the markets. It's good. It's good. The data is important. Again, we also had car sales and a couple things. Tomorrow, we get even more data. Friday, you get the jobs report, non-farm payrolls. That will be important. And then it's almost already Friday. I think OPEC tomorrow will be key because if they announce anything different with the Russia stuff, that would be interesting. He sounded bearish. I don't know. Like, that's what I was like. I loved what he was saying, but, like, I didn't quite get the conclusion. That's where he lost me. That's why I butted in during that. Like, you guys are like, bro, he was bringing up the charts. He was talking about 1970. He was explaining it, but he didn't really have a conclusion. He like was explaining it, and then he just said, "This is what we're doing." That was the slide. He explained. He was talking about a strong, but I don't know if that was the conclusion. He's made that many times, and I feel you on that one. Because he's talked about the 1990s job market and then things going on there, and he was just comparing it. But then I didn't feel like there was a conclusion. Then he got into what the feds are doing, what their plan was, and then there was all the questions, and some of them were good, but he answered as bullish as ever, bearish as ever, but it didn't really shock the markets. Again, as long as there's no real guidance or anything new that they're trying to signal, and we really didn't get that vibe from there. He also said little inflation. I think, he said the pandemic was still going on, and then he said they had more hope for the vaccines, but it was, he had a different. I was surprised he even said that, but yeah, he did talk about that a little bit with there not being as much and kind of pushed the puck or kind of ignored the question of being too late. He did mention a recession isn't guaranteed at all. Yes, I think maybe that was the conclusion of it all. But it seemed like, because he went over a lot of stuff that I'm interested in, right? Looking at 1970s, looking at the other times. He compared the balance sheets and central bank balance sheet growth of Europe, Japan, and even the United States. So, like, all that stuff is very, very key. But it just seemed like they were just a lot of it was the same things as ever that he said. So, but market took it good for the most part. Market will do on Friday after and non-farm, how closely the dollar. Dollars is very important right now. Like lately, as the dollar's been moving, especially with what's been going on overseas, both China and Europe, I mean, dollar has a lot of importance. Like, it's up a lot today. Again, any of the days we go up, I mean, the market hasn't really liked it. So any of the cooling off, the rally, it's been happening when the dollar is lower or the dollar starts easing. So if the dollar goes up, I don't think it's going to be a good sign. We'll see with the non-farms. I think really if it's a big surprise, we'll get a big reaction. But if it's, if it's within the guidance, then I don't think it'll be too crazy. But the ISM employment figures today, those weren't pretty. So if it is an indicator, maybe that's not good, but we'll find out what happens. The higher the dollar, the higher I got to pay for credit card fees. But you know what I noticed, actually? I saw an ad for it. Arco? Arco now lets you use credit cards. You guys remember? I don't know if y'all know about Arco. I used to hate it because you had to always use your debit card, and then they charge you a 35-cent fee. Only the real ones know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Only the real ones know. But yeah, I think apparently now Arco is letting you use credit cards. I don't know if they charge the same 35-cent fee, but now they let you. Arco's scammers, bro. I know. Arco has cheaper gas usually. That's why. They usually have cheap, but then you have to pay the 35 cents, and then you can't get points on the credit card if you get one. Like, because if you have a credit card that pays you points for gas, you get 5 times. You can't use it there. Arco dilutes. They charge less when you pay with cash. They sound like drug dealers. I don't know. I don't know. Actually, no, never mind. Drug dealers don't work like that. Getting that Chase Sapphire. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Great for food and lift. 10 times on food, Habibi. 10-time point on food. Great if you want to make a travel. Are you staying for GameStop? If it comes out early, we'll watch it. Maybe we should short it. I'm kidding. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. What are the calls priced at? If we could get good insurance. Ray Dalio cash is trash. There's some guy this morning who's disagreeing with that heavily. Because, like, right now, bro, your dollar could get you a lot unless you want real estate. But even then, it still gets you a decent amount. But I don't know. Even the last couple months, last 6 months, dollar has been a great investment if you were holding cash more or less, and we're kind of chilling out. You could short GameStop, $1,500 risk on the top end, but that's 1-for-1 insurance. So if you wanted like double, you'd have to increase your risk to like $2,000. $2,000 risk, and you could get overinsured. So if it rockets up, you can make money on it, but if not, you'll get clapped. It's funny because they push the narrative you need to get rid of cash due to inflation. Exactly, and then now the deflation aspect is coming in. It gets you a lot in other countries, but then again, that's the thing, though. It's like the things that they ignore on core CPI, that is where your dollar is not doing good. If you wanted an investment, the dollar is great if you had cash. If you wanted to buy gas, that's a different story, right? Again, real estate, basic necessities took the hit realistically. If it had a real-life use, then the dollar is more or less weaker, compared to what it was. But like asset values, everything else, you get a way better deal. Yeah, tomorrow is OPEC, and it might be a surprisingly bigger one. Kill inputs and call weekly production before EIA report. Ethanol. Where's young corn? Oh, oil's slipping. Oil's about to go negative. Oil's the only thing positive in the market. That's weird after that run up. Wow, 720 corn. Wow. This would be a good pickup, but I don't know. If you get greedy. If corn keeps flushing more, I'd be down to grab more. Wait. What the hell? Will they not let you trade these? I don't think you could trade the forward months. Interesting. U.S. working to get storage containers for Ukraine grain. Bitcoin or corn. In this case, I'm talking about corn, a bushel. Limit by making this trade. I want to see if they'll actually let us do it. I don't know if it's too much. while the market is paused. Reason unknown. Oh, I guess futures is closed. Yeah. Interesting. Because again, when I go here, it says active only, but I think it's because remember last time they wouldn't let us trade any of these. ZCZ22. Grains close early. So it might be, I want to see, because remember last time they limited us on a couple of those trades. But I'd be damn, remember I bought 748, sold out at like 808 on corn. So now it's coming back down. If I could get it at a cheaper price, that could be great. But I want to see if they limited anything. SPY above VWAP. So again, we barely hit below the low. You didn't break below 407 to the 405 level, and now we're kind of rallying up. Not bad. .808 and heartbreak. UUP. Everybody in the UUP. Microsoft, GME, Pop, everything kind of moving there. It's weird. Oil's coming down, and then all the oil companies are up. Let's see. Where is oil? I don't know. Oil's interesting because OPEC will be key, but like oil's already, I don't know. It's already at the danger level, but it might do the slight climb. The question is if we break above 130 or not. I don't know. 15 years. Let's see. That's 147. EFOI new highs. Let's go back. 107. This was what, 2011? Here it was. 08. Bro, it just made the moves way faster in 08, surprisingly. But again, I think they had a lot less stuff happening. And then it was by when? July? Maybe we get the little bit of a May peak. And then July. Yeah, July, August. Dude, July, August will be interesting. If oil even comes down by then, that'd be crazy. Tesla underperforming. Tesla was leading early on in the day, and then they flipped. And then Tesla just had some of that news there. TNXP's going. That's the patent one from this morning. Ford CEO sees electric vehicle price war as EV costs decline. Bros is up 3.5. Actually looking very good from the bottom there. 22 to 38. That's a great move. Oil puts is the play. I think after August, I think that'll be an interesting time frame. I think from there we'll start to get more reactions. Jamie Dimon is 100% worried. I feel you, but let's just go back in time to a glorious day of May 23rd. How does that sound? Does that sound good? Let's go to May 23rd. So before he said what he said today, he says storm clouds over the economy may dissipate. I love it. Bro, I'm telling you, this is a very weird comment. I mean, again, this is the typical JP Morgan flip-flop just in 2 weeks. So that was on the watch list. You know what I'm saying? This is why I think I was wearing, which one? Which watch list was I think which shirt was I wearing? I think I was wearing this shirt. So this was on. That's why I was like JP, and then you had JP Dimon. See, this is how it looked. It's kind of like this. You remember that? That looked familiar? Ah. But those comments weren't good though today. I mean, people definitely reacted, but it is a little bit different. You look like you're getting fit. Honestly, bro, I need to eat better. And that has helped a lot. But I just go to the gym. That's it. I just try to move my body. I don't even care anymore. It's weird. It's not even like, that's it. I can't even get like super, super swole. So I just got to make sure I move around. That's it. It's good. It's good for the spirit. Can't skip Wagyu Wednesday. I've been doing ground bison, mixed veggies, sweet potatoes. Gets the gains. That's it. I've been eating rice and chicken. That's it. Rice, chicken, vegetables. I'm going back to my plastic box meals, but it's not. I'll try to cook it, but most of the time it's my girlfriend. She'll cook it for me. But other than that, it's been good. It's been good. That's it. Broccoli, I've ate healthy. It's crazy. Even after a couple of weeks, it's rice, chicken, some simple stuff, not eating out. It goes a long way. Are the financials popping? Financials are still down 1.1, but they might come back up here. Ground bison. It does sound good. Arc lagging. I'm on a Whopper diet. Believe me, man. I feel you. That's it. Just if it's not making you shit yourself, you're good to go. Until you start shitting yourself. And then we have a problem. That's it. That's why I was like, I've been there. Been there, man. I've been there. Wendy's. That sounds good. I haven't had Wendy's in a while. But, just rice and chicken. That sounds good. Or I think I had an egg roll yesterday. She made me an egg roll. I said, wow, I didn't know you could make egg rolls. It's so wow, bro. I was taking this girl out to eat, man. And she could cook good. This whole time, she ain't even tell me like that. Like, I was like, are you kidding me? This whole time, we've been going out to eat. I'll take her out. She wasn't there. I'd have to, I'd eat my little meals. I was like, man. And she could, whip up, just crazy. You could make egg bites in a mug? What? You don't need that. I think they have a machine at Costco. AXL calls 200. Let's go. think our shares are up like probably like $200 maybe. We got it at like $6.99 or something. But again, we haven't heard anything since that little rumor, so maybe we get another update to it. You crack an egg into a mug, salt, pepper, and microwave, and then that's it? I'm going to try this. If my house blow up, boomer, that's it. I don't know. I feel like I would mess this up somehow. It works? No way. Be another guy. No, man, I'm scared. I'm scared. It could easily pop. What other? There's one thing I wanted to see. What has earnings today? Wasn't there one big earnings? I know there's MDB. Let me check. GME, Chewy, weekly earnings release. Today's Wednesday. Yeah, you got Vive, Path, HPE, AI, Chewy, PSTG, Mondogob, whatever that is, and then GME. Roblo going up. Now Chewy and GME, right? Same person. $100. I would just short the shares, but like I said, you could do GameStop. It's cheaper than what it was a couple weeks ago. So, like, you could go extra insurance. You'd have $25 of risk on the shares and then $500 for contracts. But then if it goes back to $160, you would make $4,000. So, it's an interesting risk to reward. And then whatever dollar for dollar, you just have to make more than $500 to cover the insurance. But then if it goes up, your risk is on the upside. Will they even let you short shares of GameStop? Now that I think about it, I don't even think they would let you. Yeah, no, that's crazy. Buying it, you have to pay for it, dollar for dollar. They won't let you use any sort of margin. You're going to need the full amount. Maybe? Yeah. Let's see. No, why does it adjust? Bro, it's done that twice to me today. So if you do... so weird. I guess not on the 4,000. Yeah, you can't even short it. Shares are not currently available to short. Bro, there's some stuff you can't do it. So even if you wanted to do, you can't. So yeah, you can't even, you have to only buy puts if you want to go against it. And the puts are crazy. I would say the calls are cheap. Like you could have shorted it, got the calls, got insurance. It would have been decent. Premium. The calls, I mean, like I said, it would have been 2,000% risk on the upside. Not 2,000%, $2,000. You can't short it, but big boys can. Someone said you just got to you have to sign an agreement or something. I'm sure there's just multiple steps if you really wanted to, but it's not as straightforward. Getting harder to short. I've seen EWG, they wouldn't let me do it. GME, they won't let you do it, but I think GME makes sense. I feel like it's been like that since last year. If everyone's short, I don't think they are short. I think it's probably a very limited amount who are short. I wouldn't be surprised if people are still short from January, if that makes sense. Like some of the people who didn't get like fully washed out or weren't fully publicized with it. Or maybe they bought options to last them and keep it up. Because I don't know. I mean, at that point, if you get rid of most, like even retail not being able to short, plus, I mean, I wonder how many steps. But if the borrowing cost is high too, it really does limit a lot of things. You're saying shorts didn't cover? I not all of them. Remember when you couldn't buy GME? That was a moment. AMC, will they let you short AMC? I don't think AMC's has had restrictions, has it? I feel like they have way more supply. At $40. Yeah, the margin requirement not even that high. Nope. You can't even short AMC. Bro, there's so many things they won't let you short. Again, you've seen us do this short. Like, they'll let you short Costco. They'll let you short anything. Yep, can't do EWG. China ByteDance exits daily hunt parent verse in India. You need to try pre-market. Honestly, I feel you. Because any of the closes that I did in pre-market were better. And then the one time I didn't close eBay pre-market, it rocketed up at cash open. In a weird way, I really feel you on that. I think it's still like a little bit hit and miss, but no, I feel you. 412. We bounced 412. I don't know if that's going to... I feel like 412 was resistance at some point. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, remember this 412.50? We're back up to this level, but we still got, what, hour 20? Today kind of flew by. U.S. has confidence in Brazil's electoral institutions. Official. We going green till Monday. One can hope. Biden meets administration and major infant formula manufacturers. Operation Fly Formula is what they're calling it for. It's one of the like green screen sets. Facebook hasn't hit VWAP. Let me see. Daily national gasoline, record high 461. That's average. That's the crazy part. That is the average. So some places are already at 7. Cali hit 805 at one gas station. Oh my gosh. All you have to do is agree to the terms. Where are the terms? And that's to join the short program they have. But what are the terms though? That's the thing. Y'all like, you just got to agree to the term. What if the terms say it costs the left leg? What if it, hold on. Biden, Bolsonaro to discuss very long list of issues. I'll be like, send me the terms. This goes over the borrow rates. Not bad. About to go green. NASDAQ just did go green. SPY is only down 0.16. Dow is down 0.14. So, yeah, possibly. I mean, 20 minutes till power hour. That was the first VWAP move. So, again, I was looking at those calls on the daily at 410. If you remember, we were talking about it. Today's June 1st. Welcome to June. Did I tell you guys welcome? Oh, man, those went to 250? Damn, so these were at 80 cents. Come on. This is all day? They opened at 5. Jeez. Yeah, they came down to 80 when we were looking at them there near the bottom. They even went down to 20 or 40. That's crazy. So that was the VWAP. Remember the VWAP calls? Somebody was even saying it there. JD verdict reached, the Johnny Depp one. Y'all just tell me what it is when it happens. What's the Pinduoduo? Microsoftian, Costconian. Bullard leans against any case for fall rate rise pause. Oh, we didn't pick up on that one. Bullard would expect growth to move back towards trend. Is that just coming out? Yeah. There's another statement coming across with Bullard. More comments. Fed Bullard says it's too early to say if inflation has peaked. That's not good. That's kind of bearish. So if Bullard takes off the September pause, that could eliminate a little bit of the hype. But we'll see if anybody else in the Fed confirms it. But we'll see if the market actually responds to that. He's speaking to reporters. Anecdotal reports consistent with continued growth. That's an interesting phrase about September. Why would he say that? I mean, maybe he's, again, tempering the market. Because you got to think, that was the whole bullish thing we've been dealing with all last 2 weeks, really. You know, that was the silver lining in what we heard from the Fed. Yeah, he's making both hawkish and dovish statements, but that one right there, I think, that kind of holds its own right there. That is the first time we've heard someone from the Fed say that, okay, no, September, if they clarify the market and they're like, don't misinterpret that. Interesting. Clear hawkishness. Clear hawkishness, and it just refutes one of the bullish drivers that we've had in the last couple of days. Again, people in bonds were excited about that whole September pause. It gave you a light at the end of the tunnel. Do they want to crash the markets? Maybe they want them a little lower. Remember, the SPY was at 415 when the Fed said that the assets were still highly valued. Or what did they say? Excessive value? What was the word? Remember, that was one of the things we got from the minutes is that, or elevated. They still said valuations were still extremely elevated when we were at 415. Costco better reconsider membership. I think they're going to do it down the road. They said now's not the time. I mean, imagine once the consumer really, maybe it takes another quarter, but once you really get that slowdown, you know, they always have that in the back pocket. Is that going to clap this run? It might, but not really. I mean, we're not seeing people react to it just yet, but I would definitely watch out for that. Costco, I mean, they held up the earnings. Again, kind of a mixed bag. Margins weren't good. They got downgraded afterwards by a couple of places, but they're pretty much just holding levels after the first jump. I think overall trends with discretionaries will guide it in the short term. August would be the best time to crash it. I mean, by that point, too, even if oil get the final peak in oil runs up, goes crazy one more time, depending on what it. But that's weird. They said they wouldn't pause in September. I mean, that's just what Bullard said. That one is definitely going to come back. We're probably going to hear that soon, or hopefully we get confirmation from everyone else in the Fed. Damn. Yeah, you guys all sent me the $8 gas. So it's real. $8. I haven't seen $8 yet, but $8. Diesel for $9.19. That's insane. Diesel, this is more scary. Why is it only a 2-cent difference though? I feel like when is the difference between regular and premium only been 2 cents though? Does that make sense? Usually it's like 20 cents, 30 cents. I don't know. Both two people sent me the exact same picture, just at different angles. Is it Photoshop? Yeah, that's a very small spread. We got two different angles. Oh, bro. Oh, someone said that. Are you ready? Are you ready? I heard this. I heard this one. Are you ready? This is going to blow your mind because it kind of, I don't know if this messed with me as much. I don't know. This might mess with you. Are you guys ready? When you, think about the last time you pumped gas. When was the last time you smelled gas at the gas station? That's it. That's it. It made me think. Bro, I remember as a kid, as a kid, you would be in the car and that shit would smell like gas in the car. But just think, next time you fill up, just take a deep breath in. Obviously, don't get high off of it. But that's it. Just something to think about. I was tripping out. I mean, that one I saw someone post that on TikTok, and I was like, what? That's crazy. Gas pumps have improved vapor draw. We're running on corn gas. Nobody's spilling it anymore. I know I need to get off TikTok. I'm sorry. I'll stop talking. I don't know. Just some shit. I'm like, damn, bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. Neo on Watchlist this year. I'll put it on the Watchlist tonight for you. When do they have earnings? My money don't jiggle, jiggle. It folds. What a day. Today flew by, but now it feels kind of slow after the bounce, but so fast. It's ethanol. Find out it's destroying the environment. Well, yeah, that's why they banned ethanol. Like, they have certain things. I mean, in summer, usually ethanol is not good with the weather, but, you know, in this case, we need what we could get. We need what we could get. They're doing everything they've had. We've dumped half of our oil reserves, bro. And gas is still, you sending me $9 screenshots, $8. Biden speaking about baby food. I feel like I'm watching C-SPAN. They're going to cut it off in like 2 minutes. He was trying to say booty gag. He couldn't. I feel you. I feel you, though, Biden. I feel you.
Mr. President, let me start by thanking you for convening today's roundtable. At your direction, we are working 24/7 to get infant formula into the hands of parents across the country. As my team at HHS recently told Alexa, a mom from Leesburg, Virginia, whose son's a 1.5-year-old and a 6-month-old requires specialty infant formula, getting more formula, particularly specialty formula, on shelves quickly and safely is a priority for us. Mr. President, thanks for your leadership, and thanks to that leadership, we have partnered with federal colleagues across the administration to support Operation Fly Formula to bring formula in from other countries and bring it in swiftly and safely. In addition, the FDA is working with Abbott.
I don't know why it's so quiet. My bad.
And we are working to quickly and safely bolster the supply of products.
It's going to cut off in 5 minutes anyways.
With the focus on specialty formula.
Bro, it's mad quiet.
With the FDA, Abbott agreed to take corrective actions following an FDA inspection of its Sturgis, Michigan facility. Actions that are expected to ultimately result in an increase in the safety of infant formula. As I have invoked the Defense Production Act 3 times already, that was done to accelerate delivery of raw materials needed to manufacture infant formula for America's families. And one more important point. At HHS, we have launched a new online hub, hhs.gov/formula, to help parents and caregivers navigate their baby formula options. At hhs.gov/formula, parents and caregivers can connect to community resources, such as community centers or an accredited food bank. They can connect to preliminary recommendations from physicians and clinicians, and they can check if the brand of formula they rely on was affected by Abbott's recall. We invite feedback from the public and plan to update this page further in the coming days. And all of this information can be found in multiple languages. We're engaging governors across the country so that they too have the latest information on how to help families in their states navigate their needs. And we're working closely with the U.S. Department of Agriculture to support the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infant, and Children, the WIC program, to ensure WIC families can access new supplies of baby formula
to make sure parents have the infant formula they need. But remember, HHS, FDA, USDA, we're not manufacturers. We need infant formula manufacturers and the industry as a whole to keep stepping up and working with us. As you've made clear, Mr. President, only together can we solve this challenge and give families the infant formula they need. And with that, let me now turn to Deputy Director Samira Fazli for her comment.
Thank you, Secretary Becerra. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. What we'll do now is turn to the manufacturers and get some updates. We last spoke
What we're going to do now is kick everybody from the media out. Thank you.
Building upon a lot of the work that the administration had been doing diligently since February. But I want to begin with Robert Cleveland. And since we last spoke to you, we've now invoked the Defense Production Act. I want to hear how the Defense Production Act is enabling Reckitt to speed up its production of infant formula.
Why does he look so offended?
Sure, I'd be happy to address that. Thank you for convening this roundtable. As the next largest manufacturer of scale
what did you say?
in the United States,
The fuck is he
getting
saying?
as many feedings to shelf as possible
Yeah, zoom out,
has
zoom
been
out.
an enormous priority for us. We've left no stone unturned in the way we can do that safely and in a high-quality manner. And since the recall event occurred, there are a number of actions we've taken. First and foremost, our plants are running 24/7 with unlimited overtime. We've optimized our portfolio to focus on
And just as a reminder,
that move through our plants
chest to the sun.
fastest.
Don't sit like this.
And we've worked with
Come
our
on,
retail
chest to the
and
sun.
distribution partners
Let's go.
to ensure that our
Don't be
trucks
sitting
are
like
getting
that.
to
I
distribution
see you.
centers and prioritized with our retail partners like Walmart and Target, Kroger, such that our trucks are unloaded first and feedings get to shelf faster. Because it's not just about more, it's about how much more we can put at shelf. And since the recall began, or since the beginning of the year, we have been able to increase the amount we've put to market by over 30% and to do it 40% faster. To dimensionalize that a little bit more, that's about 211,000 more infants that we're feeding after the recall than before the recall. But to address your question directly on the impact of the Defense Production Act, when we spoke to the White House middle of last month, there were a number of very rapid actions that the government took, and we're very appreciative of them. Part of it is the Defense Production Act. We have been the beneficiary of one implementation of that that got us some essential oil to our manufacturing process. But there have also been calls from staffers from the NEC and HHS to other manufacturers who supply us. And those calls alone have been helpful. And because of those calls, because of all that's been done, we now have a production schedule in June where we're looking to produce 40 million feedings per week. And that's because we have a special and temporary responsibility to produce more than half of the infant
I like his nod.
in the U.S. And our
He just be
employees
nodding
are
like
dedicated
facts.
to meeting that responsibility.
Yeah, facts.
And in fact, over Memorial Day weekend,
No, open them back up.
produce
Okay.
another 5 million feedings at our plants in Michigan.
I thought he was nodding.
Couldn't have done that
Watch, he'll do the nod.
efforts to get us more
No, he's like
inputs to
facts, but that
EPA
one was just
and the
delayed.
efforts of the staffers at HHS and NEC, and we're deeply appreciative. But the other thing I want to lead to is that we can do even more. And so we have a unique opportunity with our brand Enfamil, which has fed generations of infants in the U.S. and is the most trusted by pediatricians and mothers. And with that unique position, we've submitted applications to the FDA to bring formula in from our world-class facilities in Singapore and Mexico. And if those applications are approved, we believe we can bring enough formula in to add an additional 250,000 infants on the ones we were already feeding post the recall, and come a long way to substantially ending this crisis. And if those approvals happen fast enough, we can make an impact as soon as this month. And we're really looking forward to working with the HHS and the FDA in processing those applications as quickly as we can. But in closing on my opening remarks, I just wanted to recognize the efforts of the USDA and the local governments that implement the program. We've been working to fill the gap created by the shutdown of the Sturgis facility ever since it happened. And flexibility of the administration of that program has allowed manufacturers like ourselves and our retail partners to be able to put products at the shelves that WIC participants can more easily access. And since they are the most vulnerable in our society, I just want everybody to know those efforts have been fruitful, meaningful, and I know we're feeding more WIC participants because of them. So thank you for the efforts from the government, the USDA, to improve flexibility in that regard. And if there are other questions later, I'm happy to answer.
I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Tell us about what changes you made to move the formula faster from your factory to the floor shelves. I mean, you talked about the trucks and priorities. Are there other things you've done as well?
Yes, sir. So typically the way our process would work is we would make our product. It would go through its normal quality release checks, be released into a system that then eventually becomes visible to retailers to order from. What we've done now is to make sure that every retail partner we have is aware of the moment that product is released from quality, their order is waiting for it, the truck is booked to ship it to their facility, and once it gets to their facility, it's prioritized among all the other deliveries that they receive to get to shelf as fast as possible. And again, those changes in totality, we believe we're now delivering product to market 40% faster than we were prior to the recall. And again, it's partnership up and down the line, sir.
One last question. Did you, and I'm going to ask this to your other colleagues, did you anticipate that the closure of the Abbott facility, because it was not producing the quality that was necessary, that would have this profound effect immediately? Or did it take a little time to?
No, sir. We were aware of the general impact that this would have, and so from the moment that recall was announced, we reached out immediately to retail partners like Target and Walmart to tell them this is what we think will happen, and this is the inventory we have on hand right now. You should order it. And any inventory in your distribution centers should be pushed to shelves as fast as possible. And they've been great partners in taking all of those actions. And then, of course, as the recall has gone on, more specific impacts have been felt, and we've learned and adjusted to those as well. But no, we knew from the very beginning this would be a very serious event.
I met early on with those CEOs, and they were trying to figure out how they could move quickly, and you've been very helpful, so thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for that. 40% faster is incredible, and just a testament to the work that you and your team have been doing with all your partners. Tarun, I'm going to turn to you next. While most of us here in the U.S. know of your company as Gerber, we know that Gerber and Nestle are essentially the same brand. Wanted to get an update from you on the work that Gerber has done since Operation Formula helped them bring so much Nestle specialty formula to the U.S. market. Can you give us an update on your ability to distribute that product to the families that need it?
Thank you, Samira. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with yourself, the President, and members of the administration. If I could first start by saying we take this responsibility very seriously to be part of the solution. And in fact, without overstating it, at Gerber, we feel this is our national duty. And we have crisis teams that are operating today, 3.5 months after the recall, with the same level of urgency as we did when I got that first phone call informing me of the crisis situation. This is demonstrated by our factories that continue to run 24/7. We have, in fact, from our domestic demand, increased 60% additional supply to the marketplace since the recall. And as you mentioned, Samira alluded to the broader Nestle, we're leveraging the full power of entire Nestle network to be able to come to our aid at this time of crisis. One of the things we will not compromise on, obviously, is quality and safety. That's a core principle at Nestle. So everything we do, even in these very dynamic and fluid times, we make sure that every product that goes out meets our highest standards. And the president alluded to that as well when referring to Operation Fly formula. That has been a very powerful statement. The same urgency was shared by the administration. And since we've received, to your specific question, Samira, since we've received 60 tons of that product on one shipment and another shipment with the Nestle Health Science product, we have been rapidly moving those products through our distribution centers into the marketplace. In fact, the product, and it was a privilege and a very proud moment for me to be with our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and our Surgeon General, Dr. Murthy, to get that. Since that time, those 40% of those cans that were received have already been made their way to the store shelves, to hospitals, and other high-need areas. So from our perspective, Fly Formula has been very helpful for us. Again, the president alluded, we shaved off weeks from normal transit time. We're getting product off the shelf as quickly as we can turn it around. And then finally, if I may add, is the same point that Robert alluded to earlier and the president alluded to as well. Working with the FDA under the enforcement discretion, we have submitted multiple proposals of, again, high quality formula that has the potential of bringing in 9.5 million individual 8-ounce servings over the course of the next month and a half. We're, of course, following all process. We have to follow the details here, make sure the recipes are compatible with our current recipes. We can track the product, as well as make sure that the label is in English for easy translation and obviously easy comprehension and have no translation issues. So again, we're a small player at Gerber, but we believe now is the time to go above and beyond.
Can I ask a question? How are you supporting families that participate in the WIC program, in the Special Supplemental Nutritional Program? You know, women, infant, children. When I spoke with the retailers, we talked about making sure that they could be able to purchase. You can limit what you purchase under WIC and based on the size of the container and the like. And we worked out a deal where they could, whatever container was available would be the ones that we use, and they would not be limited to being able to be stuck with if you only had an X ounces or what have you been doing to accommodate that or talk about that with your customers?
Mr. President, that hits to the heart of the matter. In terms of WIC families, Gerber currently has 7 contracts. However, working very closely, and big thanks to the USDA's flexibility, specifically referring to what you alluded to in terms of substitution opportunities, can size flexibility. We now have, in addition to our 7 WIC contracts, which we must protect to ensure product is available where we have contracts. But today you will find Gerber product available in all 35 Abbott WIC contract states. That comes through a lot of work on the ground with, again, I represent a large number of teams, a number of colleagues across the US and across even Europe and across the world supporting us in this matter. Working with the WIC offices on a local level, making sure our products are available for them in their formularies. The WIC parent may shop at a WIC office, they may shop at a retail. They have multiple different distribution options, and we make sure our product is available through all of those means. So we've been able, again, taking advantage and full partnership with the USDA to get our product available, both the product that is normal term usage, but also the specialized products that we have, because there are WIC families that have needs for those products as well. In fact, that is a core part of how we want to move forward, is make sure products available for the WIC families. And then if I could build on that a bit, we're also making sure our specialized products, which have a unique need in the marketplace, is available through children's hospitals and other home healthcare partners where it's not the traditional channel. So it really is a number of different initiatives across multiple touch points where the WIC family has to be supported to make sure that they get the product. And we believe we're working very closely with the administration and having good success on that, sir.
It's really important. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting.
And USDA has done incredible work to approve a lot of those waivers in 24 to 48-hour timelines since February. And as the president laid out, all 50 states finally took action after he called them to task a few weeks ago on that. And the 35 Abbott states that you mentioned, some of that was also due to USDA's effort to work with Abbott to make sure that companies like yours were able to get your product into those store shelves. So thank you, Tarun, for that update.
Thank you, Samira.
Murray, I'm going to turn to you next. A lot of families might not be familiar with the name Perigo, but I know that you provide a lot of the manufacturing for the private label brands that they may be buying at a Target or a Walmart. So can you speak to us about what you've done to scale up production since February and the result of all that effort that you and your company have taken?
Sure. First off, thank you for the opportunity to be here, Samira, and thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership in this crisis. We all appreciate it. We are indeed a private label manufacturer, and for those who aren't familiar with that, we don't actually market a national brand ourselves. We enable competition, and we pack for 18 national store brands. Those are the retailers' brands and several national smaller branded marketers. So in essence, we are creating competition, and those store brands sell for about half the price of the national brand. So we're proud that we provide an affordable, accessible, while still maintaining superior quality. Consistent with our vision to make lives better, we play a vital role in providing access to affordable infant formula. And as I said, we also foster competition. Now, when I joined the company about 3 years ago, we saw the need for strengthening the resiliency of our infant formula business. And over the last 3 years, we put about $100 million into the facilities so that they would be reliable and they would be resilient. And that's benefiting us tremendously right now. Like what you heard from everyone else so far, our 500 associates in our manufacturing facilities in Ohio and Vermont are running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and have done so all while navigating global supply chain shortages and tight labor market. Let me walk you through the specific steps to increase output. The very first thing we did when we heard about the Abbott recall was we could foresee that this was going to create a tremendous shortage. We significantly increased all our material orders. We began communication with the FDA immediately. We began collaborating closely with the FDA, our retail customers, and other stakeholders to identify and prioritize what was most critical. And we've been meeting, by the way, weekly with the FDA ever since. The very first thing that we did was take one facility and run a year's worth of hypoallergenic formula because we believed that was most critical. After that, the second thing, and what we've done ever since, is focused on the highest 4 formulas, volume formulas in the category to feed as many babies as possible with a formula that most closely resembled what the babies were already eating. Remember, as a private label manufacturer, it's our job and we strive to develop products that are designed to be almost exactly the same as the national brand. So it wouldn't be a change for infants. And because of that, we felt we had a unique responsibility, and it was in collaboration with our customers and the retailer that we picked the 4 that we focused on. By focusing on 4, we were able, and still today are running at 115% of our maximum capacity. So our theoretical capacity, we're running millions of pounds more. And in the 4 months of 2022, our output is up 32%. That is, we shipped 32% more product than a year ago through the combination of that higher output and the use of the safety stock inventories we had. That's gigantic for us. Mr. President, we appreciate you making your staff, the FDA, and most recently HHS representatives available to us right from the beginning. Like I said, it was within a matter of days to help get through this crisis. And I can assure you that Perigo is doing everything that can be done in order to help. We are well prepared. We are not having supply problems. We are not having supply issues. We are running full out and will continue to do so for as long as needed. And we are continuing to make investments and will continue to invest going forward to support increased reliability and capacity in the industry. Our company is proud to be part of the solution to this shortage, as no family should have to worry about being able to feed their baby. So once again, thank you for your leadership on this crisis.
Well, thank you for doing such an incredible job of moving so quickly. Thank you.
It was helpful to get an update from the kind of leading domestic manufacturers, but we're going to switch gears a little bit and switch countries and talk about one of the new actions that we have taken is that the FDA has put in place new flexibilities to allow imports, to bring new entrants into the market. And so, Christy, I want to turn to you next to tell us about your company, about Bubs, and the formula you make, and how soon we're going to be able to get that formula here in the U.S. now that the FDA has approved you for sale and distribution. Although I should probably ask you first, what time is it down there?
It's around 4 o'clock in the morning, but now that we run a 24/7 operation, and I think most of the Bubs team now feel like they're on Washington, D.C. time. So that's perfectly okay. And Mr. President, I'd like to start by saying just what an honor it is to be able to be here and talk to you personally. And I thank you for inviting myself on behalf of Bubs Australia.
Thank you. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. Chat, testing 1, 2. Adjust your audio. It was weird. I said that was too long. I see why. They never let us listen to those, but now they did. And now that was the longest round table we've ever listened to. Okay, it's the longest round table. That's it. It's good for now. We got some information on baby food. It's good to see. It seems I didn't think they were putting that much time into it. I wish they would have broadcasted Powell. You know, that's it. That's it. Any predictions for tomorrow? Not really. Let's see the economic calendar. You're going to get non-farm productivity, not the non-farm payrolls. That's Friday. Factory orders, continuing claims. I don't think the data is going to move too much tomorrow. I think Friday will probably be a bigger day. I think it really depends, I think it just depends on kind of where we close. Again, 412, 412.50. That's like been a big level over the last couple of days. And then, we kind of broke that Friday low. I think where we close will be key. We'll see how the market digests Powell, and then any news, and then OPEC tomorrow. So if anything, OPEC and the reaction for OPEC, that could cause a big reaction up or down. So I think OPEC will be a lot more important than usual just because of kind of the exemption thing they were talking about. And then I think we're going to be getting some crop updates too, I believe, by the end of the week. So it's kind of waiting till that Friday, and then before you know it, we are going to be chill. Yeah, we had the beige book that came in. I think there was like mentions of like it being slow. No real big headlines came from it. Let me see. Distressed debt surges to 2020 levels. Let's see. No, there's not any updates on it. But it did come out. I know there was somebody sent me this from Zero Hedge. Beige book instances of slow. They've mentioned that more than even May 2020, which was interesting. Other than that, nothing crazy. Jury finds Amber Heard defamed Johnny Depp. Jack Sparrow won. This market is slow. It was fast today, though. Again, I mean, through most of half of the day here, we were chilling, and then it slowed down right with what's it called? It slowed down with Bullard, and then everything kind of started going back up. But half of the day, I mean, it was a slow move down, but we were just getting ready. We were like, is it going to go lower? It broke one level after the next. We didn't go lower than 1.5 on the NASDAQ. Things flip now. Tech is in the positive. Communications are in the positive. Utilities and discretionaries. And then energy is still the leader despite the flip-flop on oil. So oil's barely up today, but it was up a lot more. But it dropped a lot. And then you go look at the oil companies. They did very good. Lots of different info today. Again, a lot of a lot of economic data. Remember, I mean, all of this started with the economic data. If there's one thing to take away, is that other central banks with Canada, other central banks are starting to price in a more aggressive policy in the future. So, you know, if they start getting more aggressive, I wouldn't rule out the potential aggressiveness that could come from that could come from even our Fed itself. And then that statement by what's his name? That statement by Bullard with the not pausing. I think that one was pretty important, but we'll see. The hint yesterday with New Zealand. That's what I'm saying. Take New Zealand, then Canada. Let's see everybody else. And if they all start doing that, and then by the time we see what New Zealand does, I think though New Zealand, we might have our Fed before New Zealand, unfortunately. So that's what's going to be interesting. But even so, there might be another 30, 45 day lag. But keep in mind, by the end of this week, I mean, coming into next week, you know, we have what's it called coming up? We have the CPI, so we'll see. Markets are going to rally for Johnny. You guys are excited about this. The Amber Heard. Objection, hearsay, cause for speculation. That's it. No more funny video clips. It's kind of bittersweet. Bittersweet. Yeah, AXL did good. That one's interesting. Again, we're still holding the shares, and we have not heard any update on them getting acquired since we got into it. So we'll see what happens. Oh, to put to rest. I know that's no more memes. No more memes. Dream Cooper says Trudeau's threat against the REITs is a sideshow. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's threat to change tax rules for real estate investment trusts is a sideshow that will do nothing to affect home prices in Canada, according to one of the country's largest publicly traded real estate developers. The Prime Minister has promised to tackle financialization of the housing market by the end of 2023, building on an election pledge last year to review the tax treatment of large corporate owners of residential properties such as REITs. As in the U.S., Canadian REITs generally don't pay corporate taxes because most of their income flows through to investors who do pay tax. Michael Cooper, president of Dream Unlimited, said the idea of tinkering with tax structure makes little sense and won't help the government bring down housing costs. I did not know they were trying to do that. They said in Australia, the government is going to start helping people pay for housing and taking partial ownership. Wow. I mean, I don't know. Would any of you do that? Would any of you take if the government helped with your housing, but then they were just your equity partner? So you pay half, the government pays half, but then when you sell, they get half of the profits? Hell no, nah, damn, you capitalists. Pfft. Sure, why not? I mean, I don't know. It doesn't seem that bad. I would take one or two. Why not? I'll be like, yeah, I partnered up with the government. You know what I'm saying? Beats rising rent. Yeah, I'd rather buy Doge. No, you don't pay them interest. So like it's like a partnership. So they cover half of the payment but they own half of the equity. So that's it. A $500,000 home, you would only need to take out $250,000 relatively speaking and pay your portion on $250,000. But then when it comes time to sell, they get half. House prices would skyrocket, right? I don't think it would keep housing lower. What if they say you can't sell? That is true. You would need government approval to sell. They are an owner, technically speaking. Technically speaking, they would be an owner. Isn't that like Section 8? Section 8, you don't get, the government doesn't let you buy it. That's for renting. What else was there today? HPQ. That ended up going up, but the options didn't do much. Where's CRM? Again, you got GameStop and Chewy after hours. Chewy's at the bottom. Yeah, Chewy. They're below IPO. Rent to own, yeah. It just, a lot of people don't really do it though. And a lot of the rent to own things you see on Craigslist are pretty much scams. Dude, YY's down 20% now? Ugh. Bro, you see this? I know they were down in the morning, but not by that much. So bad earnings. Johnny won the case. He did. He did. Everyone, the chat. I've never seen you guys so happy in the last couple months. It's good. I think everybody needed that. Everyone's like, okay, the market's down, but Johnny Depp won. Johnny Depp has won. We needed that. It's a good W. It's a good W to take. W for the people. Shout out to Jack Sparrow. Hilton on the high, or is that? Yeah, Hyatt. Hilton, B&B. And then airlines, that Delta news, we had Delta guidance in the morning. They were saying they were good, but that did not help. Travel got whacked today, actually. Maybe it's because another reach in oil. Johnny won the case, but are you happy for me? Chile finance minister says it won't auction dollars in June. $12.30. Bro, these power hours have been slowing down. How do you feel about this? How do you guys feel with all of this now? Again, you're getting into this is literally this is crazy. It's going back. Oh, Facebook, Big Chicle, Facebook. There it is. Give us something for Power Hour. Sheryl Sandberg is stepping down as COO. Oh, she's a big deal in there, bro. Oh, I think I overpaid for those. Yeah, I overpaid. I got some in there. I'm gonna get, I spent $80. Probably should have went. I grabbed some of the weeklies. Okay, now they're moving. Be careful. That's big, bro. She's huge. Cheryl's a big, bro. She does every single early earnings call. She is now leaving the company. I overpaid on the contracts though, but they're going up. There, right when we were saying it's chilling out. Sheryl Sandberg. We'll see. It's already down 3, but I think that's a big person leaving. She's about to take her talents to Roblox. I overpaid for them though. I definitely, I spent like $80 on the weekly. They were weird on the spreads, but be careful with that. If it goes lower, it might hit, but I grabbed a weekly. Not a recommendation. I spent 20 cents a contract, but they were going for 11. I didn't think it would fill the 20, but they filled the 20. Replaceable by puts. Cheryl, I mean, how long has she been with the company? She's been the COO for a very, very long time. That's a 4% drop. Yeah, that brought them down a lot. Again, Facebook wasn't even going up there. And then there's another report. Metaverse is already populated with the worst examples of internet behavior. Sheryl Sandberg stepping down. Bro, how long has she been at the company? Sandberg. Yeah, bro, she's a co-founder of Facebook from 2016 to today, and then she became the chief operating officer in November of 2021. So she just became the chief operating officer. It says 11 till 2021 till present. And then she was on SurveyMonkey board. She still is. Yeah, Harvard Business School. Yeah, but bro, she's on the founding team. Bro, that's why it's a big deal, bro. It's going down right there. That's big. It's already, what, 4% since the move, 3% since the announcement of that. That's big. She was named COO in 2008. Mine says 2021, but it says she's a founder. She's on co-founder. Literally, she's listed as COO and co-founder. Didn't she say she was leaning into it? Bro, that's big. Bro, that's crazy. That's really big news. The Facebook drama continues. Sheryl Kara Sandberg is leaving Facebook. She's on the co-founder. She's worth a couple $2 billion. She's been the COO for at least a couple years. I think it goes well beyond. I remember her from every single earnings call from the beginning of time. Like, she's been there for a long time. It's saying, I don't know about the COO role and how that played out there, but no, she's a co-founder of Facebook, so that it's a very, very big deal. No, she's done, bro. Most of the conference calls, at least in the last couple of years, she's been the one who does most of them. Again, COO, she has a very, very big position, but you've heard her a lot on any sort of Facebook news. She testified before Congress on behalf of Facebook, everything. She sold. I don't know if she did. We could check. Co-founder of Facebook and now leaving. I'm gonna check. I want to check insider sales right now. Let's see. Jennifer, she sold February 2022, and even in May, she bought stuff. She exercised an option and ended up holding it. Or I guess, no, she got rid of them at 198, 25,000. But no, she got way more than that. She just sold for taxes. She hasn't sold. So she's not as if she sold anytime recently. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg was dumping throughout 2021, but that's about it. Nah, she's good. I mean, we'll see if there's any updates, but she has not sold or anything. Again, Facebook is getting clapped down 4%. News Sheryl Sandberg is leaving. She's a co-founder and the current chief operating officer. And then JP Morgan, Kalanovich, he comes out with another bullish note. In the midst of all of this, JP Morgan's Kalanovich is feeling ultra bullish. Even though Jamie Dimon sees storm clouds. Altria is running up. They were down before. Watch where Facebook goes. 4% reaction. We'll see if this gets any feedback. The options are now a little bit more expensive on the ones we got. Can't ghetto spread them if you'd like, but we'll see. Again, I think I overpaid for them, but pretty interesting move to say the least. Oh, and the HPQs actually went up on those options. T-Mobile on the high too right now. T-Mobile is actually kind of rocketing. They're up 1.3. Hyatt Hotels has still been on the high for the last like 20 minutes. Adventist to buy Korea. No, it's not American. Japan. Facebook calls, market getting. See, I don't know. The Sheryl Sandberg news, you're going to hear everybody talk about this over the next couple days. This might be the first bounce, and we'll see where it takes us to. But you might, if anything gets bad in the next couple days, we're going to see what happens. Leaving, it's not a good sign. Like, just imagine all the drama with Facebook, everything going on, and now you should hear her, like, bro, she's been, like, ride or die with the company for a very long time. So if she kind of backs out, I'm sure a lot of people are going to start having questions, to say the least. Just not good for optics, and I can only imagine who the replacement is going to be. She's pretty much. She's like the real CEO, 100%. Bro, she's co-founder. Again, every conference call, you've heard her. But that one's interesting. Facebook, Sheryl Sandberg is leaving. I'm sure everyone's going to come in here and ask this every, 5 minutes. So you guys might hear it a lot. But that's big news. It's big news. It just happened. Javier Olivan to become Meta's next COO, Zuckerberg says. Javier Olivian. Let's see, where's Javier? Javi. He's the chief growth officer, and he was on the board. He's on the board of Mercado Libre. He went to Stanford, but he's only been there since, he's only been there since, I think, 2018. VP of Growth and Analytics, and then he got a promotion to Chief Growth Officer. What's VY Global Growth? It's interesting. I think he owns this company. One of his latest filings, VY Global Growth, but I think he owns this in something else. What is this? Is this a SPAC or something? Javier bought some of this. He's the new That's a weird person up to the COO right there. Javier Olivan. He's going to replace Sheryl Sandberg, but again, he's just chief growth officer. I don't even know what a growth officer is, technically speaking. Yes, OPEC tomorrow could be big. Sheryl Sandberg stepping down after 14 years. I'm trying to see this Javier guy. Fancy title for business development. Yeah. He's like, we're going to grow. Stock's going up. At least some people may like. I think that's a weird pick, honestly. But we'll find out. That's great, bro. That's a big update. Dude, Cheryl's gone. 14 years. The UNG still up. Caterpillar, GME. I was going to play GME, but you can't do anything with the shares. Cat and Industrials. Bro, that's wild. Objection, leading the witness. Biden says we can't instantly bring the cost of gasoline lower. Yes, you can. I believe in you. What booped AMC? I don't know. Facebook is going to be the big. I don't know. It still feels quiet, but actually, I wonder. Are they say you guys said it was on CNBC? I want to see if anyone's saying this one. I don't know. I feel like that's big news. Big news. And there's a White House briefing starting now.
Very supportive.
Here it is.
All right. Emily Chang, of course, you can catch her later today on a special New York edition of Bloomberg.
Will be there. Of course, of this conversation over the last several years. You know, she's spent a lot more time at Facebook than I think even she thought she would. And so now it's time for a new leadership team.
Yeah.
And that team, as we understand it, Javier Olivan, they call him Javi, who's been running growth, will take on the role of COO, but it'll be a reconstituted role. So not exactly overseeing all of the very same things that Cheryl was overseeing. But in addition to Javi, you've got Andrew Bosworth as the CTO. Obviously, there's Mark Zuckerberg, Chris Cox, the head of product, and Nick Clegg.
Where does, though, then this leave a company in a little bit of turmoil, a management, a board of directors that analysts maybe have struggled to see how they can change when they also have a lot of the controlling shares? Where does this leave that company?
So there's no question that Meta is going through kind of an existential crisis right now. Not only did they actually change their name to Meta, but they have to pivot not just all of their products, but their entire business model. And Sheryl Sandberg was really in charge of that. I asked her, does this have anything to do with the fact that you kind of have to come up with a new business model? And she said she's very confident that consumers and businesses have a huge opportunity to interact in the metaverse, but that business model is really going to be developed over a long term. It's a long-term opportunity. She said over and over again, this is not about her belief in the company. She believes in the company as much as she ever did. It's just time for her to leave. And she will, by the way, be staying on Facebook's board. There will be a transition over the summer. They're going to transition her direct reports over the summer, and then she will be officially leaving in the fall.
Maybe, I mean, and not to be too repetitive here, but when you see a market reaction like this, down 3.5% or so on Meta shares right now, they were basically flat before this news crossed the wire. And I am curious, you know, you don't see that type of market reaction when a COO leaves, maybe a CEO, maybe even the CFO. And it sort of speaks, I think, to not only what she brought to the table with regards to running the operations, but I think what, at least from the perspective of Wall Street investors, sort of what she was, I guess, doing at Mark Zuckerberg's side and helping him guide this company. And I'm just curious as to how do they fill those shoes? Is it going to be internal? Do they keep the person you just said there permanently, or did you look for somebody from outside the company, maybe as they make this transition into the metaverse?
So look, it's been a long time since Facebook brought in a big high-profile leader from the outside. The last person was Nick Clegg. I mean, really, it seems the tradition of Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg and the way he leads has been to promote from within. And you're seeing this cadre of people who are still there, are people who've really risen up through the ranks. Under his leadership, who have been his top lieutenants over many, many years. You know, of course, you know, they've added to and expanded their team, but it looks like they're going to be relying on some of these folks who have been very close to Mark Zuckerberg for quite some time. So, you know, we don't know how much of a vacuum there will be there. Of course, they've had, you know, as she talked about in her post, they had these one-on-one meetings every week. The feedback was always very real and very raw. That's what she wanted from the very beginning. You know, one of the interesting things is what's she really going to do next? Is there something else there? Is there some other job? Talk about.
Oh, that's crazy. So again, like they're saying, it's not like usually you wouldn't see that reaction, but you know, she's big in the company. That's a big deal. I think it's a big deal. Even as someone who owns Facebook, I'm like, damn. Sheryl Sandberg, I liked her. She was she was the real CEO, in my opinion. Bro, Mark Zuckerberg stayed hidden for like 15 years, except for the last like 2. And then, man, that's crazy. So big reaction off that. That's why Facebook's down. Market's still up. We got 14 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen. Everything's red, but only by 0.25%. We were green not too long ago on 2/3 of the industry, so we're going to see what happens. But she's still going to be on the board, so I think that's at least a little bit better. Tinfoil hat. She joined in 2008. Now she's leaving. She was the evil behind the empire. I don't know. Zuckerberg was pretty crazy, though. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, and again, whoever they're going to put in charge, they said it's going to be a lightened role. It's going to be a transition, not a what is it? He said something where it's not going to be all of what she dealt with. So we'll see. But I mean, it's everybody who's been working there for a long time just gets elevated within there. Like they said, it might create a vacuum, but who knows? Again, Facebook doesn't really bring in outside people. That's crazy. It's transitory. It's a transitory position. Don't worry. She handled the day-to-day, making it work. It's like Apple losing Tim Cook. I mean, again, most people wouldn't react like usually we've seen stocks go crazy, from like CEOs get fired, CEOs leave, come back. But COO, that's an interesting one. I need water. Oh, man. Tim Apple, Boeing is rocketing. Please no rocket ships, though. Thank you. They announced Zuckerberg's leaving. No, I mean, who would run this? I don't know, actually. At this point, it is very, very hard to say. I'll stay for the. We're gonna stay for if GME comes out earlier. We'll see what happens with it. But other than that, we're not gonna. I don't. What else? There's Mongob, and then the other one, Chewy, and a couple of others. Elon is running Facebook. MDB, I don't know. I want to play. It's big, though. It's expensive. I'm not playing. I was going to do a short strategy with it, but I have to do, like, disclosures and stuff to get the borrowing. I don't think it's going to be worth it, but we'll see what happens. Who actually runs? At this point, I don't know. I really couldn't tell you. Early market on close, 722 to the buy side. 10-minute rigged coming in 30 minutes, 30 seconds, 30 seconds. What if she joins the board of Twitter? What if Elon buys Twitter and then she joins Twitter? Oh, man. That's crazy. Yes, Johnny Depp won too. Yes. We don't get somebody. They're like Sheryl, bro. I don't know, man. Sheryl Sandberg leaving. I don't know. I get kind of ominous vibes with it. I mean, Facebook has not had good news this whole year, and just everything now. But I know. I think Sheryl Sandberg is like way shocking to me than Johnny Depp at this point. But the Johnny Depp stuff was funny. That's crazy. What if she marries Elon? I believe she's already married. Unfortunately, I think she has a nice, happy marriage with David Sandberg for a long time. Again, dude, those guys, their whole family has been a part of Facebook for a very long time. That's crazy, man. You know? Everybody has to step down at one point. Yeah, when they get like old and shit. But I mean, she has talked about it, but like people have already suspected that, or like, again, the future. You've had a couple of high profile leaves, but that's definitely probably the highest ranking, most important person to leave Facebook in the last decade, which is very big. And again, it's happening at a very pivotal quarter, more or less. $2 billion to the buy side. We're coming down, though, so 10-minute rigged, honestly, kind of muted. Let's check the volume. Volume is 72 million. It'll probably be similar to yesterday. We had a lot of after-hours volume, so we'll see, but kind of slow here. But $2 billion to the buy side, but we're coming down a little bit. Oh yeah, Peter Thiel, but Peter Thiel left for like political reasons. Remember Peter Thiel? He said he just didn't want to get involved with it. I mean, a lot of people, even in Silicon Valley, they didn't really like Peter Thiel. Again, with his whole like Trump shit that he was involved with. But that could be another one. That was probably the second one. But Peter Thiel wasn't like, I don't think he was like on it. Like, I don't know. Like he was like Sheryl Sandberg runs that company, man. That's the crazy part. Her husband died suddenly several years ago. CEO of SurveyMonkey. It said on the thing, maybe if that was him, it was like David Sandberg. They still have a trust together still. CRM State 10. Yeah, Sierra did good. No, that's Andy Sandberg is who you're thinking of on SNL. Different one. Man, crazy. Crazy. I think we'll get a reaction on that tomorrow. We'll see. The puts came down, though. They chilled out again. They were a little high price after that first move. Again, 3% on one candle was crazy. All I made was that Facebook play. They're down right now. About 5 cents a contract, bottom at 20. They're at 15. And then I made an HP play, and that one's actually up right now by 10 cents. Bought it at 50 cents. It's at 59 on the bid, 67 on the ask. No, Andy Sandberg did not die. No, the Sandberg name is just getting confusing now. Point is, high-profile executive, founding member, co-founder of Facebook has left today. Sheryl Sandberg, COO, and that's why the stock is getting clapped. Oil plays. Now, I have my original oil future. I'm up like $2,000 on it, $2 or $3,000. Still holding that one. I was thinking about cutting it out, but I think overall, I think we might get a reaction from OPEC. But then, depending on whatever happens in the next couple weeks too, though, I think oil might chill out a little bit. But I'm pretty much waiting for what is it? July, August? When is the contract? I think MCL. So I'm up 1,800 on it, but which one is it? MCLN 22. That's for July. Ooh. So maybe, actually, I might have to roll it over. MCLQ 22. That'd be for September. And the MCLQ, not the U. Yeah, that thing is actually still going crazy. It's not Andy Sandberg's mom. No. Oh, we only have 3 minutes? Will they let me buy this? Yeah. I might want to, actually. Maybe before OPEC, I might be down to roll over that future and get the next month contract. And then take 1,800 on there, but then my position would be at like 112. SPY, is it dropping right now? Oh, yeah, right back below VWAP. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. So be coming through the aisle with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover at the Trading Fraternity Terminal around 5 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m., 6:10 out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 79 degrees and sunny. Looking like a beautiful sunny day out there. Get to enjoy the first day of summer here on June. So hopefully you make the most of it, and hopefully you don't trip out by the S&P. But we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Cole Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Bring it home. Yeah, 7, dude, it's a hot day today, honestly. I'm gonna go sit by the pool. I'm going to go relax. I'm going to get a tan before the watch list. You know what I'm saying? Chill out a little bit. Enjoy it out there. Oof. It's a good day. It's a good day. Not for Facebook, but it's a good day. Market still did decent. It could have been bad. We were down 1.5. If anything, the biggest event tomorrow is going to be OPEC, and we'll see any headlines out of China or anything of that nature. So keep that in mind. But ladies and gentlemen, bring it home and wrap it up. You don't have much time left. Today was chill. Volume was pretty similar to yesterday. Again, we got to hear from Bullard. He did say something about September not pausing, and if there was anything big today, it was the Canada rate hikes in Canada being more hawkish, as well as, mixed data on the ISM. However, people are liking some of the manufacturing data. So you got manufacturing data tomorrow and a couple of other things. So let's see what happens next. But finalize it and 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Bring it home, Chattadonia. Bring it home. You've already made 7 hours on the day. You got to think about tomorrow, but wrap it up. You get to relax a little bit. Today was kind of calming. You were scared at first. Maybe you're a little scared now, but it's only 0.5%. This is probably one of the first days where we haven't moved 1% in a while, give or take. ADP on the low. ADP payment processor. Hold up, and you got After Hours, GameStop, Chewy, and a couple of others. But bring it home. Bring it. Facebook staying pinned there. I don't know, man. I don't know. I kind of want to. Oh. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, no. Let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Oh, wait. Hold on. I need one for the Twitch. I need my GG. Stop playing with me. Where my G? No. You nobody getting this thing. There it is, baby. There it is. GG, baby. God bless the Colt. God bless Chattadonia. It's there. Yes, we did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, come on. Come on. There it is. I need the end. Give me the hype. Give me the hype, baby. Let's go, Chad. God bless the Colt. Everybody, I need a GG. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me, baby. GG, baby. I don't care if you made money or lost money. At least you learned something. At least you stayed in the game. I need a GG. All my real money traders, if you are really in the game, you are really trying to work on your craft. If you are really in the game, you get a GG. If not, I understand. If you ain't about that life, I understand. If you ain't showing up with love, I understand. But get the GG. The GG will forgive you for all of your sins, baby. Come on, where my sinners at? Where my holy people at? It don't matter. Everybody GG. Oh, let's go, baby. 7 hours. 7 hours. How you feel, baby? How you feel? It's okay. You can get more than one GG. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Hey, man, GG, I got you too, Twitch. Hey, man, we made it. We made it, baby. Put the key in the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Let's go, baby. God bless the call. We made it. We made it. Yeah, shout out GG, Johnny Depp. GG, oh my gosh. Cut it. Chad. Oh, how you feel? Before I say anything, can I remind you, it's not over yet, baby. Anything? Oh, yeah, they don't feel me, baby. There it is. God bless the call. But we did it, Chad. How you feel? How do you feel? Oh, man, how do you feel about today? You know that before I tell you how appreciative I am for all of you and just for all of the love shown and all of the people in the game, all the people who like the video, I got love for y'all. You know that. Thank you for being here. Hopefully we made the most out of your time. But listen, before, how do you feel? How do you feel about today? What is today? Come on, talk to me like I'm your therapist. Come on. What does today bring out? How do you feel? I don't know. It's like slow and then fast and then you got the Sheryl Sandberg news. And then how do you feel? How do you feel? Less than 0.5% today or just about 3/4? How do you feel? Come on. Calming, love. Thank you, Captain Mars. I feel broke, but nothing but love. Amen, amen. Broke is just a feeling. Don't worry. That's why. Go with what you know. You're rich in spirit, baby. That's it. You got knowledge that can take you from broke to wealthy very, very quickly, believe it or not. You know what I'm saying? So that's good. Feelings are temporary. You guys know that? Amen, amen. That's why I have to ask you every day, because feelings are temporary. Oh, they don't feel me, bro. Oh, they don't feel me. They don't feel me, baby. Hey, man. Yeah, we got the real estate call, baby. That's tonight. I got more information for that for you if you're going to be there. We got some earnings here after hours. Are you guys ready? HSTO, Histrogen, 1-for-20 stock split. Oh, man. Oh, man. Let's see. GameStop, how do you guys feel? Well, listen, before we get into any of it, Chad, like I said, God bless all of you. For real, thank you guys for being here as always. If you guys got to get out of here, I understand. We're going to stay here for a little bit, see what's going on with these earnings. I just got to tell the chat how grateful I am to be here. But for real, man, if you showed up today ready to play, ready to contribute, you had good news, you were able to participate in this talk, whether it was quantitative tightening or whatever it may be, and you added to it, or maybe you were adding because you didn't know what it was. We appreciate all the questions, but for real, if you showed up with a good spirit, loving attitude, ready to play, God bless you and thank you. We need more people like you, and that's what it's all about here. So let's go, baby. But for real, shout out to all of you. It don't matter if you got a membership badge or not. But on that note, man, just big shout out to the members. You see them hold it down. They support it. It's amazing to see some of the badges and the badges over the last couple years. We love you guys. We want to be here without you. And it's really that spirit that y'all bring to the table every day. That hard work, that positivity. And honestly, ever since Quantitative tightening, I feel like a lot of people y'all been whipped into shape a little bit. I love to see it. But for real, man, if y'all came with that love, if y'all been supporting the channel, holding it down, sharing the video, liking the video, being a member, whatever it is, but ultimately showing up with love and a good attitude and an attitude, you know, where you just show, it gets the next person next to you excited. I don't know if y'all feel me. Oh, I hope they feel me, Chad. I hope they feel me, Chad. I really do. But I love you. God bless you. Big shout out to the stream alerts, baby. First link in the description. We love you. We hold it down. Hopefully, y'all been getting the levels and little updates. Again, Sheryl Sandberg, you're going to get that news before it hits the television. I can promise you that. But hopefully, you guys have been in the game. GameStop, net sales $1.3 billion. Hold up, GameStop. Earnings per share. Loss of 208. Estimate was 106. How did they still sell $1 billion though? That's crazy, bro. Y'all can do anything in life. You know that? If GameStop is still selling 1.3 billion in a year, bro, what are they selling? I don't get it, but EPS is almost lost by a double. So that's not good. That means the deep value just got deeper in that sense. But that one's interesting. Chewy's on the high. They've been doing some good marketing, but it's costing them, hence the EPS. But that's crazy. Where are they making $1.3 billion in sales in a quarter? That's kind of impressive. I don't know. That's $1 billion is a lot. It's a lot. HPE? Or no, what is that? Oh, we got HPQ. Yeah, Hewitt. Wait, that's a different one? HPQ's running, but HP's dropping. Chewy's running up right now. Chewy's at least doing good. Yeah, adjusted loss, $2.08. Estimate was 108, but they're not really moving. So GameStop hasn't really reacted to that. Could be the acquisitions. Because didn't they do some stuff? They got TVs now. Oh, there we go. There's the first drop, 5% down on GameStop. Now you're down 8. So that's, again, revenue came in line. I don't know if there's guidance. No guidance has came out just yet. RPTX is on the high. So we'll see. I'll give you that update when it comes out. But Chad, God bless you. For real. Again, stream alerts, members, non-members, it don't matter. We love and appreciate you, and I just really hope y'all been making the most of these opportunities. I hope you're ready for what the future holds, and I hope you know it's not over yet, baby, all right? Oh, I hope they feel me, but God bless you. Check out the, 1.5, dog. 1.5 thousand likes. Wow, we didn't even have a positive message or anything. Oh, let's go, baby. Shout out to the Twitch, too. I see y'all. We love y'all. Amen. Amen. God bless you. Y'all didn't have to like the video, but y'all did for real. And honestly, if you've been consistently liking the video for over a year, man, you know I love you. God bless you. I don't know if you guys were here during the days when I used to get like 70. I've been getting like 70 dislikes from one person who made 70 accounts. I remember people wouldn't like the video. Back then, I remember we would get aggressive about the likes. So I'm just saying, I love y'all. Thank you for doing your part, man, especially if you've been sharing the stream, showing love, whatever it may be. But y'all doing your part, man. You know what I'm saying? And y'all hold it down, and I just appreciate you. And again, all the people with the good attitude, just God bless you and thank you. You didn't have to. You didn't have to. You know what I'm saying? You ain't have to. That's it. You ain't have to. It's that. It's just the little things that, you know, the people who do the little things, baby. Oh, they don't feel me. I hope they feel me, Chad. You know, I hope they feel me. Chad, you feel me? I hope you feel me, bro. God bless the Chad, baby. God bless Chad Adonia. Amen. Amen. It's a good place to be. It's a good place to be. God bless Chad Adonia, land that I love. Stand behind her with the guidance, to the night with the power, with the rates, from the taper to the long term, to the bonds filled with plays. God bless Saturday. I know, I'm just going with it now. Break. I know we tried. We tuning it. It's auto-tune. I just forgot to turn on the auto-tune. Like, if I turned on the filter, bro, I would have been sounding like T-Pain. You know what I'm saying? It just, the auto-tune didn't hit that time around. You know what I'm saying? You should see me with, have you heard me with auto-tune? Oh, I need to see if I could. All I knew is money. Well, so I have an old auto-tune. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. It wasn't Uncle. It was me. I did an auto-tune. I like auto-tune. I might make country auto-tune. That's what I'm looking for. Anyways, Chad, I love you. God bless you for real. Thank you for liking the video. Telling you, it gets me hype, baby. So God bless you all. Just thank you again for being here. Hopefully you're ready for the rest of the week. If anything, it's kind of been a slow week with everything going on with the holiday. Again, tomorrow is already going to be Thursday. It doesn't really feel like that. But next week, you're going to get a lot of data and the CPI. So don't be too shy to say hi, okay? Amen. So, check out all the links. First link for that Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. Again, we're going to talk about it. I got more updates. You can see it. We have news. You got plays. Look at you get pretty paid. They don't know. They don't know about it. If you haven't watched it, it's a good update. It's a good update. And you can watch my gym gains in real time. Okay? You can watch everything in real time. It's great. So we're happy to see you. Second link, 5 p.m. Pacific time. Third link for that membership badge, baby. Shout out to all the members. We love you and God bless you again. We want to be here without their love and positivity and support, baby. So God bless the members and thank you for making it look good. Again, $4.99, $5.99. I don't know what it is with inflation, but it doesn't give you a good attitude. So if y'all have held it down and have just made it look so glorious and gracious speech, oh. Oh, they don't feel me, bro. They don't feel me, bro. So God bless you. Check out all of that. Fourth link for the merch. We have very breathable merch. I don't know if you've seen it in a while. Oh, it's sold out. That's Lending Tips. Some of you guys think he is me. That is not me, but that is Lending Tips. Good. He looks smaller in that picture. What happened? Where's the other Lending Tips? Hold on. There was another Lending Tips picture. Where's the SGD shirts? Is it here? He looked a lot bigger here. What happened? What happened? Does he look skinnier here, right? I guess no. He looked kind of small there too. I guess. You see? Yeah, not, and I guess it, they don't got the traps. Again, you could see my workouts hit a little differently. You know what I'm saying? But he look a little smaller there. I think it's just the white, the color. That's it. The lending, this ain't fucking. Oh my gosh, lending tips. He looked different. This was lending tips before and after with the long term. I guess I don't know. That's a good hairline though. He has a great hairline. This is crazy. Look at that hairline, bro. That's a great ass hairline to have right there. Do you see that? That's crazy. He cheated, though. He cheated. It's okay. Oh, look, he have a smartwatch on, too. This is amazing. Look at why, bro. Do you shave your arms, dog? Hold on. Wait, is this the, hold on. Well, you got some shavy arms, too. No, I got to see a little, wait, a minute. Bro, where'd the hair go? I got more arm hair than that. Honestly, hold on. I don't know if y'all see it in the videos. Yeah, but hold on. Hold on. Can you see my arm hair? Where my arm hair at? You see? No, I look clean as hell.
Because literally,
you see the arm hair, like a true Arab. We hairy as hell. Hold up.
percent today.
Yeah, you can see the arm hair a little bit. That's cool. That's fine. Maybe he's getting into swimming. I don't know. Maybe it's Photoshop. But listen, very breathable merchandise. That's all. Again, and that's me. If you guys ever wanted to see how I looked. Again, this is like the lower half of how I look. You could kind of see it. That's me. But that's my face. It's not that big of a secret. We ain't really trying to hide it like that. So if you guys ever want, I don't know, maybe some of you guys have been waiting for this to see my face for a long time. It's cool. It's right there. It's nice to meet you. You know what I'm saying? I grew my hair out, though. That's why my hair, I grew out and I dyed it brown because that's what we do. You know what I'm saying? But nice to meet you. I'm always smiling. I got my hand on my neck because, I got it like that, You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that is me, man. It is me. Why can't it be me? No, why you judging me so hardcore, bro? Come on. Why you got to do me like that? Okay, anyways. But check out the new channels, Code PHILO, Code Cars, Code Real Estate. We got all of it. Again, Code Real Estate tonight, too. If you email coderealestate@gmail.com, okay? Email coderealestate@gmail.com. You will get an email to join the call if you want to be there. Last week was a lot of fun. We had a couple hundred of you guys, or 130 or something. Very, very big. Again, every single week, man, we just growing it. Every single month, we growing it. The amount of agents we got on the team, the amount of people we see starting careers, changing their life. And honestly, though, I will tell you this, man, it's either for you or not. So if you got to go last time, you got to get an idea, get the vibe of it. It's definitely going to be a time commitment. So hopefully it is something for you at this point. I think you've seen a lot in real estate over the last couple years. A lot of people talking about the ups and downs and whatever it may be. But at that point, though, I think you guys get it. It's either going to be for you or it's not at this point. And really, you either got to call in towards it or not. So if you feel like it is, man, we want to make things happen. You have I'm telling you, you will not find a group like that anywhere. It's just people willing to help. They really about it. They all put in the same time commitment. Everybody is willing to give out information. You get a lot of gems here and there. And I'm telling you, the team and the motivation is just one thing to see a lot of people like you. That's what I say. Do you understand how crazy that is? Do you realize Code Real Estate would not be around if there was not just people who wanted to trade stocks and then came in contact with my annoying ass? And I just started telling them, I was like, yeah, man, get stocks, but get real estate. Get real estate. And I just kept talking about it. And they started off in the same position as you. They were just chilling one day, looking into stocks. They were trying to get the bag, and now all of them do stocks. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Fuck out of here, bro. Oh, y'all too busy with GameStop. Oh, I don't think y'all got that. They all still do stocks. You know that, right? Every single one of them still does stocks. They still even on the stream. They still in the stock market. They still got a long term. They still trade in options. Some of them trade in futures. Some of them know more technicals than I do. Oh, y'all don't feel me, bro. Come on. I used to be a model. I still am a model. What are you talking about, bro? Have you seen my thumbs? Honestly, I think I got one of the best thumb postures in the game. Honestly, I got my chest to the sun too. I'm just saying, but it's just, oh man, we still modeling. That's all. Honestly, I was about to, bro. It's you could blame my girlfriend. She wouldn't let me show my face and all that because I was about to do it at the beginning of this year, but she was like, nah, you too sexy. I don't want you to show your face. And she didn't want to, she got jealous over it. So otherwise, but my modeling game is strong. But the hand model game has been killing it, bro. I still get royalties it's been nice, honestly. It's been very, very good, honestly. So I can't complain. But anyways, that's a side point. But listen, man, all I'm saying with the real estate, very, very simple. Very, very simple. All the people, man, is people I've seen come in here, change their lives. It's crazy to think about how it's happened, but, it's a team of people where, you're not hearing it from just one perspective. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not like you're hearing it from Josh about real estate, not like you're hearing me say the same stuff over and over again. It's literally people who are in the same exact shoes as you, people who never knew about real estate, people who started 12 months ago, 3 months ago, 6 months ago. Again, the guys who lead it, Tyler, Trey, God bless you guys, and thank you for your service, man, for real. But I'm telling you, man, those are people who I've seen get it just straight out of the mud with it. Y'all don't feel me on this. I remember, bro, Tyler, I got to go to his wedding. You know that, right? I got to go to his wedding. I got to see him there. It's crazy to think. I've known him for about 7 or 8 years now at this point, and it's wild to think. But I remember, bro, he didn't, at one point, Tyler didn't know you could make money by helping someone sell a house. I remember Trey, he would come up to me one day. Trey asked me, he was like, literally about life. He was like, what should I do? And I remember I told him, I said, Trey, get into real estate. Get into real estate. And he did it. And they did it at a time when the market was not what it was, bro. I just, it's funny because back then it probably seemed rough. It probably seemed hardcore, but oh man, little did they know they got in on the front run of the century. Oh, they don't feel me. Let's go. So that's why it's hype, man. That's why I get hyped about it. That's why I love what they do. Again, I pop up here and there. I try to go into the Q&A and try to add questions. They focus on a lot of the real estate side. I could come in there with the flipping and wholesaling and all of that, but I'm just telling you, man, it's people I trust. But the one thing is that, I've seen them get it. You know what I'm saying? And I've seen them get it just with just crazy background scenarios, the diversity, and I've seen them give back. So it's a good thing to see. I think it's something you should witness with your own eyes. So check it out, corealestate@gmail.com. We love to have you. And if you're going to show up for the second time, and if you've already been doing it, man, I hope you know we are proud of you, Cole, okay? All my Chads getting in real estate. Let's go, baby. This is how a lot of us made a start. I'm telling you, I wouldn't be in the game as deep as I am if it wasn't for real estate and some of the early moves I made when I was young and pairing it with the stock market. Oh, mwah. So let's go, baby. You are on the right path, so keep it going, baby. Oh, you love it? I love it. I love it. So there's that. Check out the videos. Oh, follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. But be careful when you follow me. You will get followed by a bunch of fake Joshes. So don't let them scam you. I'm never going to ask you about your trading, or I'm not going to ask you to join a service or anything there. Again, everything we got here is freemium. If you want to join the stream alerts, that's great. But you can still get whatever you need by being live and in session, making the most of it. So don't fall for it. It's kind of like your first test in the stock market. A lot of people talk a lot of scams out there. So just don't fall for anything. Don't need to chase it. If you ever have a question, come on stream and ask me, and I will always answer it, okay? Let's go, baby. Amen. Amen. When am I flying down for the Padres game? I mean, it's summertime soon, baby. Probably soon. I think by the end of this year, we're probably going to, at the very least, we've waited so long for a meetup, man. So I think at the very least, we are going to all attend a sports game by the end of this year. So I think that's fair. We got 6 months. I think it's going to be good. I think if we do it once and it ends up being a flying color success, I hope I could see all of you there and then find a way where, all of us could link up a little bit, you know what I'm saying, and vibe a little bit, because honestly, I really hope you guys know, man, the cult goes well beyond, we spend 7 hours here, we talk every day, we do our thing, we have fun, but it's a lot of fun, and again, with some of y'all, I would be honored to meet some of you guys, that a big majority of y'all, for the people who just showed love, stayed with it, the people, to see how some of y'all have changed their lives and everything, man, I really can't wait, so keep that in the cards. That's on its way, and definitely by the end of the year. A Raiders game? No, we ain't doing a Raiders game, bro. We are gonna get killed at a Raiders game. Are you kidding me? The Raiders games are scary, bro. I remember when it was the Oakland Raiders. That shit was terrifying back in the day. 18 people would get stabbed in the parking lot. People would just be fucking shotgunning beers. They would crack beers open on their head, bro. If you get sucked into the black hole, you know what the black hole is for the Raiders, bro? Bro, I'm telling you, bro. Bro, you catch a felony trying to go to a Raiders game, man. Are you serious? That's crazy, bro. I got to bring like 18 tasers, and you still won't be safe. No, I'm just kidding, bro. That's just, you know, as a Charger fan my whole life, we would, you know, that's just, you know what I'm saying? If you understand the rivalry, you know what I'm saying? Josh, a suburb kid, man, it don't matter what type of kid you are. Ain't nobody, bro, you don't understand the Raiders shit, bro. That's it, okay? You going to get stabbed, and you going to get a Modelo to the throat, okay? So calm down, okay? It don't matter your background, your ethnicity. It don't matter where you from. Bro, the Oakland Raiders, anybody could catch it, bro. You say the wrong thing, you show up with a powder blue Chargers hat, you're going to get killed. Okay, that's it. That's it, bro. Just watch out for it. Nah, man, but we'll see. I don't know. I got the Chad with me. With the Chad with me, I think we'll be good. But honestly, I don't. The Chad too rowdy. Y'all would get. I wouldn't. I need to keep y'all out of trouble. Okay. Even though we gonna have fun, just I'm the friend who keeps you out of trouble. Okay. Okay. I ain't gonna put you in that position. Y'all gonna be watch. All it takes is one Raider game, and somebody gonna say something about inflation. I don't know why it would come up at a Raiders game, but that's it, man. That's it. Someone say buy the dip. Somebody say price to earnings. Anything. Y'all get pissed off for the wildest thing. Oh, that's it. I'm gonna go to a Raiders game and just yell out, Biden saved the stock market. Oh, y'all would kill each other. They would turn into a fight, bro. Yeah, you ever see that scene in Weatherman? It would be like that. Y'all would just start fighting and getting for no. I'll be like, what? It's crazy. Okay. It's crazy. But I love you. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Don't fall for the fakes. How option pricing works, how to set up the long term is beautiful. Check them out. You'll learn something, I promise. And finally, the prayer request wall. So especially if you go to Raiders games, you need to fill this out. I'm just kidding. I know we got at least like 2 diehard Raiders fans in here, and they're gonna kill me now. They'll be like, oh yeah, Josh, I'll sell you. But nah, for real, man. This is, like I said, this is how we get down. We got a lot of love here. We got a lot of fun, and this is what we believe in, man. You know, everything's freemium. We don't want anything from you. If you ever want to give anything to the cult, if you ever want to do something for me, man, I'm telling you, showing love goes a long way. And send me a prayer, bro. Pray for me, for real, man. Like, come on, man. I don't know. Like, one day I'm going to just have to show up really sad, okay? For real. One day I'm going to just have to show y'all sadness, deep, deep sadness, so y'all will pray. Will y'all pray for me? For real. When I say pray, like, pray for me, bro. Like, come on. I need y'all to pray for me. Like, y'all don't know everything that happens in my... I need prayers. Can I get some prayers? I know I don't sound like, just pray for me, man. But pray for me, bro. Come on. For real, you'll get blessed too, bro. You'll get blessed too, man. That's what I'm saying. Intercessionary, just pray for me, okay? That's it. Shut up already, bro. I was about to make such a messed up joke towards you, bro. But I'm just gonna ban you, okay? That's it, okay? So God bless you, okay? Like I said, we have a beef shortage. I have no more available beef right now. So unfortunately, you're going to have to wait 6 to 12 months. And then if you're looking to get clapped, you know what I'm saying? You'll get it then. But unfortunately, you're permanently banned now. So go make another account. Approach some positivity. You could go to Reddit for beef. You could go to Twitter. They have a lot of beef. They have a lot of beef available, okay? You know what I'm saying? They got a lot. It's beautiful. You came out the womb rooting for the Raiders? What the fuck is wrong with it? You came out, you already had the face paint on and everything. That's it, man. It's okay. Yeah, don't boil your meat. Amen. Anyways, chat. I love you though. For real, pray for me though. Come on, can you for real? Can you pray for me? I'm praying for y'all every day. For real, just pray for everybody in here. Pray for me. Pray for your brothers and sisters in the chat, man. I'm telling you, it goes a long way. And just like we've been saying, it's not over yet. And everything will, you will reap what you sow. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I pray for your brothers and sisters. whatever you see going on around you, I hope you know goodness is always going to be good. If you plant good seeds and you do good and you work hard, you're always going to get it, man. So just pray for the people doing good. Pray for the people trying hard. And everybody needs support, because sometimes you could do a lot of good. You could do a lot of work and you may not see what you expected to see. Oh, come on. Y'all don't feel me. Come on. I know you feel me. What am I saying? I know you feel me. Come on. So pray for the people. You see what I'm saying? Pray for the endurance. Come on, pray, baby, pray. Oh, man. Oh, man. Since the Raiders moved cities, you could change teams and we wouldn't count it against you. Holy shit. So I could become a Raiders fan? Are you for real? Are you serious? I could become a Raiders fan? Bro, I feel like this is the Lord telling me, like, you're forgiven. This is like coming to the Lord. Are you serious? I could be a Raiders fan with no... Wow. Because I feel like I could match the energy, though. I'm crazy. Like, I'm a little psychotic, so I really think I could vibe with it very well. Honest, I really... Bro, because I remember when they had, like, Jerry Rice and shit, bro. Well, I remember they played the Chargers, and they had some way better players, and I had to just root for LT. You know what I'm saying? I would be down if y'all will welcome me to the family of the holy family of the Raiders. It's a vibe. It's a scary vibe. What would John Madden do? Booyah! I can't do the booyah. Oh, man. Oh, my man. No one's saying the link. Email again. Usually you should get one if you've never been to one. I mean, some people have been, like, banned from a real estate thing, and I don't know how that could happen. You just got to be a real dickhead to get banned by Tyler and Trey, because they have way more patience than I do. Even when I'm in Yosh, I'm telling you, it's wild if you think about it. But send an email, corealestate@gmail.com. Last time was very, very packed, but email, you'll get one, baby. You will get. It's the San Diego Superchargers. I know that melody. That was a good beat, bro. San Diego Superchargers. Yeah, Junior Seau, bro. What was it? McNeil. We had, like, dope. I remember, this is how you know the Chargers were dog shit. At one point, I had a favorite football player who was a left tackle. Who was it? It was like McNeil or something. Who am I? You guys know what I'm talking about? Neil or McNeil? Anybody know what I'm talking about? That's how you know it was bad, bro. Like, I was like, damn, bro, that left tackle go hard, bro. Like, nah, I was like, oh, bro, we got a dope left tackle. You know what I'm saying? And, like, oh, bro, that's it. That's it, bro. It was crazy. I was like, ooh. Oh, man, it was crazy, bro. It was crazy, bro. Lorenzo Neal. Yeah, Lorenzo Neal. No. Left tackle, bro. Lorenzo Neal. That's it. There's a left tackle. I'll be like, bro, that was a dope-ass block. That's it. And then Antonio Gates was good. No, he was a fullback. Who was it? Bro, Marcus McNeil, bro. At one point, bro, I was like, dog, I think it was Marcus McNeil. I need to find this left tackle, bro. For like a year and a half of my childhood, I was like, oh, man, bro. It was Marcus McNeil, I think. I was all about the left tackles, bro. This shit was wild. That was wild, bro. That's crazy. That's how you know it was bad. It was bad. We had no San Diego. We ain't have no good sports teams. That's it. Even the Padres, bro. We got Fernando Tatis. This was the first, like, elite player that we got. The first sign of hope. We gave him like $200 million. He went and bought a giant ass chain. San Diego Padre fans had no idea how to react. They started wearing chains to the games. That's all everybody was, bro. Oh, man, I'm telling you. So, San Diego, we had LaDainian, but even then, we had nobody else. That's it. You had LaDainian. That's it. LT, yeah, that's it. And thank God he was a God-fearing man and never switched sides. You know that? God bless his soul, that motherfucker. Bro, bro, you know that? These kids need to learn loyalty from LT. That's it. Best running back. Oh, my God. Thank God, bro. He went to TCU, Texas Christian. You know, they instilled the fear of the Lord and loyalty. He ain't switched teams. Man, Phillip Rivers was good, but he wasn't like, I don't know. He just wasn't championship good. But he had great stats if you think about it. I don't know. Phillip Rivers was just us. And then even he left, right? He wanted to go to the Raiders, but he didn't. He didn't. He stayed, bro. He stayed with like every worst possible team ever. Oh my God. Vincent Jackson. That name seems, oh, I don't know, man. Anyways, Chad, I love you. The whole point is pray for me. I just got excited at the news that I could be what's it called? I could be a Raiders fan apparently. So it's good. But Chad, that's the day. I love all of you. Okay? So I hope you go read the books. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. Okay? And just don't forget why we here, bro. Why we here. Why we keep going. Why we in the game. Why we keep this spirit. And why we understand it's not over yet, baby. Oh, you have no idea how many times it says it in the book where even the disciples, they thought it was over, but it ain't over yet, baby. But why we keep going and why we don't quit, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory and through the grace of God alone. Amen. 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 Amen, baby. Oh, so God is good, bro. Shout out to Chad. I hope you enjoyed today as much as I did. Oh, where is it? I wanted to play Diamonds. Where's Diamonds? But it's not showing up. I guess we're going to have to listen. We need this. We need this for the team, bro. For real. Do y'all just there's so many one-liners throughout this song sometimes. And I just hope y'all just remember, just can't be moved. Okay? You ain't alone. You know what I'm saying? The team is very, very different. You just got to keep watering that tree. You got some staying power. Chad, do you feel me? I hope you feel me, bro. I hope you feel me. Oh, I hope they do, bro. I hope they do. SGD. Small good this is. Don't forget what that means,
call,
baby. Amen.
Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me, y'all weak. I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved. They think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel out Tom Cruise. I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me, y'all weak. I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved. They think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel out Tom Cruise. I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. Tryna hit big, but it's SGD. I can hit 100 layers before you hit that 3. I ain't do no innovating. I just watered that tree. Got a little bit of Vegas, got a little Wall Street. On my band grand, got some buffets on the team. I can kick a couple theories. I'm the modern main case. Why the people never bring it? Always asking what to eat. Thought you told me you was leaving, but I see you every week. All good, I said show them the loss. Men lie, women lie, the premium don't. No trend lines, my mind really just know. I exercise my time cause I'm trying to take hold. Poet and philosopher, I feel like the road. They told me what's impossible, I told them alone. Cause even though it's told me what's impossible, I told them alone. Told me what's impossible, I told them alone. They told me what's impossible, I told them alone. Cause even though it's there, I can stay on the road. Cause little after little, it's gonna turn into growth. Whoa. Tryna hit big, but it says SGDCULT. My team so different.
They don't feel me, bro. They don't feel me, bro. They don't feel me, bro.
I can't be moved. They think they cool when shit get hot.
Chad, the road is narrow. Oh, come on. Let's go, baby.
But it says SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me, y'all weak. I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved. They think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel out Tom Cruise. I cannot lose because I'm on that mission.
Oh, Chad. It's like, bro, it's stocks, real estate. It don't matter. Life, bro. Y'all know the road is narrow. Y'all know we've had the PHILO. I don't know if I should remind you. Remember, I told you, you need to hear this. You got greatness on the way. Greatness is already ahead of you. You are going to do something great in this lifespan. You're going to live a whole nother lifespan already, most of you. Y'all don't feel me. God willing. Amen? Amen. I'm just trying to tell you, though, this is a narrow road. Why do you think I get so hyped by some of y'all? Why do you think I see, wow, I still see y'all. Some of y'all riding with the narrow road. It's ups and downs. It wasn't, it was a wide road, and then it slowly got more and more narrow. Oh, you learning how to navigate, my friend. Let's go. That song is called SGD by Uncle Answers. And I'm telling you, listen, I don't know if you go to the gym, but I'm just saying, before your first set and your last set, run that one. You know what I'm saying? But play it from like here, though, because you know what I'm saying? It starts like, you got it all like, right here. Right when it hit, bro, right? Okay, so you could take a breath for the first 30 seconds. You see what I'm saying? It's like 30 seconds in. You see what I'm saying? So like this, like you sitting on the bench, you know what I'm saying? You can do the head bob a little bit, you know, stretch a little bit. Now you start laying back, hands on the bar, squeeze it. Let's go, and then, right there. Right there, baby, right there. That'll get you 10. Oh, right there. Oh, I'm telling you. Oh, and then right when he says, I can't be moved, just keep that in mind. Boom, another 5 on the set. I'm telling you, right? I'm just telling you, that's how it go down. I'm just telling you, that's how it go down. I wait for the drop on there. Oh, and I'm telling, and then right when, and then once I hear I can't be moved too. Oh, and then he says, I'm on that mission. And then, but make sure you breathe though. You know what I'm saying? Breathe on the rep in, breathe out on the rep out. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be good. Oh, yeah, I time my set with it. I have to. It just gets, that's it. Bro, it's like a little hit of pre-workout. It'll hit, though. I'm telling you, okay? But be careful. Make sure you stretch. Don't do too much weight, okay? Because the body could naturally lift a lot, especially when that adrenaline start hitting. But just make sure, you know, not too much. Don't go too crazy, okay? Okay, so just stay safe out there. But, Chad, that's it, man. Okay, so I love you all. Get ready for Thursday, bro. Get ready for Thursday. Get ready for Thursday. It's already tomorrow. I can't believe the week is already over. Dude, it's already Friday Junior. I know. So let's see. I don't know. It's already kind of looking like a negative week. So we're going to find out. But, Chad, I love you. Have a wonderful, glorious, beautiful day. Oh, have a wonderful, glorious, beautiful day. That could be a song right there, too. I don't know if it's going to hit in the gym the same way. If you could live, have a wonderful, glorious, beautiful day. Have a wonderful, glorious, beautiful day. Have a wonderful, glorious, beautiful day. Ooh. Have a wonderful, glorious, beautiful day. Have a wonderful, glorious, beautiful day. Have a wonderful, glorious, beautiful day. Have a wonderful, glorious, beautiful. Okay, anyway, we all chosen, baby. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting too hyped, bro. Okay, I need to go eat. I need to go. I want to run right now. I just want to run. You know, let's go, bro. Take this energy. Let's go. Take it. Run it. What are you going to do the rest of the day? 120%. Look, can we do that? Y'all down? Let's go. Wake up and drive. Did y'all forget about that? Please don't forget about that every day. Come on. Let's go. You still got the rest of the day. It's beautiful. It's good. Take it to the gym. Go take a walk, bro. Even if you ain't do it. You'll go ahead. Run it up. Run it up. Go take a walk, bro. For real. A walk could go a long way. I know I'm hyped. I'm sweating now. I wasn't sweating before, but then, whoo! Let's go 120, baby. Have a wonderful, glorious, beautiful day. Ooh. All right, Chad. Don't let me go crazy. But I love you. I'm going to see you on the watch list. I'm going to see you in the morning. And let's close out this week strong, baby. I love you, Chad. God bless you. And thank all of you again. And God bless all of you. And finger to the sky, baby. Amen. 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 I love you. Peace out. Oh, hey, wait, Josh. Oh, I almost got it back. Oh, okay. It's not over. I want a pony. Yeah, you know what I want? I tell you what I want. I want the stock market to go up. When I was in charge, it went up. Never went down. Nothing went down. How does it go down? When I'm in charge, I made it go down. Up. You know, it's terrific. I knew the stock market. He's a good friend of mine. I knew all of them. Yeah, you don't know shit, you clown. All you knew is, you told pal. All I know is that the gas is high, and we can't bring it down instantly. But listen, I feel it. It's so high, I rode the train every day. Okay. It's good. Okay, happy, what's the day today? It's not, it's a what? Oh, okay, happy Will Smith Day. Good night. Goodbye.